One love we cannot hide. In these troubled times we find strength in unity, love in mind. Shake your worries, let them go. Feel the music, let it flow. Together we stand, hand in hand, spreading love across the land. In this world so full of hate, we rise above with love so great. No more divisions, no more walls. One love, we stand tall.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day number 7. I think my camera is moving a little wonky. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Is my camera moving a little wonky? I don't know. Am I coming through clearly? Let me hear in the chat. Just seems a little wonky to me on my side, but I hope you can see me. Can you guys see me? Am I moving robotic, or how are we looking? I want to make sure we're loud and clear. Wow. Yeah, but how do I look? Do I look like my hand is moving freely? I don't know, but from my side, it seems a little weird. All good. Okay. All right. It's gonna feel weird for me to be here, and then it seems this way, but I will do my best. All right. So welcome to day number 3, day number 7 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. And don't bother with it. It's not that more on continue the conference. So don't bother with it. Come on to stay already. Because the president, I continue again after 7 days. No, don't bother with it. Well, maybe. Waiting. I mean, I really enjoy your company. I mean, and you know, if you love somebody, you must spend all the time you want with them, right? So like, I'm love you, so suppose more I spend all of the time with you. Nothing wrong with that. Is there? Let me think about it. All right. I'll work with day number 7. So welcome, and welcome. All right. Today promises to be a great show. So this is your normal Saturday Reason with Ratigan. And I sincerely apologize. That never happens. I guess it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in the States. So I apologize for that. It's a typical Saturday, and this is when we come to class, Reason with Ratigan. And this is a typical, Saturday program. So normally you would be seeing this logo on a Saturday. You'd be seeing this, but because of the diaspora, you'll be seeing something different. All right. So yeah, stick it out with me. We're gonna go through a great evening together. We have some phenomenal guests lined up. So I want to take this opportunity to big up everybody. So I'm gonna try and emulate Will. So what Will normally do, at this point, he would big up people in the chat. So let me see how I'm going to do it now. I do mine a little bit different. All right. So I would do something like this. Let me big up Reggae Girl. Reggae Girl says, good day. And a hot Saturday, the hell is here. Where are you, Reggae Girl? Reggae Girl. I mean, it's nice out where I'm at. I don't know. Where are you, Reggae Girl? Maybe Jamaica, you say. Maybe Jamaica. Carla Ebanks says, bless up everyone. Bless up everyone. I like that, Carla. Bless up everyone. And a lot of people are giving greetings and saying hi. Why don't you do me a favor? Before we bring our next guest on, why don't you tell us in the chat where you're viewing us from? How about that? So like you could represent the city you're at. Our speaker is in Germany, all right? So far away. Or is she? We'll see. So, but where are you watching from? So let's do that and see where you're watching from. Let's see. We got people. All right, let's start out with, all right. I say Brooklyn, New York. Reggae Girl is in Brooklyn, New York. How are you? Greetings, my friend. How are you? Good evening, Lorraine. Hope you're having a splendid afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Missy Brum. Good evening to you. Let me see. Carla, where are you from? All right. Natalia, where are you from? Queens. All right, I see Missy Brum, Queens. All right. Blessings to you, Sharon. Good evening. Hartford, Connecticut is in the house. How are you, Hartford? I see Virginia. We got Althea from Virginia and Maxine. Maxine, big up yourself from Hartford. All right. Art Ford. All right. We also have JM Master Songwriter, Boston, Massachusetts. I love Boston, bro. That's a good place, man. But we got Spanish Town, Spain Town. You know, I grew up in a place called... Yeah. Don't let me start singing. If I start singing, you know, Rosemary and the whole other people in backstage cover their ears and like, well, this guy, please let him stop. I see Port St. Lucie. That's my state right there. Florida in the house. Debbie, big up yourself. Welcome. New York is in the house. New York, hello. But Kuya, my girl, I said Jamaica. Diana is in Jamaica. JM. We got London in the house. And I got to speak like if I'm Stush. I don't know if I speak British, but I'll try to speak like a Brita. No, I think I just butchered that. But big up to all the people from London. I was that. St. Elizabeth is in the house. Good evening, St. Elizabeth. We got New York in the house again. One more New York. All right, so big up. A lot of people. Atlanta is here. Big up. Did somebody say Sri Lanka? No, that's not Sri Lanka. That's New Jersey. New Jersey is in the house. Manila, Philippines. Oh my goodness. I big up that. I like cats too. Meow. We got Toronto, Canada. Hey, Canada. Big up yourself, Charmaine. I like cats, Philippines, man. I love that. I've been talking to a lot of people from the Philippines lately. So big up. All right. Kingston, Jamaica. We got South Banks. Carla is in Kingston, Jamaica. Big up yourself, Carla. We also have Southwark in London in the house. Georgia, Port St. Lucie again. All right, you're calling you the near man. Calling you right up the road for me now. Big up yourself, Colin. St. James. I love that. Bermuda. Big up yourself, Bermuda. A lie. No. Maryland. Both of us are in Palm Beach. All right, Marilyn Donaldson. Big up yourself. New Jersey. Big up yourself. Westchester County. Westchester County. All right, is in the house. That is in New York. All right, who else we got? We got a lot more. We got Robert in Jamaica. Manhattan is in the house. Reggae girl. It was at Manhattan March and we'll be there. All right, big up yourself. Mr. Stevens. All right, big up yourself, sir. Maximum, great job. All right, Pauline. So we got a lot of people from a lot of different places. Let me say a place I haven't called yet. All right, which one I haven't called? No way. ICM TV. Yes, big up Dr. Ben is in the house right here in Palm Beach. Dr. Ben is in the house, everybody. Hey, Dr. Ben, you have to come say hi. You know you have to come say hi. You can't be in my town and you don't come on the program, come say hi, you know. So you have to come on and say hi. Can't wait to hear from you, sir. All right, big up. So everybody in Palm Beach, big up. All right, Kingston. Who else we got here? All right, so welcome one and all. Rockville, big up yourself, Rockville Center. Where else? I know I'm missing a lot of places, but guys, pardon me. You know, if I didn't call your city and you post it, Bronxville, you know, if I didn't call it, Portmore, if I didn't call it, don't blame me. Charge it on the head or the eyes and not the heart. All right, Mo Bay, big up yourself again. All right, that's it. Arizona. Okay, I have to do Arizona. I didn't do any Arizona. So Molly from Arizona, and we got Austin, Texas. I think that's a good one. Big up Austin, Texas. And we got Lloyd Gregory in Texas. All right, guys, big up. All right, got a lot of diverse audience in here. All right, Fort Lickerdale. All right, big up yourself, Sunshine in Fort Lickerdale. All right. See, no, I'm local. For the moment I said Fort Lickerdale, you know I got to be local. So only somebody who live nearby would call Fort Lauderdale Fort Lickerdale. So definitely someone who is nearby. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I am going to take a pause of greeting you, but I also want to thank you for being here and playing a part. I did tell you that on my side, my camera is a little jittery, but you guys said I'm coming through clearly, look smooth and liquid. I can't see that. So I'm just seeing a robotic version of myself moving on the screen. But nonetheless, welcome to Reason with Rattigan in conjunction with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, Day 7. Today is the final day. We've been doing this from Sunday evening all the way till tonight, and it's been a wonderful and an amazing week. And I know you guys are absolutely thrilled with all the things that we have accomplished so far. Ladies and gentlemen, on day 1, we did we had Mr. Donahue was skipped, but we did talk with Dr. Rupert a little bit on the diaspora history. Dr. Devon Taylor came and spoke on beach access, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that one? That was nice, don't? And Dr. Kanye Thompson on education. You guys, oh my goodness, you guys participate so well. Even Dr. John Lennon on day 2, Monday night, talking about renewable energy. That was a good one. We also had Dr. Anthony Clayton on national security. And of course, remember, we have the firebrand himself that said context matter. Isaac Buchanan was here on day 3, where he talks about constitutional reform. On day 4, Dr. Aldaz spoke on health. And remember, man, that was a wonderful and amazing session too. We had some issue with Dr. Curtis Ward, Ambassador Ward, who was supposed to address us on foreign affairs, but we went in and Ratty just laid out going in. Remember? Ratty said, listen, me don't know nothing about some of the subject areas, but when it come on to foreign affairs, me can't wrap you guys around my finger 5 times. Because the high-level meetings that me, Wilfred Rattigan, have been on, many of you who are leaders and senators and positions and all, you guys can't even fathom what it would feel like to be functioning on such high level as it relates to foreign affairs. So guys, please, if you want some lesson, come around. Man, he delivered that night. He was on fire, remember? And then we also had we had Robert Stevenson, who spoke on tourism on Thursday night, which was day 5, and Dr. Canute came back on education. Last night, we had Paul Blake speaking on agriculture, and then we had Ian Ailes on water, and the volunteer group, my goodness, Dr. Jackson, they did a wonderful job. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special guest who will be talking on a very particular issue. Now, I was going to do the intro, but I'm going to invite our fearless leader to come and introduce for us Rose Binder as she speaks on the issue of advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and your hearts together and welcome the fearless leader himself, the man that makes these people tremble at night, none other than the one and only Mr. Wilfred Rattigan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Will. How are you? How are you today, Will?
I'm doing well, Prezi. Thank you. Big up to everybody in the chat. All of my peeps, them, the ones who healthy and strong and vibrant, and the ones who are ill. Big up on yourself. All praises and blessings. I listened to that introduction, Prezi, and I couldn't help but kind of scratch me and say, wow, we really covered a lot of territory over the last, 6 days? 6 days, right? We covered beach access, if you guys remember, because that's how the business conference in Jamaica was advertised, as a place to come and enjoy sea, sun, and sand. And we did beach access, and then we found out that through the words and the thoughts of Dr. Devon Taylor, that unless you go down there and you stay a resort, you really don't have no beach access. We have 20, 30 miles of beach. We have 400 and something miles of coastline. Out of that, 120 something beachfront, and out of that, I think it's 2.8 miles public beaches for Jamaicans, and the rest of it is just secluded and owned by, or even if it's not secluded, owned by corporations, and we have no access to it. And I believe he said Jamaica is the only country in the Caribbean where, citizens are denied access to the beaches, one of our natural resources. Shame. And the government, he mentioned, the government is in a position to do something about it. Prime Minister he really could do something about it, but it's not an issue for them. And this issue, by the way, the beach access issue, is an issue that crosses the political divide. So it doesn't matter whether you're JLP, PNP, UIC, NDM, or Up Jamaica, whatever your persuasion is. This is an issue that affects all of us. That unless you can afford to go and stay on one of these resorts, you can't use some of the best beaches in Jamaica. Shame. We also talked about education, and it was so fitting that we talked about it. And the next day, there were things happening in the Ministry of Education. Not good things, by the way. We also talked about. Then we had a student forum where we had young people come on and talk about their experience living in Jamaica and what they believed the future will hold for them in Jamaica. I was very, very happy and excited to hear that none of them, they're not ready to leave Jamaica. They said, no, we're willing to stick it out, give it a try. But if things don't change, then, we're leaving. Some of them said that they're planning to leave and not return. Some said they would leave and then they would return to help Jamaica. National security, we heard from Professor Clayton. Very incisive, very thoughtful, very deep discussion concerning the issues affecting national security in Jamaica. Health, Dr. Dawes, what more can I say? The man laid it out. He laid it out. In fact, when I said the Ministry of Education, I meant my mistake. I meant the Ministry of Health. That the next day, there was a report that I think 700 billion with a B, can't account for that money out of the Ministry of Health. Terrible situation. Water, we talked about water last night, and it was a very expansive discussion, and it made it even more interesting because our volunteer group did a presentation which provided a twist on the theme of how the water issue was presented. I didn't even know that the Rio Minho was the largest river. Longest river in Jamaica. I thought it was a Black River. So I learned a hell of a lot last night. We heard about the issues facing the water crisis in Jamaica, and that essentially the issue is a man-made issue because, I was thinking last night, Prezi, I was thinking, and our friend from South Africa was listening as well. And he said to me after the show, he and I were talking, and he said to me, he said, you don't, because in the 2020 manifesto they said that they have what do you call it, one of the plans to convert saltwater to fresh water. Desalination plant, right? And he said to me, that's ridiculous, because he said, here's what happened. You don't have water flowing from your country into the sea, and you need a desal plant. You need a place where there's no water flowing out of your country, and then you bring it in from the sea. You do the desal plant. But he said, no, the idea that you have a plant, you have rivers flowing out into the ocean, and then you're going to say you're going to do a desal plant, that in and of itself, he said, is a red flag for corruption. I never thought about that. Russell, big up yourself. Russell mentioned it to me last night. He said, no, you guys don't need a desal plant. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who's traveled far and wide all over the globe. And he explained, and I never, it hit me last night. Wait a minute. I served in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East for many, many years, right? And they have desal plants all over the place. You know why? Because they don't have rivers flowing out to the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Desert. So what happened? They have to bring water in from the sea and convert salt water into fresh water. But Russell pointed out to me last night that no, if you have water flowing from your rivers out into the ocean, you don't need a desal plant. What you need is good water conservation, good water management protocols in place, and you'll be fine. So that desal plant, what them say them have, and them planning to do more desal plant, that's a way of people for money to just run out through the back door, That's a way for money to run out through the back door. But I'll share some more of the ideas that Russell and I discussed. And actually, Russell is a wealth of information. He was telling me about gravity and some engineering techniques, because this is what he does. Mm-hmm. This is what he does for a living. And he said, you were right up my alley. And he said, I can teach you guys a whole bunch of stuff about how to manage your water situation in Jamaica. So, Russell, I know you're watching. Big up yourself. We'll talk. We also talk about agriculture, how farming is, it's been cast to the side, and our farmers, God bless them. I have some stats to show you people later on regarding agriculture. Tourism, the fallacy about them, how tourism is developing Jamaica. No, tourism is developing the fat pockets of some of these big cats. So, constitutional reform. Yeah, we talk about that with our brother and learned attorney, Isaac Buchanan. And today we're gonna hear from a very special guest all the way from Europe. She's gonna be talking about transparency, integrity, advocacy, all of those nice, neat concepts that we hear so much about, but far too often the government, and when I say government, I'm not just talking about this government, governments, period, that they don't adhere to. They'll give you the fancy speeches, but they don't adhere to. So she's going to be talking about that. Later on, we're going to have Mr. Peter Bunting, who's going to come on, and he's going to be talking about policy leadership as far as national security is concerned, because we heard from Professor Clayton, and he approached the issue from an academic and a consultant point of view. So tonight we're going to hear from somebody who is actually managing the program. It's going to be interesting. So, the conference has been a resounding success. This conference here, resounding success. And I mean, I want to thank all of you who have tuned in, all of you who have told your friends to tune in, and the encouragement that we've received from all of you. It's been touching. It's been rewarding, and we're off to a good start. So the next 2 years, we're going to be doing it again. By then, this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council movement, whatever it is, will be settled. So we won't have two organizations calling themselves by the same name. We hope to settle this once and for all within the next few weeks. As you know, we have registered the name, and some of the people still use it. They can, if you're outside America, but the ones in America can't use it. So we're talking about the Shauna Chin, we're talking about Michelle Tolonil, and we're talking about Peter
Gracie.
Gracie, Peter Gracie. Yeah, those three in a few weeks will not be able to use the term or the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representatives unless they come to work for us. And when I say come to work for us, I'm talking about the people in the diaspora, the more than 1 million of us living in America. Unless they come to work for us, they will no longer. And Michelle, stay tuned, because you won't even be able to use it in your home state of Pennsylvania, because we're going to register it in Pennsylvania. And you know what happened, people? But people, let me tell you what happened. You know why we can't talk like this and we're even in a rush? Because they can't register it. They can't. Because if you register it, you have to list the board of directors. And the board of directors right now, for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the bogus one that's operated by the government of Jamaica, the board of directors, 3 out of the 4 board members, people who run it, they're Jamaican government officials. So that's why they can't register it. They have to just sit down there and just take the death by 1,000 cuts, because they just can't register it and do fundraising and all the other stuff that we can do. So, Sir Herbia. So, bless up yourself, Herbalist.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going, my brother. And Dr. Francis, forgive my manners, man. I should have.
That's right.
But you and I spoke earlier today, so it's almost like, yeah, but still, manners do.
Yes.
So that's why they can't register the name, folks. They have to sit there with it and kind of know, because if they register it, they're going to have to put that the junior minister is the CEO, and then the other 2 people, they occupy positions on the board, and we only have 1 seat on the board, and that's occupied by Shauna Chin. So them can't do it. So we are going to do it, and then now if we catch them, and by the way, all of you, just remember, we are all in this thing together. So once we make the announcement that we have it registered, the name registered in Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, DC, Georgia, and Florida. Once we mention that we're done with that, then what I'd like for you all to do is this. We're deputizing you, right? You're part of this thing. If you hear or you find out that these people are using the name in any one of those 6 states, please let us know. And if possible, send us the literature on it, send us the videotape, whatever, because we are going to file lawsuits against them. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to inform them that they can no longer use that name. And if they continue, then you no need to make a note so we can bring the lawsuit on them and put them out of business. And California, Natasha, yes, indeed, we need somebody out of California to file. We have the document. You're going to need the original filing, which was done in Florida. So you're going to need that. So you can reach out to us. The president will put up the number. You can reach out to us. Megawatt, we're not asking nothing, man. Herb have it covered in New York, so you know more about it. So, but just so, folks, just so you know, the name has been registered in the UK. It has been registered in Connecticut. It has been registered in Florida. And it has been registered with the IRS, which is nationwide. So even if they go and them can't file, but make us say for the sake of conversation, they went out and they filed in Utah, just for the sake of the conversation. Utah will give them not-for-profit status. But when them go to the IRS now, the big boys, when them go there now, forget the non-profit status, IRS go and say, no, we not have to pay taxes on all the money we want to have. Because there's another group already that has that name. So them can't use it for IRS purposes. So we are cripple them, right? And when we say we are cripple them, metaphorically, and we mean that as far as the government is concerned, because we believe that, I don't know Shauna Chin, I've never met Michelle Tolonil except on the program. Spoke to her a couple of times. Mr. Gracie, huh? Or Gravy? Gracie.
Hey, what's up?
Mr. Gracie, I've never met the man.
Yeah, man, on a Zoom. See?
I'm sure these are good, salt of the earth people. They're being used by the government of Jamaica. And, you know, sometimes we have something, a concept called educated fools, where people are educated, but because of their ego, because of their priorities, because of their interests, they can't see through to the issues. They can't. And I've asked for Michelle to resign. I've asked for her to just resign and continue doing what she's doing in life. But, you know, I can't get through to Michelle. Michelle went down there with 10 people out of the million plus that she represents. That's not a good stat. But, you know, she went anyway. And a lot of these people, truth be told, if you talk to them, they want to be invited to the party. They want to be part of as what Jeffrey would have called the vumvava vumvavi. They want to be able to take the selfies. They want to be able to say, I have the minister's number and I can call the minister. They want to be able to go to Jamaica and get the perks. Well, around here, we're not interested in that. We're interested in our people getting the perks. Not a few individuals. We're interested in our people getting the perks as promised by the government. And that's why we're here, folks, because we're not here for praise. We're not here for status. We're not here for position. We're not here for power. We're here for another P, and that is people. That's why we're here. Now, we have a lovely young lady waiting in the wings to come on. And I see her put up that beautiful smile. Her name is Rosemary Francis Binder. Now, she's a former Glenmuir High School head girl. Bright lady, you know. She did her graduate and undergraduate studies at Eastern Michigan University in the USA in hospitality management. She minored in business management, and her graduate work was in hospitality management. So she knew if to take care of people, you know. See, and the first thing you do to take care of people, you must have that sparkling smile. Once you have that smile there, and you just smile, you don't have to say nothing more, you know. Just the smile. Because you could be the most educated person in the world, and in a hospitality management, if you not smile, you're not cut no dash. You have to smile. That's the first thing, but you have to be able to greet people, right? And there's no better greeting than a smile and a hi. Oh, my song, Rose. Song good, right?
Wonderful. That smile have to be genuine, though. It has to be coming from the heart.
See there? And when you smile, me see it a come from way down it a come from. No, what up now, folks? Rose's CV no stop you say no. Not telling you. Our CV no stop you so. It start you so, but it not stop you so. It long so till, but I'm going to try and do some justice to it because we need to make people know how important and how accomplished this young lady is. She was the first public relations manager at Super Clubs Jamaica. She was a sales manager in the Midwest USA for Swept Away Resort and Friends International Resort. She was also the former regional sales manager for Michigan and Ohio for Apple Vacations. So she worked in our chosen field. She also worked for Allegra Resorts, where she was the regional sales manager. She also worked at the Ritz-Carlton. What you doing? Me didn't need the discount for the Ritz-Carlton. Yes, she was night manager at the Ritz-Carlton in Dearborn, Michigan. She was the graduate assistant to for the Multicultural Center, Eastern Michigan University. She's also lectured EMU Department of Hospitality Management, Hospitality Marketing, lecturer at Oakland Community College, president Caribbean Students Association from 1990 to 1994 at EMU. She's always promoting Jamaica at tourist board and other events in America and Canada. And if you notice, she's always promoting JLPR PNP, always promoting Jamaica. Now, here is somebody who promote brand Jamaica, that concept, because there's no country called brand Jamaica. But she's doing it, always promoting Jamaica at tourist board and other events in America and Canada. She spent 12 years in Michigan, so she's used to the cold weather. 3 years in France and 21 years in Germany. Boy, she loved the cold weather. She loved the cold weather. I really love the cold weather. No, in Germany, she was the founder of the Absgomund. I can't pronounce that German. That International Women's Group. The Friendship Circle for Refugees. So you see, our interests go far and wide. It wasn't just about hospitality. She was also working with refugees. She was also the co-founder of the advisory committee member. She has been elected for the Regional Commission for Refugee Affairs for Baden-Württemberg.
Yeah, yes. Baden-Württemberg. Oh, Will, you are now becoming a German speaker.
Yeah, and she member of the Pro Asylum member, the Africa Club. Her current job, she's advising coordinator for international degree seeking students, scholars, and researchers. She's a manager of several integration programs. Allen University of Applied Sciences. She's a lecturer, International Business Department, same university, lecturer, Interaction. Fedung University.
Interaction Design, that was a typo.
Okay, Applied Sciences for Art and Design. She's lecturing all over the place. She's a staunch humanitarian built by her Jamaicanism with full conviction that she is making a contribution to the world to become a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome on the program with us today, Miss Rose Binder. Rose, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Will. Thank you for the work that you have been doing. Thank you for the wonderful conference. Thank you for the learned people that have presented. Thank you for the chance for our Jamaican people and those who love Jamaica to really have the chance to, not only contribute, not only share ideas, but come up with some solutions. Now, you mentioned, and I love it when I get to talk about what built me. I am a 110% child of Jamaica. Everything that good and bad that happens in Jamaica, I'm a representative. That has happened in my life. My father was murdered when I was 7 months old. We were 5 in the family. I had a mother who had to go and, yes, wash people's clothes, but thank God, every single one of our children graduated from university. So that spirit of the fighting Jamaican who wants to have that ambition to make sure that things happen is in me. What is most important as a part of my Jamaicanism, or what built that Jamaicanism, is that spirit of community. So I was raised by a whole community. Big up Micheltown, Clarendon, down there on the middle of Jamaica. Big up all those people in Maypen at Glenmere High School. A whole community raised me. And so in all the work that I've done, and in all the charitable work that I've done, not only for Jamaica, but for people, my brothers and sisters all over the world, it's natural because I'm used to giving back. And I know that all of us, every single one of us, need a helping hand at some point. And then, of course, we help people so that they can help others, and in turn, well, help themselves, and so they can motivate others also to be helped and help their fellow human beings. I'm happy to be invited tonight because I want to talk about advocacy, and I was invited to talk about that topic. And basically, you know, it's nothing complicated. Advocacy basically is standing up for people, is basically having an idea about something that you want to recommend or support or change. It could be a cause. It is helping people find their voices in a lot of situations. It's also getting support, you know, from other people for your particular view or the change you want to make. Some people, you know, they'll say it's lobbying. There are so many aspects to it of getting public support for things that you want to do or to recommend, basically to change or to make better. And that is quite in line with what we're doing in terms of, and in my life journey. I always ask myself the question, if I'm getting involved with something or asked to do something, and especially pertaining to Jamaica, how does it benefit the Jamaican people? Simple. How does it benefit the Jamaican people? So taking action to create change. It also, you know, it's good when you can get support for that action when there's strength in numbers. But I'm going to advise people tonight and encourage people not to necessarily feel down or feel discouraged when they're a single voice. I'll also say to you that if there are concerns or if there are changes that you want to make, that we can then stand behind. There's some of us who can't go out there and lead the change or lead the idea or lead the thought, but we can find others who are doing this and we can join them. Right? Advocacy also helps in making sure that we are finding out more about the themes and the things that we want to change. We evolve through it as we get to examine things that we think are solutions. We get to inform ourselves some more. And I think of one of the greatest advocates or advocate team tonight. It's Mr. Rattigan and Co. All of those changes, all of those suggestions, all of those ideas that you have and you are promoting, and you have people asking about it, supporting it, those who want to add to it, take away from it. We should see advocacy as a way forward for us in Jamaica. Take all the ideas, look at them all. What will work? What could work for us? And be hungry to grab onto them, not be afraid of them. And so I implore government bodies, people in the positions of power, people with the responsibilities to make change, not to be afraid of it, but to welcome it with open arms. And if we are really thinking about what is good for the Jamaican people and what could be good for the Jamaican people, then we will listen to all ideas, we will tear it apart, we will discuss it, and we will welcome it. We will not see it as criticisms. And that is a new mindset that we have to have going forward, not only even as Jamaicans. If you're online and you make a suggestion about something that one political party is doing, how many times online I'm called a comrade or called somebody else? I've never voted in Jamaica. Needless to say, I left Jamaica when I was about 24 years old. But I have, whichever party is in power, I have always looked at what could be done to improve. Where can my suggestions go? The letters that you write through advocacy, or standing out on the street with your banners, or calling attention to your idea, whichever way you find possible or you think or you deem to be important. Now, in Germany, we've had to do a lot of advocacy, because as you know or may not know, in 2014 thereabouts, we had the big, what we call a refugee crisis in Europe. And rather than seeing this as a positive thing, you know, because we need people, where population is growing older, we need to look at people in a human rights kind of a way, that refugees didn't ask to be rooted out from their homes and run to other places to seek refuge, leaving their language, their weather, and oh my God, their food, not to think about their food, to go to somewhere else where they're total strangers. So we had to advocate through the Flüchtlingsrat Baden-Württemberg, which is a refugee council in my Bundesland, in my state, for the rights that these people could be handled well and fairly and within the realms of the law and in the realms of human rights and their human rights, so that they can be protected. The long and short of it, as it relates to the Refugee Council, is that I worked with them for several years. I still am a member. And my girlfriend and I, who live here, decided that in my village where I live, I was one of the first Black persons here. And being a Jamaican, I just jumped right into it. I had the luxury of being able to stay at home. So I started teaching English voluntarily in the kindergarten. And that's how I learned my German. And so I started in the holiday program. There's always, it's always encouraged that you can do an activity that you're good at, and with the children for the whole summer, actually. So I chose to do English games, and I chose to do a Jamaican festival. Of course, that was the beginning of my time where I get to do whatever I choose to do here, and everybody wants to fund it. Needless to say, I've taken groups from my village home to my country, etc., etc. That's going off on a tangent there. But saying that advocating for the refugees in our village, when we decided to start the friendship group for refugees, we just heard that refugees are going to be coming. We had no idea where they were going to be coming from. But I said to my friend, who's my doctor's wife, she's my best friend, I said to her, Ute, everybody knows me. They like me. I'm going to use that to help to get people encouraged to start this group of people, of a friendship group that's going to be taking care of people who don't look like them. There was a lot of fear in the community. They didn't know where people were coming from. Needless to say, to our shock, we thought we were going to get a lot of people from Syria or Afghanistan. We did get people from Syria and Afghanistan, but I ended up getting 48 young men from Gambia. So when those people came and they saw us and that we will be taking care of them and assisting them and treating them in a humane way, helping them to get along in Germany, you could almost see the relief on their faces. Needless to say, as the far right, a racist party, the AfD in Germany will say, without any information about this, without any truth to it, that crimes are committed mainly by refugees. That's not true. I can proudly say that the support that we've given and the advocacy that we have done for these people to be here and to have different rights here. I know that so many of them have now got their training. They're contributing to German society in a positive way. Some of them are learning, are still learning the language, but many local small businesses cannot do without these people because we need people to work. And so focusing on this was really beneficial. And so that's why when the Haitian folks came to Jamaica, you know, there is a way to treat refugees. People who come to us, Jamaicans go to people all over the world, go to countries all over the world. And it's that again, you know, treating people with, you know, not abusing their human rights and making sure that people are people. You know, they just need a chance sometimes. And with getting used to a certain area and contributing in their own way, they have value. And my grandmother used to tell me that every person that you meet, imagine that they're the best person that you are meeting, maybe until they show you otherwise, but you treat them that way with the respect that they deserve. Some of these gentlemen that came, I know that I don't know what hardships they were coming from, the fleeing to come here, plus all the Syrians and the Afghani people and all the other people that came to us. But when they realized, sometimes it was almost like they were shocked about the respect they were treated with and with the genuine love that they were shown from all of us who were working with them and all the German volunteers. Then it reciprocated 99.9% of the time. So with this in mind, I became associated with one of the greatest advocates in Jamaica. Her name is Carla Gulotto. Most of you might know of Miss Carla Gulotto. She is from Stand Up for Jamaica. And I'm just going to touch on it briefly because that is an example of when we divide up advocacy, the types of advocacy that we can possibly have, where we say you can have that self-advocacy, right? Where you're advocating for something for yourself. For example, maybe my opportunities or what the benefits I get as a teacher, etc. Then I can take that as something that concerns me, and I can get more people to hear about it, the right people to hear about it, the decision makers. I can find out from other teachers, do they have the same concerns? And so then I build my group, or I just do it for me, right? There are these individuals like myself who also just take on advocacy for other causes and for people. Carla Galata is one of those who started off that way. She's built Stand Up for Jamaica. What does she do? She advocates for the incarcerated because she firmly believes that when we have a good treatment, or when we prepare inmates who are going to be going out into society, and because of how we think of people who have committed crimes, then they cannot be incorporated into society in our countries. And we realize that some of these reoffenders are some of the people that do drive even more violent crime later on. And so I remember I jumped on when she was trying to get education, get some of the people to get an associate's degree through all the groups that help her in Jamaica. And of course, it's a huge group. And I admire her so much that I took on the challenge of raising funds for Stand Up for Jamaica from my friends, from events and so on here, so that even the young ladies who were were incarcerated and also who were in protective care, even to get gynecological assistance. Some of that was not available because the finances were not there to do that. So our system needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of improvement. But through Carla writing for grants, working very hard to make sure the man on the street, in her own way, the homeless, for example, look what is happening in Port Antonio, right? That there is a home, a shelter for these people. And so that's what advocacy does. She gets other people to join her. She's encouraged by that, and she is a tireless soul that stands there and works for the benefit of the Jamaican people through her advocacy. And let me say something, She is an original Italian. I'm not sure if Carla has Jamaican citizenship yet, but let's talk about people who don't have certain citizenships, but work their hearts out for our people. And that's something I'm not going to touch on tonight. But I would like to get to the point now of the organization in Jamaica that has been doing a lot of advocacy work, has been quite successful actually in Jamaica, partnering with many different organizations, primarily also the NIA, JAMP, the church groups, and so on, to bring about and to call for and to advocate for change. And I'm talking about the Advocates Network Jamaica. I am so proud to be one of the directors of this network. I have met so many wonderful Jamaicans who day in and day out, night and day, give of themselves, their efforts, because what? They are trying to make sure that they advocate for human rights and good governance, and to improve the socio-economic conditions of the people of Jamaica and to improve their lives. We want to see our Jamaicans thrive. And so when there are things that we could change, or that's not right, or that's wrong, right out wrong, then we advocate for that. Of course, it's a group of individuals, civil society organizations, all these people who are working already in their particular organizations for the Jamaican people. We are unincorporated, and we are non-partisan. So that's one of the things that we have to get into the heads of people at the very beginning about advocacy and advocacy work. I was asked last week about joining a political party, and I told people, no, that's not in my interest at all, because then I'm limited. Then I cannot advocate for people how I want to, and for situations, and to try to bring about real change, because then I'm stifled within certain boundaries because I'm afraid of who I might offend. And in this situation, I'm not afraid of who I might offend, as long as it is going to bring benefit for the Jamaican people, as long as it is gonna increase our integrity, as long as it is going to work towards transparency. So I'd like to just quickly, and I don't know how much time I have, but I would like to run down some of the things that the Advocates Network, who have become quite respected in Jamaica, what they have done since May 2021. Everybody might remember, or they might not remember, May 2021, when a person, Mr. George Wrong, was allegedly caught on videotape beating a person, apparently his partner, almost to death. My daughter and I watched that video, and I couldn't sleep. But in any event, the allegation of gender-based violence due to a viral video of a man beating a woman with a stool. What did we do? We wrote a letter to Minister Grange, we did press releases and interviews, and we started or supported the Thursdays in Black campaign, and we did the street protest where everyone would wear black. On that Thursday, we gathered in groups of 10, and we were in front of government buildings, and we were chanting for the rights, or we were chanting against gender-based violence. In fact, that event was even one that opened our eyes as people on the street realized that there were some of our Jamaican counterparts who did not understand what GBV was. They'd say, well, what is that? What's gender-based violence? So it gave us a chance also in advocacy for you to explain things, for things to be made clearer, for conversations, right? And the person doesn't have to agree with you, but at least we're talking, and we're talking and not killing each other. What were the outcomes? Well, April 2021, the police ended the investigation as the parties involved and witnesses were unwilling to participate in the investigation. June 2021, the MP resigns from the Jamaica Labour Party under pressure. 2021, 2022, the MP was rejected by colleagues in Parliament and by JLP politicians. But we wanted to even take that further. And if I was in Jamaica, I had some ideas of protests that I would have made too. But, things happen and we have to proceed in a way that is also, tasteful within the law. And yes, of course, we're going to make good trouble, right? The next point I want to make about that incident was shortly after I was on a radio program in Jamaica in an interview, and I had the audacity to suggest that if I was a public relations person advising this MP, Mr. Wrong, I would have told him and convinced him, says, sir, this is such an opportunity for our Jamaican people. If you care for the Jamaican people and what is happening to them, especially because anger management is a problem, because these crises of how we perceive even in relationships, how we deal with each other, how we think of each other, sir, go forward and I advise you to say, do you know what, my fellow Jamaicans, this can happen. Look, it happened to me. It was wrong. I should not have done that. In that moment, I was angry and I had no self-control. My anger management is not up to standards. Jamaica as a country, let's start a campaign at looking at controlling our emotions, treating each other with respect and all of that. One radio announcer lady told me, oh, that is so off the bat. The whole idea that our own people would see such an idea as being foolish says a lot. It says a lot. And I think that other Jamaicans who are experiencing the same problem would probably, especially coming from from a politician saying, look, it can happen, but we've got to do something about it. What are we going to do about it, right? And mental health is also another thing. Let me quickly move on. In August, Nzinga King, there was allegations of abuse of a female police constable accused of cutting Nzinga's hair. Now, our hair and what we do with it and parts of our bodies, that's our human rights, right? We did press releases, we had TV and radio interviews, we did a social media campaign also on that. February 2022, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, recommended that no criminal charges be laid against the police. However, April 2022, the public defender concludes Nzinga's hair was cut by the police because one of the main things was that they were trying to say that she cut it herself and so on. That is still ongoing. September 2021, viral video of Minister Floyd Green et al. Apparent COVID breach under the Disaster Risk Management Act. Press release, TV and radio interviews, social media campaigns. September 2021, Minister Floyd Green resigns as Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. October 2021, accountability of Jamaican 124 million by the Joint Committee on Tertiary Education, JCTE, and other areas of poor governance. We did the same things again, TV and radio interviews, social media campaigns, press releases. October 2021, Minister Favour Williams has requested Financial Investigation Division to investigate. October 2021, former Permanent Secretary Dr. Grace McLean sent on leave as Auditor General calls for police probe. February 2022, demand for increase in national minimum wage. So we did, when the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, we did press releases again, TV and radio interviews, social media campaign, trying to reach the man on the street. March 2022, national minimum wage increased from 7,000 to 9,000 per 40-hour work week, or from 175 to 225 per hour. A lot more things happen. I'm trying to cut through this. The Firearm Licensing Act in February 2022. There's a breach of Firearm Act and Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. Public officials allegedly issuing gun permits to known criminals. TV and radio interviews. We were on the various media talking about it. Also social media flyer and campaign. March 2022, the outcome. Minister Robert Montague, with responsibility for FLA, resigned with immediate effect as minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. March was a big month, March to April 2022. And these are just some of the main things we're doing, because all of the kinds of things are happening and advocacy are happening at the same time, because it's ongoing. Reparation demand during the royal visit, public awareness about the necessity of establishing a republic after 60 years. We did an open letter with the 60 reasons for reparation. By the way, the 60 reasons for reparation was a well-researched, it was so hard worked on by so many people, and you can find it on the internet. It's also, the list is there, and it's also the voiceover for those who can't read and can only manage the audio. It's in my voice. We have it on YouTube. So the open letter with the 60 reasons, protest in front of the British High Commission along with several other groups. There was a press conference, press releases, TV and radio interviews, social media campaign, and an online petition. And I must tell you, that was mega, because that was all over in the German press, the British press. I mean, we were sitting up throughout the night, in the morning, just feeding interviews, just talking to people, going through our talking points, creating information about this. And that's what our team did. And so we got out a lot of information about it. In conjunction with that, as an advocate living in the diaspora for Jamaica, I also did interviews locally here. So we're running on with the royal cost, the cost of the royal visit, the 8 million that we said. Yes.
Oh no. I my mistake. There's some technical. It's actually user error. But what I wanted to tell you was that, because you had said, I don't know if I have enough time, and I was going to tell you, take as much time as you need to explain what you want to explain.
Oh, okay. I have the feeling that I have a limited time.
No. Do your thing. We're all enjoying, and we're all interested in what you have to say.
Okay, all right. You know, I can talk all night if you allow me to. So please, I'm gonna come to a stop.
Well, when the moon go down, we'll stop you. I mean, when the moon come up, we'll stop you. All right.
No, I'll take questions. We'll talk in a minute, because
do your thing. Do your thing.
Okay. Yes. So are you hearing me correctly, properly? You're hearing me good?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yes. So I wanted to say, with the royal visit to Jamaica, that was a big deal, because we then found out later on what were the actual costs that we could find out about what we paid for the royal visit to Jamaica. I think we came up with a figure of about 8 million Jamaican dollars. And what we did, and again in advocacy, not just to criticize and say, why did you spend that, and so on. We came up with a list of several things that 8 million could have been used to do or to fix. And some of those were, the money could be spent at least to find and assist about 30,000 missing school children, many working to support themselves and their families, or involved in criminal activities, right? Also, we said that we gave about 20 different ways that money could be spent. We could provide at least 200 rural children with tablets, or photocopied lessons for children without the internet, especially during the time after COVID. Provide running water and flush toilets for at least 8 rural schools where thousands of students now attend without these amenities. We could provide 800 or more poor families with dependent children with the $10,000 compassionate grant that they are unable to access. It could be used to support or to pay for social workers, psychologists in school, and so on. And the list goes on. What were the outcomes of this promotion? Well, on March 2022, there was significant international coverage of the open letter, including the French press, including Spanish, my German, and also Italian translations. So we had the press from all over the world. March 2022, the press conference, regional press conference held and strengthened the regional advocacy for reparations. We were even meeting with partners in other countries where the royals had visited or where the similar concerns were. April 22 was a meeting between the Advocates Network and the CARICOM Reparations Committee. We had significant increase in allies and supporters of the Advocates Network at that point and through this activity. Piggybacking on that, this year, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, the king visited Germany. And in my advocacy, Germans, they were, everybody, they shutting down other programs on German TV, and it was full coverage. My neighbors and I, we met, and they were actually talking and said, Rose, I know how you feel about this. And we could have discussions about, colonialism and how countries today benefit from colonialism, and also or the profits and from colonial times, and also how the king, I do not support the fact that they have benefited from slavery, and I feel that every diamond in the queen's and the king's jewelry have some blood on it. And so I was interviewed by German newspaper, and if you can see it in the internet, it's all over. And I really was able to say what we feel and speak about reparations. Now, the discussion of reparations is one that we have, and we have quite, how should I say, we're pretty strong about the fact that reparations can be made, should be made, and we needed an apology. We needed an apology in that letter that was given to the prince and princess on their visit, not only because of it being symbolic, but because legally it accepts responsibility. And if you were to read some of the reasons for reparation and how brutal they were, and I'll just mention one or two to sort of like motivate you to go through this document and see the reasons why. Just a few of them. One of them was for conducting. You should do reparations because you conducted, after 1655, exploration of indigenous peoples of Jamaica, capturing their land, forcing them to flee up into the mountains, and treating them absolutely and terribly, inhumanely, for human trafficking across the transatlantic trade, and enslaving peoples, dislocating them from their communities, leaving grieving families, refusing to recognize the trade in Africans as a crime against humanity. We're not giving up on that one. The Advocates Network, by the way, our slogan is "We nah ease up." Another reason is a demographic disaster between 1655 and 1834, with just over 300,000 of the estimated 1.5 million trafficked still alive at emancipation. What happened to all those others, right? They died or they were killed. For the Song Massacre, it was really awful, 1781, where British crew members threw over 132 live Africans overboard for financial gain from the insurance company. They actually forced 10 of them to jump, and this was documented. The brutality of chattel enslavement is another reason. Proven in 1789, slaves were paraded and whipped for offenses and tied up, and they were tied by their hands and then stretched as punishment. And the last one, which I just took out of the 60, in fact, there are more than 60 because we did enough for the years of independence, for encouraging the rape of our enslaved women by monsters like Thomas Thistlewood, who administered what they call the Derby dose punishment, sealing or making sure that the mouths of enslaved people were stuffed and sealed with feces from other enslaved people until the enslaver decided it was time to free the slave's mouth. And these are all documented, and I could go on and on. The other things that we did, and I'm jumping now forward because there was a lot more in between, was the Constitutional Reform Committee or Commission. We wrote to them and asked that we be able to present to them our ideas. Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, our expert, and we have many experts on the topic. She has been around. She was also on Mr. Rattigan's program, I think, and on several other programs talking about this. When we found out that there was going to be a fast track based on Minister Malahou Fort's words towards changing things in the Constitution, we basically said, you know, we need to talk. You know, there's got to be, these are the ideas we have. There's got to be an education program. There's got to be, for example, meetings to talk about this. When we didn't get this, the Advocates Network themselves started town halls where we went on a campaign of calling up Jamaicans all over the world. We got online and we discussed what was their opinion. Should we become a republic? How do they feel about this? What about this discussion? And of course, it's culminated in a meeting we had in Kingston with people voicing their opinions on this from these town halls, and for us calling for more education, more discussion on this. And I think from that, we got maybe 4 or so town halls. I'm not sure how many really happened in Jamaica. In addition to that, we said, let's take it to the young people. So we organized with Jade, the Debating Association of Jamaica, debates, and you can find them all online. And they were fantastic. Jamaican young people talking about the reasons to go to a republic or to not, and it was called a Fiwi Republic. And so this debate, which is an eye opener, I had people calling me from Berlin, from Sweden, from all over the world, saying, "Wow, we didn't even know this was going on. This is wonderful to hear the discussion." And we are still calling for that public education program because we think it would be wrong to ask for our Jamaican people to make decisions that were not informed or well informed or informed enough regarding their future. Also, we think that any change within the Constitution, Constitution, it's a tool for the people. So they have to have that input. And as one little girl said, I think it was at the town hall with Mrs. Malahou Fort in Montego Bay, she said, "Why make uno do something like, OJS do the little thing them, where they come on for a few seconds or a few minutes and then they explain it. Like them just explain it so we can understand it. Why not?" I asked also, and this is personal now, I asked why we do not have a constitution printed, probably for every school for those who want it. We still don't, I haven't heard anything on that yet. I even had the audacity to think about parts of the Constitution being put in patois. Why not? If we really want our people to understand and have that discussion. In any event, it goes on and on. And the last thing I want to touch on, because we had many more campaigns after that, but I cannot let go of the 214 to 300% salary increase that had me so incensed that my students and my village and everyone, if you look on the internet, you will see it. Rose Binder holding up a banner. Roll it back. Roll it back. Roll it back. And we knew what that meant. We know that the civil services and all the others were not given any kind of even comparable increase. And the thing is that we're advocating that money be not spent in such amount for salaries when there are other needs, or let's have it in stages. Everyone agreed that there should have been increases, but 214 to 300%, and at that time, so even in the diaspora, one can still get involved with what's going on back home. And I know that even my actions here, it is not tearing down the government. It is not saying that we hate you. It's just saying we think this is wrong. And if it was the PNP, we would do the same, or any other party that comes around. Because if it's wrong for the Jamaican people, it doesn't matter who is doing it, we're going to call it out. So, and that's why advocates have to be really have the integrity, right? And they have to also be transparent in what they're doing. And just quickly before I round up or I finish up, I just want to mention, we talk a lot about transparency. And what is transparency? Transparency is just being open and honest so that you can give the right information, relevant information to others so they can make informed decisions. And it's simple. It's as simple as that, to be transparent, right? So that if people have questions, and in fact, a government or a corporation or a person would think of it as an attribute, as a good part of your character to be transparent, because you're not hiding anything, right? And so this is something that we promote. Right. The next thing I wanted to talk about is even integrity. Integrity, someone asked me the other day, Rose, what is integrity then? How would you simply do it? Integrity, as we say, is doing the right thing when nobody not looking, because it's the right thing to do. Right. And I think I was on a program last week. I'm going to make this statement and then hand over to you guys. I was on a program last week out of London, and a lady came on and she said, Miss Rose, you can talk all you can about advocacy and so on. We're just tired. The Jamaican people, we're tired. We're tired and we feel like there's no hope, and we kind of circumvent government. And I said, well, she said, we just want to get on with our daily lives, and we just try to find and get along how we can and so on. And that is why they said that we bad mind, and that's why we kill each other and so on. And I said, how sad is that? How sad is that you are being made to feel that your life has to be so hard that the people who are there to represent you and to help take care of you are not delivering? And I said, well, I encourage you, do not give up. Turn to advocacy, because even at your local community level, if you are afraid, there are others. You can find others that are working for the same things and for the same changes. And let's unite. And here we go, not around parties, but about the things we want to see changed and adjusted. And I thank you, gentlemen. I thank you for your team doing this. And maybe now I can stop speaking and I can hear some comments from you, gentlemen, and maybe from your listeners.
Well, Rose, that was an outstanding presentation. I didn't expect anything less, but you surpassed what I thought it would be. You hit all the right points at the right time about the right subjects. And I don't want to say I thank you, because it sounds like we're getting ready to leave. We're not getting ready to leave. This is just, we just finished the first segment of the program. What I'd like to do at this point is turn it over to our moderator extraordinaire, Mr. President. Sir, the floor is yours.
Mr. President.
Again, echoing what Rachi said, excellent presentation. We truly appreciate you. And, I got some questions for you, though, because you touched on those subjects that I thoroughly enjoy having, and it's around the issue of reparation. Now, there's a term that people use. Let me qualify this first. So I am not, I just want to speak positively. There's a term that people use that says playing the devil's advocate. So you can understand the train of my thought.
Yeah.
No, but the question is pursuant to the fact that a lot of people today who control the purse, and by people I'm talking mainly people whose parents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents and descendants were colonizers, they now have built their legacy on all the enrichment that took place. You even mentioned the blood on the royal jewels. What would cause or encourage or even motivate anyone to decide to get the stench of the sins of their ancestors off them, their record or history, to want to pay millions, billions, or even trillions of dollars to descendants of slaves who they themselves are no longer around? The people who commit the atrocities are not around, and the people to whom the atrocities have been done are no longer around. What incentives do they have to want to pay reparation? Or is this just the wishful thinking of people whose descendants were slaves and they're just trying to blow a breeze, but nobody's going to really take them seriously? How do you think, how would you kind of help us to understand your thought to see if that could ever be a possibility, knowing the mindset?
Excellent question. And I hope I can answer it from my perspective. So, first of all, you say, how can we motivate these people who are actually all doing well because they prospered, and they have to understand, we have to appeal, if to nothing else, to their humanity. And we have to be able to convince them that what happened back then has a direct relationship to what is happening now. And it's proven, research and through psychologists and psychiatrists and everything and everyone, the specialists and the experts that have approached it, it is proven that a lot of the things that are happening in our society today and a lot of the way we are has a direct relationship with then. A lot of what happens in our families, a lot of the abuse of our women. We're not saying that we're blaming it on that, but you have to understand what slavery did to the psyche and of a whole generation of people and the next generation and so on. And that because, for example, look at a thing like land, right? Look at a thing like land. When the slaves were freed, for example, and in some countries, well, in other countries, I'm not going to Guyana and other places, but as it relates to even how land was distributed, I mean, the freed slaves didn't really get any, right? It all became a crown land. And that's why today the idea of us being squatters, we have no ownership, things like that, that it just work on you and on your psyche that you will never have, you'll never advance. And then seeing this other side of it where you can't even visit, for example, Jamaica, in the case of England, we can't even visit these countries, whereas it is not said often enough that these families and these companies and this country can do what they do today because of what they did to us and what they took from us. So, and it's even the King Charles now started the inquiry into whether or not the crown benefited and how they benefited from slavery, because there's a reason for that. Most Jamaicans did not know or do not know that up until a few years ago, we were still paying back the debt that was paid to the company that was formed right at the time when slaves were freed, because a company was formed so that the government of England could pay slave owners and plantation owners for their loss. So we have to appeal to the fact that a whole generation of people suffered and are still suffering. And with that in mind, Mr. President, when the young prince and his wife visited Jamaica, I said I would support. Again, I always think if I'm advising or if I was their public relations manager, I would do this or that. Because guess what? Did they visit the Victoria Jubilee Hospital and say, let us donate this or that? What did they do for Jamaica when they came? And as it relates to reparation, we need to get it out of our heads that people are going to get some dollars in their pockets. No, no, no. That's not how it's going to work. And that's not how we're hoping for it to work. We're looking for investment into our health systems from these governments that owe us. We are looking in our education system, because I'm not saying, it's not that a government in Jamaica or the people of Jamaica haven't tried, to a great extent they have. But when you've started out with this deficit, it's even worse. So reparations, whatever form it comes in, and I'm sure I wouldn't agree for it to be in terms of money to go into people's pockets, but money to go into our country and to things that benefits the Jamaican people in general, like our hospitals, like our education system, and so on.
Thank you. I'll bring Herb to the floor.
Hello.
Unmute, Herb.
I gotta unmute. That's right.
Oh, I can't believe I'm seeing and hearing this voice in person. You're wonderful guys. Every night
Yeah.
I hear you.
Let me say it a way you understand. Guten Tag, Frau Binder. Wie lang sind Sie schon in Deutschland?
Ich bin in Deutschland seit 21 Jahren. I've been in Germany for 21 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Von 1986 bis 1990 lebte ich in Rammstein,
In
Rheinland-Pfalz.
Rammstein.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so you were in the military. Wow.
Yeah. In the U.S. Army.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, so just giving Mr. Radigan a reason to smile. Listen, I'm a fan of the Advocacy Network, and I did not do enough research to find out that you were actually located in Germany all those years. I know that there are quite a few Jamaicans there, because we lived there for 5 years and we traveled all over Germany. I played football, the real football, for a German team, Morlauten in the A class.
Orleans Classic.
Yeah. And we also had a U.S. sponsor in Zweibrücken. And I played on that team too. So, there's a lot of fun I had while I was there in Germany. And to me, the Germans have the best body development because of how they actually test the kids to make sure they have the right age. They test, I think it's the left arm or elbow, to get the actual biological age before they classify them in a playing class. Most people say, oh, you're under 14 or you're under 16 and you go into this. No, the Germans are more scientific. And
they really are.
It really was a thrill living there all those years. Unfortunately, we had to come back because the school bus went off the side of a mountain.
Oh no!
And my daughter got injured seriously. Yeah.
So, oh my goodness!
So they had to air medevac her and my wife and my wife's mom back because her kidneys had failed while she was there. And then I ended up with my two youngest girls. I had to be playing for 2 months. I was stuck, and we were getting ready to go to Iraq. So I had to, one, get excused from the mission to Iraq, and two, I had to get my daughters squared away every day. No help, it was something else. But so much for that. Let me ask you this. The Advocates Network, how far are you guys willing to go? For instance, we in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation will file lawsuits if we have to. We will also, as you saw, have you been seen, put on protests. And, we do what is referred to as deep dives, but they're just actually um, just deep investigations to unearth any unusual information of graft or people who are involved in undermining the good governance in Jamaica. And there's a lot of that going on. How far is the organization, the Advocates Network, willing to go? And do you actually have attorneys on tap that you can call on to take action as you see fit?
Well, thank you for the question, Herb, and thank you for familiarizing me with your time here, and also you successfully making sure that your children, your small children at the time, were able to get through that difficulty. Yeah. Sign of a man.
Thank you.
A real man. Yes. Regarding the Advocates Network and how far they will go, we are now under the co-chairship of Dr. Anna Perkins and Dr. Michael Abrams, and we have several directors. We hold strategy meetings to decide on such themes as you would ask, in terms of how you operate, the deep dives you take, and how far you're willing to go. Everything that means that we will be getting correct information is employed by the Advocate Network in the realms of the law. And so those decisions, in particular to what you're asking, would be decided by our leadership. In any event, though, we are very factual. We also work very closely with the NIA and also with JAMP, the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. And that's an organization that we really need to give some more light to, with Mrs. Jeanette Calder as the CEO, the chair, and her team there. And also, so we get a lot of information that way too. We seek to get information. We ask for information, and we do a lot of research with any press release we're putting out, any information, any numbers, things like that. As it relates to how far we will go, as I said, then the heads will decide, and we're all prepared to follow them.
Good. Now, just as a follow-up, we find that the government is absolutely out of step with the rule of law in Jamaica. And I think most people realize that now. And they're now using this situation with the DPP to not have a DPP who can take action on the pending cases that may or may not be presented to them at this time. What can the Advocates Network do to move the ball downfield to ensure that if and when the Prime Minister is called out for the third time in a row, in this is fourth year that he's now enduring, what can the Advocates Network do in calling on others or in conjunction with others to actually get charges filed and get this man put before a tribunal if the Governor General will sign off on it? That means you have to rally the Governor General to this cause, or just get him arrested, because this just cannot go on for as long as it has without any recourse.
Right. So advocacy also, we have to look at who we're working with. We're not working against the government. We have to work with the government. And we have to, changes that are going to come about are coming through agencies of the government. So what we try to do is we try to talk with our government. We try to let them give us an ear. For example, when we were hearing about the farm worker crisis, and like I told you, there are a lot of things we advocate about and for that we haven't, I can't go through the whole list. So when there were allegations of abuse of our farm workers, what we did was we wrote letters, we were in touch with human rights agencies in Canada. We had a lead in one of our committees in the Advocates Network that was dealing with this. And we asked to make sure that we could say our grievances. We wrote letters, and we did get an ear with the minister. And we're working on things there. So sometimes it's also the behind the scenes diplomacy, so to speak, and the behind the scenes advocacy. Naturally, if we come out and try to embarrass anyone, we are not trying to get into a fight. We're trying to show you we know the facts, and this is what we're asking you to do. And a lot of times those letters go forward before we come out into the public. And of course, when, for example, the thing you brought up, like with the Prime Minister, with him not declaring what he should, we have been calling since when to say we do it the other way. We say we need those agencies like the Auditor General's office and like the IC and the other agencies that are supposed to be working for the people of Jamaica as an oversight, so to speak, right? This is the guards that are guarding the guards, so to speak. And if they're not doing their job, we're saying we're paying them, right? So there's another way to go about it, right? Do your job. So those are the guards who are supposed to be to be guarding. And of course, we get it out that way. Yeah. So, yeah, and your question about a lawyer, we have lawyers on our team.
Good.
That are members of the Advocates Network.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Rupert Francis.
Dr. Francis, my namesake.
You got me. You got me. I was about to change my name, but now that I've seen a beautiful person that has my name, I'm going to keep it. I
actually had a brother, Dr. Francis, excuse me. I had a brother, unfortunately, my brother that passed, but he was Rupert Francis also. Yes, but he was a wonderful gentleman.
Wow,
he was
from Clarendon, right?
From Clarendon, yes.
There's a lot of Francis in Clarendon. I'm not going to go there right now because everybody's going to say, I'm trying to, listen, you see that guy, Jeffrey, laughing and trouble. Anyway, let me say this to you. Another breath of fresh air, I should say. I really appreciate. I know Dr. Rosemary very, very well. And
yeah, Rosalie, she is a giant among men.
With her, Wilfred Rattigan in particular, he loves beautiful ladies, so he was the first to go over there and talk to her. And now he found you. But really and truly, it's really tremendous work what you have said. Unfortunately, many Jamaicans do not feel, they feel we're interfering. And and trying to do something for them. But you said one thing that I hope doesn't happen. Give them the money, because if you give Jamaica the money, anybody in Jamaica the money, you're not gonna see the money. I don't care who they are. Okay, sooner or later you're gone. You understand? And I don't know how money can disappear. And so all I'm saying to you is this: continue the work, keep in touch with us, because we are all of us in the crime task force. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, Herb, and all of us who have been doing this a long time. Mr. President, and Jeffrey Torrey have been doing this, and we will not stop because we know it's the right thing to do. And please, maybe they'll listen to you because you're better looking. Maybe. No, I think you know what Jamaicans are already, right? They will listen to you, and they will, being a woman and a mother and all that, they will listen to you. But my gosh, it's like, I don't know, but please, thank you. Continue to do it. Let's work more, guys. You see, we're doing God's work. Thank you very much for coming on.
I think you are. And Dr. Francis, I want to comment on what you said about giving the money. When we said about, making sure that when there's reparation, that, that it's going to be investment in our hospitals or the education system and so on. It's not that easy. It's not like the government is going to get the money. we would be rooting for an independent committee. We definitely not, because remember, even this reparation, I don't think, and I don't see it, and we don't envision it as to be one lump sum. We also want to see it over a period of time. Other countries have done it, right? We have such models of other countries that have had similar, maybe not in terms called reparations, but over a period of time, you know, and what this would be, and the bodies that would handle this. It would either be bipartisan or non-partisan. So that's something that we have to look at.
I thought as much. Let me just say this. My condolences about your brother. You know, I mean, but now you have a brother from another mother. So let's move forward, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Francis.
Mr. Vumpavan.
Doc, welcome to the program, and your presentation was wonderful. You actually, I think you answered the question I was going to ask you. When it comes on to reparation, I hope we didn't plan to give it to the people who love to, you know, some two-post foot down there, to take away, you know, the money, and then at the end of the day, we're still left with a nearly 1 point something trillion debt. You know, I think, as what you said, you touched on it, said the money would not be given to them. The money will be.
Actually, I was waving.
Dr. Francis, mute your mic, please. Yes, the money will be. I'll lose my train of thoughts. The money, hopefully the money will be given to a group of people who said, okay, this part for education, this part for health, this part for community development, and so forth. And right now, do we have people really lobbying for us to get reparation? Apart from Mike Henry, I was told, and other Professor Vereen Shepherd and others.
Right, because remember, you know, the reparation theme, it just didn't come about. Even when the Advocates Network came on board, I mean, there were others, different organizations, even the indigenous peoples, for example. So that is where this coming together of putting our advocacy together and hearing what everyone is doing. That is why I think that in the end, we can't let go of it. Advocates Network has always stated their concerns about parliamentary credibility and stewardship. Now that you've mentioned, you know, and especially with our money. And we've said it, and especially in light of the behavior of some parliamentarians from way back when. And we documented that, we wrote about that, we pushed about that, even at that time with the Mr. Royal Reid and the things like that. We have always, it's there, and we catch on to it, and we don't let some of it go. We see how it will play out. We contact JAMP, because JAMP documents also any discrepancies, you know, that is happening, and they seek for information. And I think that's a portal that everyone should really try to get familiar with, and get in touch with them, see what they're doing, and you can see the changes, or you can see what has happened over a period of time, what has been filed when, things that the Auditor General's Department or report should have done or to be tabled, and that aren't. So yeah, we keep on top of that.
One more question, Mr. President. Oh, Mr. Rattigan, you're saying something?
No, go ahead, Jeffrey. Rattigan coming afterwards.
Okay. You touch on the whole thing with Mr. George, wrong, right, whatever his name is, about he's still sitting in the Parliament of Jamaica. You're advocating for a lot of stuff in Jamaica. Have you ever have a petition going around stopping him from running as a member of Parliament? Because although he resigned as a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, he's sitting in the Parliament as a member of the Parliament, because the people of Westmoreland voted for him. So have you done something wherein you literally stop him from running as a member of Parliament?
Remember, thank you for your question. Remember that the complexity of that matter is that Mr. Right, well, I should not say Mr. Right, but Mr. Wrong did not answer any questions. He looked in the faces of Jamaicans and basically grinned and grimaced. I don't have to answer your questions. So everything is an allegation, right? Remember that. It is still an allegation. What we found appalling, and let me now say this is personally coming from me as Rosemary Francis Binder. Because I cannot speak about this point with the Advocates Network, because maybe some of them share this opinion, maybe some don't. But I was totally disgusted and disappointed that all those women in Parliament did not take a stand.
What they did, they joined him when he was giving his constituency presentation in the budget debate. They joined him on the other side, and they were licking the desk left, right, and center when he speaks.
He got cheered, and that goes to show either whether, was it the party thing, because then technically he's not in the party or shouldn't be in the party, and so on. No, we have not. We had asked at that time quite clearly that he, regarding these allegations and this violence and this what is alleged against this woman. We said we did press releases about it, we talked about it, and we said that we wrote a letter to Minister Grange that this is unacceptable, etc. But of course, at the end of the day, it was as if, well, we can't really prove that this is the person. And because, the police report, no charges were filed, etc. So it's not like your hands were tied, but I think the audacity that someone could even continue, you know what I mean? And in our faces, like, we don't care, we can flaunt this in front of the face of the Jamaican people, and people just accept it, right?
But don't you think, I'm going to, Mr. Artigan, please, don't you think it is very ironic that members of Parliament, female members of Parliament, what is going on in Jamaica, you don't hear no one comes out against the violence against women and children in our country. As a female, don't you think that is something that,
It is disgusting, to say the least, and it's cowardice, to say the most. Here we go on the streets, we fight against racist Nazi parties that we don't know where they're going to come and what they're going to do to us, but we stand together against the stuff that we know is wrong. And the violence in Jamaica against our women, we have gotten to the point, and it's not just one government, and it's not just this government. It's almost like we've gotten to the point where we need to accept that women are going to be treated this way, or we're going to kill each other, for that matter. Let's just even get away from the women, because the crime is not only women. Yes, it's largely, but even this idea of crime against each other. What I'm proposing is that we say, no, it's enough to all of this. And as we go forward and demand of any government that our people are going to look toward, and the leadership has to come from the top, that tries to create a different kind of Jamaican patriotism that says, we are Jamaicans, we're not going to hurt each other. That we are Jamaicans, we're going to create enough in the top or of the pie so we all can get a little piece of it, so it's not being spent and thrown elsewhere in other people's pockets, right? And so that but to arrive there and to get there through standing up for really what we want, it's going to take a lot of leadership. And there are those of us on the outside. Someone said, things can only happen from the outside in Jamaica because things are too compromised back home. Someone told me in Jamaica, she said, I cannot do certain kind of advocacy here unless I am financially independent, because there's fear that people will, you won't get to do your jobs. We were demonstrating outside the Ministry of Finance when we were saying roll back the salary increase. And there were a few members who came out and wanted to join us. And we heard later that, we had to be careful not to encourage them to join because they might be reprimanded at work. And this was during their lunch times, right? So the extent to which this goes. On the other hand, though, I look at the pot that Jamaica is, because if it's a political rally, people are not afraid to go out. right? So we just have to reach that point where they understand that when I stand out there and I advocate, something can change. But they don't believe that by and large. And so that's why, you know, we have to have people on the grassroots. We have young students, we have people in the high schools. We're motivating young people. Take it on. We will support you. Talk about what you'd like to see change in a respectful way. Even the thing with hair and schools, right? Why can't you wear your hair out? Why can't I wear my hair out like this? Because it's my hair. And it's not flat and flowing and beautiful like some other people might want. It's my hair. It's a part of my body. It's my human right. And it's who I am, you know? So even if there are rules, let the rules be such that we incorporate Black and brown kids. You know, we're Jamaicans, right? So if people want to braid their hair or whatever within the limits, that it should be done. So advocacy, we are trying to tell people, talk about the changes, stand up for it. In a lot of cases, be that change. You know, I help people because I want them to better their lives. People ask me, how do I pay you back? I say, help somebody else.
Thank you, Rose. Braxy.
Yes, sir. 1 second. Rose, I have 3 questions. I'm going to compress them into 2 because of time constraints, plus other people want to jump in. The president might open the phone line and have you take a couple calls as well. The first, but there's an observation though. One of them is that we will have to, regarding reparations, we will have to ventilate this reparation argument in terms of corruption because of complexities involved with the distribution of funds. Because, you know, once you mention reparations, some of the Jamaican politicians, they're just sitting there licking their chops for this money to come, because they know what they have plans for this money already. So I believe Jeffrey mentioned it. We're just going to have to be, should that come to pass within our lifetimes, we're just going to have to make sure that the money is properly accounted for, because we see how monies can just disappear into the air in Jamaica. Second thing is, I want to show you something. Let me put this up on the screen. And this has to do with my profession. I don't know if you've seen that before. It says, and for those of you who haven't seen it, let me see if I can.
Hard times.
There you go. Hard times create strong men. And then those strong men create good times. And when times are good, men become weak. And then the weak men, because of their nature, hard times are created again. And then we have the cycle. Hard times create strong men. Why do I put that up? Because this should read, hard times create strong women. Here are the women I see in the forefront of Jamaica, standing up and advocating for people. People like Jeanette Calder, Rosalie Hamilton, you, Rose Binder, Daniel Harcher, Betty Blaine, may God rest her soul.
Carla Galata.
Yes, Philippa Davis, right? The question is, where are the men? Every time I look around and I see there's an advocacy thing going on and people trying to hold the government accountable, lately it's all women. Have you thought about that and figure out where are the men in all of this?
You know, Mr. Rattigan, that's a very good question, because I've never thought of it like that. To be honest with you, you've just opened my eyes to this. I don't know. Are women more caring? Are women? I don't know. But let me tell you something about the Jamaican woman. Some people will say it is the Black woman, it's the African woman. I was brought up by women, strong women, warrior women. And the stuff that they instilled in me and the way they instilled it in me, I know that I had the best childhood and I had the best teachers. And I'm not saying that there weren't men who were influential in my childhood and in the person that I am. But again, it's mainly women. Is that because our women are naturally fighters and they're naturally defenders and they're naturally caregivers and they stand where they want to be the change to happen. You know what I mean? So maybe there's something like that. Wherever you go, and there's something about the Jamaican woman that somebody touched on it a few nights ago. I think it was Mr. Stevens, my dear Mr. Stevens, Bobby, who touched on it, who said, our effervescence, the mere who is a Jamaican woman, Jamaican man. Wherever we go, you feel it. You feel our love. You feel our care. You feel who we are. We're confident, because that was something I had when I was going to school in the States. My white friends said, well, how come you're so friendly with us? And my Black American friend said, well, what do you want? Why are you friendly with them? But I was friendly with both groups. And then I had to go back and I had to also talk with these groups and say, in Jamaica, what happened after slavery to us, although we were cheated out of a lot of things, we were the majority, right? Around us, people who are doing anything in our society, we were predominantly Black, although we can go into another discussion about the micro racism. Because I left Jamaica to go abroad and study, because I found out that someone I was training to take my job, training to do the same job I was doing, was getting about 5 times the amount of pay I was getting. So that's, so there are all those problems in there also. But back to your question, Mr. Rattigan, I cannot answer that in the context of which you ask it, why just men and not women. But from my knowledge and experience and how I perceive us to be, is that we go out there and we do, and we care, and we demonstrate our care.
Let me just put it up again so people can take a good look at it, because I found it to be quite interesting. Oh, hold on.
So it would just be people. Hard times create strong people. So maybe it was the person who is writing this that was a little bit then skewed in terms of how they perceive.
But in terms of what's going on in Jamaica right now, as far as advocacy is concerned, these are the people I'm seeing in the forefront. I'm seeing Jeanette Calder, I'm seeing Rosalie Hamilton, I'm seeing you, I'm seeing Daniel Archer, I'm seeing Philippa Davis and Betty Blaine. I saw a lot of her. So, and I just didn't see enough men. And it just dawned on me, like, why is it that we don't see the men out there on the forefront? And I want to say this, though. Big up to all of the women, like you and the others who are out there fighting this in this battle. And big up to, we have 2 women in the diaspora, too. I don't know if you know them, We have Maria. She
Maria on, yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Firebrand Maria, man. And we have Anne-Marie from Mystic Sensation, the dynamic duo. Those 2 women, we have to give them kudos. But we also have to throw it out to you and the rest of the people. So if you see them, let them know, say we care about them and checking on them, and we're praying for them, because somebody has to stand up. And I just don't see where the men are. Maybe they're otherwise engaged, but this is where they're engaged.
I would like to say that too, with all in all fairness, that the Advocates Network, we do have several men who are pretty active. Like you say, you don't see them out in the forefront, but Bobby is one of them who is really behind the scenes. And we have Pernell, we have Charles, we have a lot of other members that are there. Not Mr. Pernell Charles, sorry.
Sorry, somebody joined Kamala as well. Somebody might join Zara Burton. What I'm saying, you have men. Bobby is outstanding. I love Bobby to death. I mean, when it comes on tourism, he's my go-to guy for tourism. I love Bobby to death. And tourism aside, he's just a genuinely nice person to talk to. But like I said, when I look out there and I look on the landscape, it's all women. So it just dawned on me that, hey, wait a minute, is there something going on here? But let me just move to the second question, which is, let me combine 2 questions. Question is this: why do you think that, given the number of civil society groups and NGO in Jamaica, why did you think it was necessary for another one Advocates Network to join, in that fight? And do you think advocacy, the way it's practiced right now, do you think it will work in Jamaica? No.
Okay. So there are a lot of NGOs in Jamaica that are, they have to work within certain boundaries. Advocates Network does not get funding from any agencies. So we have a little bit more leeway, right? None of us really have anything to lose, so to speak. But the organizations that comprise the Advocates Network, those people are involved because it's individuals, right? Some of them not affiliated with any groups, and then and then like NGOs. And so we all come together. We felt that a pooling, in fact, because there's so many of them too, we felt that this coming together to make it non-partisan, because there are even people in our groups who might not share certain views on human rights like I do in terms of gender and so on and so forth. However, the core things that we agree on, we advocate on those. You understand? So yes, there was a need for that, because at the time we felt, and remember, it came around when Mr. George Wrong allegedly did that thing, right? And so we were so incensed about that too, that the members who got together, some of them were on other agencies, and they came together because they felt they would be more effective. And I think that we are pretty effective. The second part of your question, I forgot. What was it?
The second part has to do with advocacy as practice now, as we
Right.
see.
Okay.
Will it work? Do you think it will work in Jamaica, or do we need to, like Herb mentioned something, a bunch of things that we're doing, but advocacy in the way it's being done in Jamaica, where you put out your press releases and you have your interviews and all that, will that move the needle?
Right. Okay. So that has its limitations. It is effective in terms of where the change has to be made and who are making the changes. And a lot of times, even with constitutional reform and the fact that we need a set election date, and we've set out the things that we want in there, term limits, for example, etc., that's going to come then from the lawmakers. But that has to be driven at the grassroots. If we see that then the grassroots is not being educated about that, and it can't be pushed from there, we have to push from our level. I'm speaking for me now. I'm speaking in terms of me. I feel that for things to work in Jamaica, we have to have the foot soldiers out there in the communities. We have to have discussions with them. People have to understand how things affect them. How does it affect my life when so and so happen or doesn't happen, right? And so you have to convince people and let people understand also at that level. We try very hard. We know that we have a lot of work to do. We need also help. We need people to make sure that we are reaching at every level. Funding is another thing when we have demonstrations and things like that. We don't want to bust people into anywhere. We want people to feel the need to be convinced about something and show up to defend it or talk about it, because that's the only way you're going to have committed advocates. You know what I mean? Nobody's being paid to do anything. You understand? So is it working? To some extent, to a great extent in the cases I highlighted to you. But going forward, we could be a little bit more, we could be seen a little bit more, we could do a little bit more, but again, I say we're limited in the amount of people we had. And that was a prime example. We were the ones who did the longest demonstrations in Jamaica. People said it was going to be a 9-day wonder. We went on, I think, for 17 or 18 days outside the ministry, every day in the rain. Sometimes it was only 2 people, but we were there saying, and we were totally shocked. The nurses, nobody who we were advocating for joined us. but we continued. And these same people say, well, where is the Advocates Network doing so and so? So you get to the point also where people expect you to. So that discussion has to happen, that convincing, that motivation. And I say, we have to try to get people away, Jamaicans, from being complacent, from saying you have to be the change. We need you. You have to take a stand. And they have to see how going out there and standing up and saying this is going to put chicken on my table. And that's where the gap is, and we'll communicate that.
I just want to say something quickly, Mr. President. You know, listen, this is an uphill battle. I mean, my heart goes out to you, but Jamaica is indeed a matriarchal society. Women run things in Jamaica. We didn't want to close it. My mother did, and both of our mothers did. You know, my mother said to me, I brought you in this world, and I will take you the hell out. And I believe her. She was the first terrorist that I knew. So, so let me make, and I thank her for it, because otherwise I would not be able to do what I do now. So what I'm saying to you, yes, people of Jamaica must rise up, but believe me, fear is palpable. They must be afraid, because if they cannot put certain people in jail, they cannot put bring certain people to boot and what have you. It's the small people who are getting the bad part of the stick, and we have to stop that. We have to make them understand that if they have to support these initiatives like what you are doing, because if they do not support it, then you cannot move forward. Or well, we are going to move forward regardless, but we cannot have that oomph. But let me tell you, it is changing. They are noticing and they are nervous. I guarantee you, no matter what they say, they're sending, when they send out signals to demonize people, to do this, to say that, to say the other, that means that they are afraid, and they should be, because the chickens are going to come home to roost this time. I can agree. I can attest. So the people of Jamaica, stop. You know what they've done? They've demonized us and said that we have run away from Jamaica. Right? Run away, and we are now trying to tell them what to do. What, my God, for heaven's sake, if people are starving, people are dying every day, and what have you, and you still don't do anything, then who's going to tell you? God? Well, I hope so. But we call on him. I hope he does something. And if he does, you're going to say, oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, it's too late. I am saying, do it from now. Work as you love each other and you love your country, and stop demonizing your brothers and sisters. Thank you very much, sister. You're wonderful. Continue what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Rose, before you go, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for continuing to watch day 7 of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Today is our final day, so if you're just joining us, we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you. And we have a very special guest with us here in the studio today, and she's talking on the issue of advocacy. Her name is Rosemary Bender. Ladies and gentlemen, you can participate by reaching out to us at this number, 757-655-3377. That's 757-655-3377. Go ahead and give us a jingle so that we can get you participating and join us in this conversation. 757-655-3377. Rosemary, as it relates to your advocacy network, let's say someone watching us today who would like to participate with your group. How much money do you charge for people to volunteer? And, you know, is there any payment or kickback from, you know, maybe groups that sponsor you guys, so that they are in a special interest group who may want to raise attention and may hire you guys to do it? Are you guys for hire? Or you guys are just an organic group of people who genuinely care about the issues?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Mr. President.
Yes, I was asking you, is your group an organic group that anyone can join if they have cause to champion, or they would standing with you based on some cause you're championing? How do people get involved with your organization?
People get involved because they want to work with us towards good governance, and because they want to work for the thrive, and they want to work towards transparency and integrity. All that covers good governance. I think there might be some internet issues. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Are you hearing me, Mr. President?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Are you hearing
Anybody?
me, Mr. President?
Yes. Anybody can hear me?
We're hearing you loud and clear from Negril Point to Moran Point.
Okay, because I see that the lines are going like you're not hearing. So, Mr. President, to answer your question, no, we don't succumb to special interest groups. We don't charge to join our organization. Members are brought into the group based on their interest in working with us on the things we work on. And most of the people
well, she certainly
have no and working towards good governance and working to make sure that there is benefit for the Jamaican.
Rosemary, I thought Germany was had better internet connection. Your connection is a little spotty, but I think we got the essence. I think we're losing Rosemary there. How do you say welcome back in German, Herb? You're muted.
Willkommen zurück.
You're muted.
Mr. President, willkommen zurück.
The W's
you want to try
it? Say it again one more time. Say it
again. Willkommen zurück.
Zurück.
Willkommen zurück. Zurück.
Willkommen zurück.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's not like
yes, the internet seems to be going.
My ears, right? It says zurück. But Rosemary, thank you so much for fighting for the cause of people.
Ask Rupert to say it.
We appreciate your presentation, Rosie. And ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off, just want to give you guys an opportunity one more time. Our phone numbers are open. Want to apologize to those of you who have called and you didn't get on, but yes. So, Rose, hold on. I think we have a call here. I'm working on getting this call for you, but yeah, let me get this call for you, Rose. All right, caller. Thank you for choosing.
Please record your message when you have.
All right, great one. All right, 567.
I have a question. Somebody just
3377. Go ahead, right?
Yeah, somebody just sent me a text question. They said, so Rose's advocacy group is reminding the government members, representatives, what their duties and responsibilities are. Do they really expect to get a response? Can she share one instance when this hold their hand, pet and powder them to do what they campaign to do? When they campaigned, they said they were the best for the job. So why we have to remind them what their legal, ethical duties and responsibilities, as well as our expectations, are?
I'm sorry. Now I'm back. I didn't hear the question.
No worries, no worries. I'll repeat. It says, this lady, this dear friend of mine, she was listening to the conversation. She said, if your group, she's asking, is your group reminding the government members and the representatives what their duties and responsibilities are? She's saying you shouldn't, essentially she's saying you guys shouldn't be doing that, but it sounds like that's what you're doing. And then she said, do you really expect to get a response? She followed up by saying, can you share one instance when this hold their hand, pet and powder them to do what they campaign to do? And when they campaigned, they said they were the best for the job. So why do we have to remind them what their legal, ethical duties and responsibilities, as well as our expectations?
Right. We keep calling for transparency. We keep saying certain things. For example, with the Impeachment Act, we keep reminding, and that's how you apply pressure. and you get it out there so people can talk about it here. So we make sure that certain topics are not forgotten about, and that's some of the basic principles also of advocacy. And bear in mind that there are times in Jamaica when I remember one time when the news cycle was like, it was like three things after one time, and then the next day is two things, and I got this feeling like things were coming at us so fast that you didn't even have time to catch your breath, much less to act on it. And that sometimes that's how it happens. So that's why you need more people doing their part. Yes, if we don't have hope, advocacy gives you hope. Please tell that to your friend, Mr. Rattigan.
Okay.
If advocacy also gives you hope because you're calling for things, you're asking for things, you're suggesting change, and you're getting it out there, and you want to also show that you're not only calling out what's bad and what's not working and what's not good, taken. We won't stop. List of all the things that lobbying, well, in the truer sense, advocacy got done in history, right? Sometimes if you're working at it, you can't give up, right? You can't lose your message. And again, at the core of it, does it benefit the Jamaican people? We're doing it for the benefit of the Jamaican people. I always ask myself every time something comes up and I'm asked to do something or whatever, I think, how is that going to benefit my people? How is that going to benefit my refugees, etc.? So that's the same thing. So yes, Wilfred, we can't lose hope, and so that's why we have to keep. And although sometimes we don't think something might happen as fast as we can, the very fact that we don't let go, we now ease up.
Real quick, as it relates to Rosemary, as it relates to funding, how is your organization funded? And do you guys stay afloat? And do you need any kind of support?
Well, we always need support. Right now, it's our funds. Let's put it that way. We have no outside fund. Is up to the new co-chairs, and then we can inform you more about that. Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't. I don't know if anyone else in the panel did, but you were breaking up.
Right, it's breaking up. What I'm saying is right now, what I'm saying is right now, we've had friends who donate. We keep it afloat. All the other members, people who have contributed at different times. So we don't have official funding from outside, so to speak. As we go forward and our new co-chairs are on, they will be able to make further decisions about that, whether or not we're going to have membership fees or things like that. But right now, that is not in place. So we still have some ways to go with that, but we had to hit the ground running and doing our work as it went. We are hoping that we could have been even more proactive with certain things, but that's it. That's the work of advocacy. It's a continuum, right? And there's always more, like you said.
Thank you, Rosemary. Before Ratty come in, please come back whenever you're ready so we can ask our amazing listeners and viewers to support the great work you're doing. Before our leader come on, let me just recognize Mr. Carlos, Jamaican Carlos. Carlos, welcome. How are you today, sir?
Hey, everything is good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, people in the audience. Look at yourself. Sorry, guys, I've been watching the town hall. One of the best things, celebrate sweet because people talk from all about gentlemen, but me there on the road. right after the Washington protest, we just get busy. They tell them over there, still on the side of the world, we're not in the studio, in the background. Like, they can't get a background like you guys, you know, we're not in the studio. So, but everything good, Herb and gentlemen, everything good. Everything good. I'm here to put in, I can't spend but a couple of hours with you guys. So me have to push in because of the last day. Someone said, well, I'm never go, at least go sit down in the class. You know? Bless up for a couple of hours.
Mr. Carla, it's nice to see you also in person.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you too. It's a blessing.
Well, let me bring in a call for you. Carla, go ahead. You're live with Rattigan.
Okay, good night, everyone. Yes, I would like to ask Rosemary, what can the Advocate Network do to rally the Jamaican people to get the IC and the AG to have more teeth to really represent the people of Jamaica?
Yes, we have to break it down. We really have to break it down in the communities. That's something that we know. We've sent out. We've done a lot on social media. We did need to do more campaigns to get people to understand that the IC and the Auditor General, these are our watchdogs that watch for us, right? We pay them to do their jobs. So even if there are discrepancies, these are the people. We have nothing else, right? And there's another agency that we have. There's another one, but basically, these are the ones we have that work for us, and we need
it's someone's phone. Go ahead.
Right. So what can we do? We have to motivate. How do we motivate? We cannot just motivate by. We have to make sure that it is going to be lasting. So we have to show. Internet went out. We have to break it down. We have to break it down. Right. So we have to break it down. If, for example, their money is being spent with the JUTC, and there's so many millions that's not accounted for, right? If that money is not accounted for, or something with the housing trust, I had a list of some of them. The JUTC, the Jamaica Urban Transit Corporation at the time, breached human resource guidelines, costing taxpayers $1.15 billion between 2014 and 2019 for 508 positions not approved by the Ministry of Finance. The JUTC also exceeded their overtime budget by between 2017 and 2019. So when we're breaking it down now for people to come out there and stand with us, we have to show them that this is what taxpayers' money going into, right? And if that money is not collected there, and for other services, for example, then probably you can get a raise, right? Because these are just money that sort of went into the air that's out there, right? So you have to take action that let your agencies and your government and other people see that you know what's going on, and you have to hold these people accountable. We pay in excess of how many billions? I was gonna get the figure of how much money we pay to keep these agencies going, working for us. So we have to get the results. So I think that's how you can motivate the people. We have to be more successful in showing them these particular changes. How does it translate to a benefit for you to advocate? And some things, like I said, are just integrity issues where it's the right thing to do. Where, you still have to convince the man on the street it's the right thing to do, but I have to go to work. It's the right thing to do, but it's 3 jobs me have. Right? So you have to get them to take ownership of this kind of society that Jamaicans want to and should be able to create for themselves going forward. And if you don't educate the people, they're not going to have no interest at all. And so that's why there's a vested interest in not educating the people then, because they won't make informed decisions and they won't be any smarter. So the education program. And I think maybe that's one way the diaspora has to help. When the government says, well, probably, and this is just an idea from me personally, well, if the government says, because there's got to be a reason why there was no education program rolled out regarding the constitutional changes and to republic or not to republic, there's got to be a reason. Mrs. Malahufort, I think is Dr. What's her name? The other lady who's on the committee kept saying, I keep hearing about the education program, the education program. Well, yes, where is it? Is it funding? We don't have the funding for that. That is something I thought would be discussed, for example, maybe at our diaspora conference in Jamaica, where they say, look, we really want to do this. We need your help in doing that, or even talking with you guys about it. Because you see, I think there's a misconception and there is too much of a personal thing about what you're trying to do and what other diasporans are trying to do. We're all trying for the same thing. We want the Jamaicans to benefit. So I don't think even with your cause that it should be seen as negative. I mean, because shouldn't it be that we're getting the ideas from everywhere if we really care about the people? We should be crying for ideas from everywhere and seeing what work and getting all the best minds together for Jamaica. But somehow there's a gap there, and we have to get past that.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I have a caller on the line who would like to ask Rose a question. So,
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, start over again, caller.
Good evening, everyone.
Rose, Rose, did you hear that?
I can't hear you. Want to tell me what he said?
No, go ahead, brother.
I'm fine.
Yeah, she's hearing you. Go ahead.
You're going to have to repeat the question, Ratty.
Some work is doing as well as a part of your grouping. No, Rose.
Hold on, Fire. Hold on. Rose, did you hear that?
No, what did he say?
No, she can't hear you. She never hear you.
Repeat, Ratty.
Call the number. Yeah, you want to call the number? Put up the number for me there, President. Please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
757 655 3377.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't want to call her? Call. All right, cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
No worries. A big fan of yours and the Advocates Network.
He's a fan of mine.
Like we all are, right?
Let me get this in for Rosie. Rosie, the other advocacy programs, is this affiliated to you guys, the Jamaica Youth Advocacy Network and the Jamaica Mental Health Advocacy Network? Is that related to your network?
I cannot say 100% because we have members in the group that would be coming from all these different organizations. Okay. And I don't have the list right now. I cannot honestly say, but I know that I think in Vineyard Town, Denham Town, Tivoli Gardens, we had a young man, a group that was working with young advocates, and we had tried to do like a Zoom meeting so we could talk about advocacy with them and so on. And then we had, it didn't work through like we wanted to, but such and do sure that people are not afraid of it. Advocacy doesn't mean being negative and cutting down people and so on. It means looking for things that we can work towards changing.
President, we don't have any sound.
All right. I got a call on the line. Why it sound like the phone a double up? So, do I sound like I'm echoing or no?
No.
Okay. All right. Caller, we have Rosie on the line, but we're experiencing some technical issues with her, so we're trying to get her back. She might be able to still hear you, but what is your question, caller? Go ahead. You're live.
Well, if Rosie is not on, then it don't make sense for me to ask the question.
All right. So you're what we're going to do. We're going to give her a minute to sort herself out. I appreciate your call.
Yeah, I'll hold on until she comes up.
All right. Hold the line.
That voice sounds very familiar.
Of course. We know the voice.
You know the voice.
Of course.
He can't disguise himself in your talk.
All right. He can't. Well, he can't. Him can't hear you guys, but you guys can't hear him. So I'm not even sure. I'll put him on mute. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for continuing to support the day 7, the final day of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Carlos, you've been missing in action since day 1, man. I think you came. Jeffrey, what are you eating? Since you came out on day 1, we haven't seen you again, man. You've been traveling. But bless up the listeners and the viewers so that they can know that the love is there. You love them and they are your people.
People ask me, a couple of days people ask me, Carlos, how come you see all today? People go, Carlos, how come you see up the van for Rotterdam? Where they man? We say, everything's still good, man. Yeah, everything good? Yes, guys, everything good. We're just busy. And when you come to work sometime, you have to do what you have to do. You understand me? I just saw the house to go. They have to do what you have to do. And that called me up. Some of them on road, but me I listen on them. Me I listen to them. Me I watch the people in the comment section. Me I hear them I say, and people are calling me also and I tell me it's nice. And they really, this is a real diaspora conference. Yeah? They can identify with what is going on here. And I just want to say thanks for the dedication of you guys. Even though in my absence, you guys were strong enough to continue with this. It's a dedication, for the guys continue to drive the bus, even at I and I absence. So that's why, teamwork make the dream work. We one is absent, that don't mean say we are continuing on the battlefield. If you ever lift up a soldier, drag him or left him in a bush. But the war have to go on. And you guys did a wonderful job, must I tell you. Yeah, man. Manners and respect to everybody in the audience. But me know not ask me. People call me and bother me and say, Carlos, where there? Everything is okay, guys. Me just busy. I food me there road. I look bread. Me have a bread now, so me I look the butter upon it. You understand me? And maybe one piece of egg in the middle. You don't know what I've said.
Make sure so the bread warm though. All right. We got our Rosie on the line again. Something's going on with the system, man. Everything I go.
There's a weather over us, and there's a cold front over us, and a very cold one.
Don't be like Rattigan and say that it's the enemies that's trying to hack us. We'll be fine. But Carla, just give she's here and she can hear you though, but go ahead. We'll have her respond. All right, let me just shoot quickly. I think you guys can rephrase the question to her. Recently, all right, Jeff. How you do? So recently maybe not so recent, but coming out of the AG, the Attorney General's office, we hear that about $1.3 trillion cannot be properly accounted for in Jamaica. We just last week
all over the media here in Jamaica, we understand that $700 billion cannot be properly accounted for, that has been spent by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. So I'm posing the question to Rosie now. Has the Advocate Network reached the threshold that it's now prepared to lead the people of Jamaica in our protest to ask pointed question of the government, where is this money? And by extension, call for, be bold, and to call for the resignation of the Minister of Health and Wellness. And we also have some other questions about the mothers that have been dying, who have given birth, and the neonates that have been dying in much higher numbers than when the resignation was called for of Dr. Fenton Ferguson. Is the Advocate Network at that level now to push the envelope in its truest sense and go for the jugular?
All right, Carl, I appreciate
Hello?
it. Yes, I appreciate your question. And I think Rosemary heard you. She's just gone back to that technical issue. So we'll bring in Will. Will, while we're trying to get Rosa back.
Yeah.
Carla, thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
No.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you. Will. We can
Present?
hear. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Get back, Rose.
Yeah, no, I think she's gonna try to come back. She just okay, here we go. There she is.
It's really, really bad, the connection. Can you hear me? I got kicked out and brought back in and kicked out. I think you said there was a question.
Yeah.
Was there a question?
Yes, the caller was asking about the recent babies that die. He asks about the 1.5 trillion or 1.7 trillion that went missing. And he also asks about another $700 billion. And he's asking, are you ready to lead the charge in demonstrating in Jamaica, run or hold some level of demonstration in Jamaica? He wants to know because he's ready to join you.
And he also wants to know if you're gonna call for the resignation.
Yes, thank you, Ratty.
Call for the resignation of our health minister.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
As
specifically, what he had to say about the health minister was that the neonatal deaths are much higher than when they were hounding Dr. Fenton Ferguson and his neonatal deaths. So theirs is out of control. And the same thing with the funds. It's way out of control.
And with the accounting for even the ventilators, because that's quite a shame, actually. Speaking now, I will make a comment regarding the Advocates Network. What their take on that would be after we decide as a board what the action will be, and then it will go forward. So a lot of these are like happening pretty lately. So the action that will be taken on that, whether it be demonstrations, whether it be calling for resignations and so on, then it's a joint effort. So that I can say to the caller, in my personal opinion, this is, for example, a theme that I think that Jamaicans themselves should really take as even as an individual advocacy and say, look, it could be my child. It's enough now. And other groups in Jamaica that can motivate and say, look, you have to say no to this. Why is this happening? This shouldn't be happening. you know, and go out and yes, and advocate for that and demonstrate for that. And yes, should we decide to do that, sir, I wish I have your information, or you will listen to our call if it is decided that that's an action that the Advocates Network will take. Then you will certainly hear of it. Because I know that there has to be some action in terms of what has been happening.
Miss Rosemary?
Yeah, I think we lost her again. All right, we're going to bring back Ratty in because I know we have to move to another segment, Ratty, so we're going to bring you back in.
All right, cool. All right. Let me just... Yeah, she's...
Frozen.
Yeah. All right. Hold on.
Hey, gentlemen, you know me, Ratty, hold on there. You know, yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
You know me here, everybody keeps saying the $700 billion. But nobody now saying about over the $900 billion, Mr. from education. Then if you keep an eye on that also, that is more money. Over $900 billion, which contributed to, me I talk about the $1.7 trillion. Yeah, right. I talk about over $900 billion from education and over $700 from health. I want people to remember that.
A shame.
Thank
we have to do a full story on that. But listen, folks, here's for this segment, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring up a story and I'm gonna show you some things. And then Prezi, he's gonna lead us into along with the professional beggar himself, Dr. Rupert Francis, because him claims him don't know how to beg. So we are gonna put him to the test and make him do the begging, you know. So Prezi, with your indulgence, I'd just like to take over this little segment, yeah, and just put out some things. Let me see if Rose. Yeah, she's back. We need to say we need to bid her farewell, but here she's coming. Oh, there she is. All right.
I'm on my phone. So I think you guys that my internet has been going in and out, and I think that you probably have other guests that you need to bring on. I do apologize of the breaking up with the questions and so on, but I whatever action the Advocates Network decide to take, you'll hear it. We'll be online with it, and we'll be also in the news with it in the different media. Also, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your engagement. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm always speaking. I'm always advocating. Those who know me know that I started this at 15 years old when I met the great late Thomas Sankara in a city called Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. And that was one of the greatest African leaders that ever led. He was murdered 2 years later anyway, but that's where my advocacy started, and it started for Africa. So I'm hoping to get others involved and make sure that the young people get involved and to create a difference in people's minds, especially those in power. That advocacy is not there to be negative or to tear you down, but for you to see opportunities to build. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rose. You and I will be talking again. It's our privilege and pleasure to have you here. We enjoy your presentation and also the way you handle the questions. I think you've made us smarter. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you guys for all that you do. God bless you.
All right. Take care. God go with you. All right. No. Okay, folks. No. Kevin, where there? I don't know if Kevin can find this. Remember, there's a politician who said that don't trust the words of a politician. He said, I've always said, do not trust the words of a politician. Right? That gentleman is now in charge of fixing the roads. I think potholes, somebody said. But it's a very stark reminder that you have to be careful when politicians come and promise you things, because as we all know, a promise is a comfort to a fool. And when you make them promise you time and time and time again, at some point you have to stop and ask yourself, am I foolish? Or them take me for fool? Because every time them come and they make a promise, me listen to it, I'm just go on with it, and then they make more promise. Them the fulfill the one of them promise you, the first one. Then them come and them give you another one. You forget about the first one, so you get the beat to the second one. Then them give a third one. I know the beat is a third one, and you forget about the two of them give. Here's why I'm saying that. I'll never forget it. In September 2016, I happened to drive from Washington, D.C. all the way up to New York to attend. Yeah, Kevin, I look fit. Kevin up on the ball, and I want him to stall. So, drove all the way up to New York because the prime minister, the newly minted prime minister, was going to give a town hall meeting. Do a town hall meeting in Queens. All right, Sita, let me just set it up. Sita.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Yes, folks. That is something that we always have to. That is something that we always have to remind ourselves of. That it was actually said. Now, here's what happened in 2016. I actually went to this town hall meeting. You know, I sat in the front row. I met with the prime minister, and you know who introduced me to the prime minister? None other than the current CG in New York, where there's a private room upstairs, and there were just a few people, a handful of people. And she and I, we have a mutual friend. And so that's how I got introduced to her. And she introduced me to the prime minister. And I spent a few minutes talking to him. And then when we go downstairs and have the town hall meeting, they have seats for dignitaries. I have to big up the CG because she put me right in front. And in that meeting, I'll never forget it. My favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, spoke. And she and the prime minister, they both said that they were looking, they were exploring ways to have the diaspora do two things. Vote from overseas and take a seat in parliament. I heard those two promises. Keep in mind, folks, this was 2016, September. It was during the General Assembly for the United Nations when all the leaders them come. So what they did was they arranged to have that town hall meeting while they were in town. September 2016. Now, today's the 22nd. This, remember now, we know, they promised us, we are going to find a way, and they've been saying it way before that, but I heard it with my own ears in September 2016. We're coming up with some mechanism for you to vote and for you to take a seat in parliament. I think it was the Senate. They said they're working on it. Look at this. Look at the date on this. This is June 21st, 2024. This was yesterday. This is the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Minister Marlene Malahoo Ford. And this is what she said. She said, if you want to be a legislator, if you want to take a seat in parliament, you better live here. You can't sit at the diaspora and get no seat. This is direct opposition of what was said in 2016, you know. Now, we could go down and look on what she said. She said, and I'll read it for those of you who can't see it because the printing kind of fine and I don't know how to big it up. It's she told members of the diaspora at a meeting held this past Wednesday that if you harbor any dreams of being a part of Jamaica's leadership, you must reside here. She went on to say, when you have the responsibility for leading government, you have to be subject to the conditions that you create for everybody else in the country to live under. So it's a kind of responsibility that is so special and unique that we have to be clear about the criteria for holding the office. Then she went on to say, tell me, ladies and gentlemen, this is a direct quote. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where our engagement will be better. This is the minister speaking. What it is that is so special for Jamaicans living abroad to be in the Parliament of Jamaica instead of having your interests represented. She went on to say, I'm trying to understand it a little more because I know Jamaicans are interested and successive governments have created opportunities for Jamaicans to engage. And the medium of the Diaspora Conference is one such. So she has said to Uno, if Uno want to participate in the governance of Jamaica, come at the conference. Don't talk about no want to serve in a parliament. And we will have people there that will represent your interests. Tell us what your interests are. We will have people there represent your interests, right? Then listen to what the minister, my favorite minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Kamina Johnson-Smith said. She said, this has been a matter for discussion for years within the diaspora. You notice she didn't say within the government. Within the diaspora. And there is still no single view, whether among the diaspora or in Jamaica, about this issue. Right? And then she said there are diasporans who believe that they should be a part of the government, meaning that they are able to serve at every level and in every way that they wish to serve in their country of birth. Then there are diasporans who believe that if they have moved away, if they do not have to bear the consequences of their decisions because they have chosen to live elsewhere, they should not serve in different ways. This is a debate that actually happens within the diaspora. This woman is nothing but a charlatan. This is a three-card man to woman. She promised, you see what she do now? She throw the blame on the diaspora and say, "Uno can't get it right, Uno argue amongst ourselves, and when we come together, then we must make we know." Meanwhile, she was the one who promised it, right? No, she said, then if you consider that there is no single view, and therefore the conversation actually continues to happen even among those persons who live overseas, then you recognize that it is a matter which continues to have differing perspectives, different views, and it is just right for continued discussion, which is taking place here at the conference. Conference, we're not going to talk about that. Let me ask the conference goers, them who are watching the program. Was it resolved at the conference that Jamaicans living abroad can now vote, or well, in this instance, not vote, but can take a place in Parliament? Was it decided? Now, let me show you something else. Let me just go back and show you. Remember, I gave you a date, September 2016. This was written yesterday, June 21st, 2024. Bear with me. Look at this. Look at this one here. Look at this date. This is 2017, November 23rd, 2017. And the headline is Jamaica's PM Holness urges diaspora to get involved. All right, make a go down and hear what him say. Here it is. It says right here, as he did before he took office. As he did before he took office. And they're talking about taking office in 2016. Prime Minister Holness explained that the diaspora vote under a reconfigured constitution would mean that Jamaicans abroad would have a representative in Jamaica's parliament who they can vote for. I don't mean say it. Let me say it. Then he goes on to say, hold on one second. He said something else. Okay, here it is. He said, then they're talking about voting now. He said the PM said the move would be a progressive step and reiterated, as he has since 2015, that he likes the French election model, which allows nationals overseas to vote, but their ballots are registered for only one constituency in France and not across all constituencies, which would then have an impact on the outcome of the election. So you see, and I'm going to show you another articles. What he's saying, now we're talking about voting. He's saying, yeah, I support people living overseas voting, but you can only vote in one constituency. All of you, all 3 million, if you decide to vote, you can only vote in one constituency. You can't vote all across the island at your last known address, because that would have an impact on the outcome of the election. You see how them people, and people are reading to this and see what am I saying now. That was 2017. Here's another one. Let me see the date on this. This is 2015. This is June 10, 2015. And this is one where I'm saying, yes, one can vote, but one can only vote in one constituency, meaning that all of the eligible voters overseas, 2 million, whatever the numbers, you would vote in only one constituency. So that one constituency would have, let's say, 2 million people overseas decide to vote, it will be 2 million plus whatever they have in Jamaica. So it will be 2,050,000, for example. And all 2,050,000 people would vote in one constituency. This is how they want to pigeonhole us, right? Now, this is what I'm saying. Let me go down further. This is he made this statement in the UK while he was there on business. Talks about the French one again. Here it is. Holness said the diaspora vote would mean that Jamaicans abroad would have a representative in Jamaica's parliament. He added that Jamaica should treat its nationals living abroad as member of its commonwealth, and not only those persons who reside in the British Commonwealth. In this regard, Holness said the country should consider changing its constitution to allow members of the diaspora who are not residing in the Commonwealth to sit in parliament. When you see what I say, people? You see what I say? No, we're not finished yet. Here is our minister, my favorite minister. Now, here, this is a slightly different issue. Here she's talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And remember, we talk about how influential the government is on this body. Here, you know what she's talking about in this? She's talking about the elections of those members. The election is run by the Jamaican government. So now you have a Global Jamaica, and I don't mean to digress for too long, but they're all connected. It's all about promises made and promises not fulfilled, and the shenanigans and the three-card Monte. Here she's saying that yes, you know, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will have elections, and we will run the elections for them. Think about that, people. Your organization, but them are run the election for you. And guess what? You have to send the names of the candidates to Kingston for them to ventilate and vet the names and decide who them want to run. You have to send the names to them. That should be run by the diaspora. Here, she said right here, she said, registration has been included as a mechanism to strengthen the electoral process. As I speak, registration is underway and remains open until November 17, 2019. It is easy and can be done online at www.globaldiasporacouncil.com, which is affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. He says, Jamaica Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, is urging members living in diaspora to participate in nominating qualified candidates to be a part of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Well, how we are run things now. Here's another one. No, look on the date on this. This is 2016, you know, people. We're talking about promises now. This is March 24, 2016. And listen to what our minister said, right? She said, the government is to examine, by the way, them coming up power, February 2016. This is the following month. 1 month after them take the seat of power. She said, the government is to examine the best practices of certain countries with a view to allowing Jamaicans in the diaspora to vote in elections. This is 2016. Now it's 2024. And what does she say now? Them throw it up and say, "Oh, we can talk about it at our bogus conference, and we can talk about it other ways." 2016 to now, 8 years. Who's holding them accountable for them promises? Yeah. Here she go on and say, countries such as India, Mexico, France, Israel, and Ireland have already implemented the framework to facilitate external voting for members of their diaspora. She mentioned Dominican Republic, who in April, almost 1 million Dominicanos voted externally. They voted, it's called external voting. She no mentioned that. She no mentioned that after this, after she make the statement, she them vote in April, and when they hear nothing about it, right? Here's another one. Oh, this one of them said we're not inconsequential. Oh, all right. Let me turn to another topic there, President. This one I know. So we're clear upon that them promised us from 2015 when they were in the opposition, them promised us that we are going to vote and we are going to have representatives that sit down in our parliament. 2015. And now what? 2024, and none of that not happen. None of that not happen. No, June 17th, which was last week. No, this week. June. Yeah, this week. When they must start up them bogus conference, the Montego Bay. Here is what she said. She said, wait a second. Johnson Smith dismisses protests, embrace spirit of unity at Diaspora conference. No such thing. Look upon with the first paragraph. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Senator Kamina Johnson Smith has described the latest protests in the United States by a dissident group. I want to just focus on that term, dissident group. They've also called us treasonous. They've called us all kinds of names simply because, as Rose Binder just said, we protested because it was the right thing to do. We not broke no law, no. We not broke no law. In fact, we have a right, not a privilege, a right to protest peacefully. We have a right to protest, peaceful assembly, and a right to our opinions. We not hurt nobody. And you see them call we dissident group. This word dissident, generally speaking, you hear it used in the realm of terrorism. You hear it. Like them call us, them say we're a breakaway group, right? So she said, the latest protest in the US by a dissident group of Jamaicans as inconsequential, meaning of no importance, will not matter, and that it won't affect, she said right here, she said it won't affect them conference. Nothing to do with their conference. Their conference is fine. Them not worried about anything, right? No.
Mr. Rattigan, if I may, sir, do you remember when the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs came up and they had this let's connect with their ambassador?
Yes.
Do you remember that I think it was me who asked her the question about voting in the diaspora? You remember what the Prime Minister said?
Remind me.
He said he believed that Jamaicans should vote. And that is what they're looking into right now, to give Jamaicans the privilege to vote in the diaspora. It seems as if termite nyam out these people brain, you know. They don't remember nothing what they say.
They've been saying it from 2015 that them all look, explore it, and we are going to vote and we are going to sit down in a parliament. And at 2024 now, and them still say, oh no, I only not the diaspora no can't make up on the mind. So, you know, fine. And it's a dead issue. No, here's the thing. She said that we now go mash up them conference, right? No, here is them say we now mash up them conference. Now, here's what happened. The first day of the conference was last week, Sunday. Big turnout after a few days before they struggle for find people for occupy the seats. So we knew what would take place. We knew that they would bus people in. They would compel government workers to show up and
government ministers
and pay for people for come there and all that stuff. We know things. In fact, them overspend by millions the budget. By millions of dollars. So we know that they would fill up the hall, right? And they did. They filled the hall. But so everybody say, Oh, they have more than 1,100 people. They met their goals and whatnot. But folks, I want you to take a look on this. Look on this. Hold on there.
Organizations, so that our contributions can be more intentional and more strategic.
Kevin. Oh, it did it. All right, see there. All right. Watch out, people.
Different diaspora organizations, so that our contributions can be more intentional and more strategic, rather than in their own small corner doing things from out of sentiment, so that we dialogue and then you make a recommendation and say,
asking a question.
Also, we are requesting financial support. It is hard from the government. Financial support to honorary consulates, those that are not giving volunteers. It is, if you can't do cash, you can find a way to do kind to support the work of the one individual who volunteers to step forward and represent the Jamaican people. We sent I think it was a 10-page document to the Ministry of Finance, to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 3 years ago, we received no response. And so we're really asking for kind of dialogue.
Thank you very much, person. Just to revert to my first intervention, where I indicated that we will be launching on Wednesday the registration portal, which will meet exactly one of.
So, Mr. Rattigan.
It's full.
Mr. Rattigan.
Woman ask her a question and say 3 years ago, no say I'm not going to do this, I will not do it. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
What I don't understand though, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who is hosting the conference, sit in front of a room packed with people, man. You're lying, Mr. Rattigan. People was inside. Look at the chairs. Packed with a lot of people.
In fact, there was a line going outside. There's a line outside. There was a line outside to come in. Yeah. No, people, think about this. I even met somebody, I think my brethren in the chatter. I think I will say it. Somebody, a megawatt. Say at lunchtime. Come even there, say maybe they may serve food.
Yes.
But you don't serve food when the minister will host the whole thing.
There you
when
go.
you speak, you not do that. You make sure so no food are served. Everybody there, they figure out full. So you know what happened? So this was Tuesday. This was the second day. This was the true count. Because guess what happened Wednesday? Wednesday, pack again. Why? The Prime Minister speak. So now for full up the place to make it look good. Right? So how is it now that you're going to have all of them diaspora members who buy ticket, go down there, spend off all of them money, but then the person who them really should be hearing from, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, nobody show up for here are. Nobody.
And I get to understand, Mr. Rattigan, that partly every single minister of government, down to very sick Adel Shaw, the only person that wasn't there was Mike Henry. But every one of them was there. When they want last Prados and Range Rovers, and the security personnel was there sitting in the audience to pack the rooms that the Prime Minister can feel good.
Well, you know, I'm going to bring you in Carlos because I know you want to say a few things, but let me just run this other one here. I'm going to run this other one here so people understand what I'm going on. Now, folks, here's what happened. When we started out the protest in Miami, and by the way, Carlos was the lead chanter. Don't listen, and so we realized that Carlos have that skill there. When he can run on the line and people respond. And what happened? Them come out and say, why, you know, we're a small group of people and we're doing this and we're doing that. And the ambassador claims that we caused the State Department to enhance the travel advisory and blah, 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 blah. A few good-natured, well-thinking, well-meaning Jamaicans wrote articles and said, listen, both parties should get together and trash this out because we're all Jamaicans. Them said, you know, the government should get together with these people and, you know, work it out. In that spirit, because I thought that was good advice. In that spirit, I reached out to a government official, had that discussion with that government official. The government official said to me, okay, let me talk to some people and I'll come back to you. And I said, well, 3 things you need to keep in mind. One is, we are not waiting for you to come back. We're not going to stall what we're doing and wait for you to come back. We're going to continue with our protests, number 1. Number 2, if there is a meeting, we will sit at the table as equals. You're not going to talk to us like how you're talking to the diaspora, Jamaica, the council, that the bogus people that you have. No, we're not going to work that way. And the third thing is, under no circumstances will the government of Jamaica run a diaspora organization. Cannot happen, will not happen. I said, take that back to your principals. So far, have not heard from that person. No, what happened was, it was reported in one of the newspapers that we had a meeting and everything is fine and so on and so forth. We did not have a meeting. We had a conversation with one government official about setting up a meeting to discuss the issues. Let me be absolutely clear about that. There was no meeting. It was a telephone call, a discussion to say, let's plan to have a meeting. The meeting did not take place. So while we're still waiting to have that meeting with the government, because we're continuing with our protests, but at the same time we said, look, we're willing to sit down whenever you guys are ready. Now, here is their response. This came in 2 days ago. The government has no plan to engage with breakaway diaspora faction. Them call y'all kind of name. You see that, people? Someone want to know, say, I know we don't want to meet, you know. Them come out and say them have no plans. And here's it. Lovely picture. Says, my favorite minister said that the Holness government has no intentions at this time to engage the breakaway faction of the Jamaica diaspora. They said, the faction, which also uses the title of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, has been engaging in a series of protests against the JLP administration at various locations in the diaspora. The group, headed by Captain Dr. Rupert Francis, has also called on other members of the diaspora to join them in their protests. And it goes on to say, Dr. Francis's group's parallel conference, which also ran for the same days, was held under the aegis of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. So, I just want people to understand that when you're looking at the screen right here, you see this is, but for now we have 6 people on the screen. We are diehard patriots. We believe in Jamaica. We believe in the dream of Jamaica. We would like to see a Jamaica that is it cannot be completely free of corruption, but reduce corruption, reduce crime levels. We would like to see a Jamaica where the idea and the concept of Vision 2030 of Jamaica being a place to work, live, raise a family, retire, and so forth. We are all for that. Here is what we're not for. We're not for $1.7 trillion unaccounted for. We're not for, Carlos just mentioned it, I think it's up to 900 billion from the Ministry of Education or Health. We're not for that, right? We're not for a prime minister whose statutory declarations cannot be verified by the very agency he created to verify statutory declarations. We're not for rising inflation. We're not for an increase in poverty. We're not for the 13,000 minimum wage. We're not for poor reading scores. We're not for poor health care. We're not for mash up roads. We're not for one of the highest electricity rates in the entire world. And the beat goes on and on and on and on. We're not for those things. Somebody must stand up and say something. Must. And gentlemen, I'm going to play a short video and then I'll bring all of you on. But I need you, my people in the chat and watching us, to watch this video about the genesis of a movement. And you'll see that we are the real movement. We are the real organization, not the bogus one that the government has controlled since 2020. Here we go.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. And over the next minute you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'd be ridiculed for not joining. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is overglorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
Yes, we are the lone nuts. We are the lone nuts. And you, our people, you're not followers, you're supporters. And we have made it very easy for you to follow. As the man says, be public, be easy to follow. We are the lone nuts. We're the shirtless guy outside here. And we're depending on all of you to join us. Because we believe that our supporters emulate supporters. They don't emulate leaders. And so we're all in this thing together. This is what we're preaching. This is what we're about. The movement, not something that's directed from Kingston, Jamaica. Something that's directed within your own heart, your own soul, your own mind, your own gut. You know why? Not because somebody tell you to do it, but because you know it's the right thing to do. What we're doing is the right thing to do, and history will bear us out. You need to be a part of history. You need, when the story is told, that you can say, I was there. I was part of the Lone Nut crew. And the changes that we sought, the changes that we fought for, those changes have been realized, and they've been realized by the effort and the energy and the sacrifice of every single one of us. We're all in this together. Remember, folks, if we are planning for 1 year, plant rice. If you're planning for 10 years, you plant trees. But if you're planning for generations to come, plant the seed of education. And that's what we're doing, because we've been miseducated as a population for far too long. And as Jeffrey Tavares would say, the time has come for us to stand up and be counted. The time has come for us to openly proclaim and shout about what is right and what is wrong. And we could care less about the detractors, because we have a single-minded focus, and that focus is on the development of Jamaica and its people, not the development of some rich guys and rich ladies who come and make money off the backs of our people, and we can't even get to use the beaches. No, we said that time has come. It has come, and it is here now, and we're asking you to join us. You cannot stand on the sideline any longer. Remember, it started with the one lone nut, then the first supporter, and then people who were afraid because they were standing on the sideline because they thought they would be characterized as a lone nut or a supporter of a lone nut. And in time, what happened? They all joined the group. It is now time for you to join this group, ladies and gentlemen. Go out and spread the word with your family, friends, and neighbors. We are here, and we're not going anywhere. And we don't care if they want to call us dissidents, terrorists, treasonous. We don't care. And keep this in mind. We are supposed to be a breakaway group. Yet, at every single turn of the road, we have provided a crowd. This small group, this lone nut, this half-naked group of people, we in Miami, we produced more people out there than they did. In New York, we did it. In DC, we did it. So you know what that means? If we are a small group, it means that we are dedicated to the cause. We are dedicated because we believe in what we're doing. And no distraction will cause us to delay our appointment with our people, with the cause of justice. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I turn it over to Mr. President.
Okay, how about now? Having some technical problems.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on. I rebooted my computer a couple of times, but we're still gonna make it happen. And so sorry about my background, guys. I'm not as uniformed as I was, but still here. But yes, I can say I am one of those guys who jumped in with the lone nut, and everybody know who the lone nut is. Well, actually, these two are the lone nuts. I think you have to add, these two. Where the other one? The one on the herb. I don't think you're the lone nut. So nutty. But these two right here, man, these two are the two lone nuts. All right, me just in it because I'm the moderator. But see two lone nuts there. These guys are the ones who we're all in. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, it may seem as if we are, not gonna reach the goal, but it's all about momentum. It's like a snowball. Each deep dive, each investigation, each conversation, each lawsuit, each media appearance is picking up steam. And each comment and each demonstration is taking on a new life of its own. And I must say how comforting my voice is. I see Carlos just drifting away. You know, maybe I should even be singing a song, you know, the way my voice soothed. Look at that. I should try to pretend like him not asleep. But anyway, I love him, my brother. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to continue keeping the momentum going, and we love it. All right, we're gonna crank it up a little bit because we have a very, very influential guest coming up in the next hour. But we need some money. We need some money because we can't do this without you. And we really need some funds, and only you can help us achieve that goal. So today we're asking everybody. Last night, yes, those of you saying, oh, last night you say I got fundraise, and we never see you guys fundraise, and we want to donate, but you guys never fundraise. I get it. I get it. And let me thank those of you who have sent something on Cash App today. I know sometimes some people give, they don't want their name called, but before we even ask, there were people who were donating, and I want to acknowledge them. So I want to start with those who, oh, and by the way, those of you who have donated and you've been asking, Ratty, did you get my Zelle I sent you? I spoke to Ratty about it. And tomorrow, you know, when all of the business done and him calm down and him can relax a little bit, then he's gonna go through the process of, you know, checking on some specific questions that you may have. But we want you to continue to support the organization. So please, we need your support. Now, one way you can get to see, you know, what we're doing is to head on over to the website, the OJLDF.net website, and we need you to head over there. So right now it's two ways you can participate by donating to what we're doing. You can use the Cash App option that is scrolling across the screen, but I think it's fair to also do the Zelle. So let us put up the Zelle too, please, so that we can have the information. So the Zelle is onejamlegdef@protonmail. And if you go over to the website, you will see, if you go over to this website, you'll see all that information. But we want you to also scan the QR code. We do have a QR code, and we want you to scan it and donate to what we're doing. So the QR code is there. It's so easy, you know, man. All you have to do is just simply put your phone camera. Like if I have my phone camera, I just put my phone up to the screen and open my camera and scan it, and then it open up the Cash App on your phone. You don't even have to type it in. You just have to scan it in, and then it comes right to that. No, I know we had Dr. Rupert that was tapped to be the fundraising king of the universe. No. Will said that Rupert can beg money, and we are ready to see the goodly doctor showcasing his fundraising skill. No, number one, I will accept any donation by whatever means it come in, but these are the specific way that you can give. You can do the Cash App, and you can also do the Zelle. So if you be so kind to help us raise some funds today. Go ahead, my brother.
Do you have PayPal? Because people in London have been asking about PayPal.
Yes, PayPal is not an option at the moment. We have some challenges with PayPal. So, but if they go to the website, just as how they would use, they can go on PayPal and put in a card. They can also go and pay with a credit card on the website. And it's very, very easy to do. Even a cave girl can do it. A matter of fact, if you don't mind, I can show you. Where is it? No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I was gonna show you something, but it's not gonna work. Let's see if it will work. All right, look at this. You guys can see my screen? Not yet? How about now?
No.
How about now?
Only seeing Rupert.
You only see Rupert?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know why. Duh. How about that?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the OJLDF website. So let's say you were on your mobile phone. It would look like this. I just shrinked it to emulate how it would look on your mobile phone. So if you're on a mobile phone, you would see the menu here. You have home, and then you have volunteer with OJLDF. But right on the home page, once you go there, you just click on donate here. Click here to donate. Once you click here to donate, it comes to a second page, share this tab, all right? So now, once it comes to this page, it's gonna say One Jamaica Legal Defense, but it kind of cut off short because the name long. You would type in the amount you're donating, and once you type the amount you're in, if you're like me, it might say donate with Google Pay, and for some people who are on Google, this might pop up, but it's okay. You don't have to click buy with. You just put in your name, your email, your credit card number, and then all you have to do, once you fill it out, you just hit pay, and then it runs through. So this won't turn green until you fill in your name, your email, your card number, and all of that. You know, I'm not gonna put my card in there publicly because somebody's gonna come back in the future and copy my details, and you know, of course, I have to be very careful. Now, this here, ladies and gentlemen, is how it works on the website. So once you're on the website, this is if you're on a mobile. Now, the next thing, as I tell you, even right now, you can just go ahead and scan this QR code, and that's how it would look if you're on a mobile. If you're on an iPad, it will look a little bit like this. The menu will still be contracted, but once you go to a desktop, then the menu change from the hamburger menu. So this is how it would look on a bigger screen, and you will see the same information. You will see the email, you'll see the phone number, you'll see address, you'll see the information for Zelle here. So if you're, and the same thing scrolling across the bottom of the page, and then you'll also see donate here, which would bring you back to the same page where you have to fill out. And then once you do that, it bring you back here, you fill it out. And then once you do that, then you are good to go. So again, so come over to the website. Yeah, the website is still on the development, but we are still able to do that. Also, you can also click on sign up and volunteer with OJLDF. So this is a different link. You click on that, it takes you over here and tell you got to sign in to make a difference. All right. So this is where you would sign in and make a difference. So I want to thank you and those of you who want to contribute and have contributed, that you will make a difference. At this time, the goodly doctor, the fundraising king of the universe, will now raise some funds for the OJLDF so we can stand at the forefront of legal defense in Jamaica. Dr. Rupert Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But just remember one thing, you know, I learned through your inspiration in the ministry how to do this, and I'm learning from Carlos. So he's very good at it. So I know we have some good people here coming on, and Jeffrey and Make We Talk. I hear him all the time. I say this to you, that great men discuss ideas, average men discuss events, and small men and women discuss people. So I want to say, let us start to think about events here. This event of this conference is a tremendous accomplishment. Nobody thought that we could do this, what we are doing today. So let us understand that this is history. And you want to be a part of history, just like that lone dancer. And I want to let you know that every mickle makes a muckle. We have to put our pennies together to make pounds, ladies and gentlemen, or dollars, right? So let us understand that we are not taking this money and being foolish with it. We are taking it to advance the cause, your cause, all our causes. And we need that because we cannot do it without these funds, ladies and gentlemen. And we're being very responsible, very forthright, and we are working in your best interest. We would not have done this, taken a lot of time. Sometimes we are tired, as you've seen it. Many people are tired, working hard, and sometimes, they're beside themselves. But we are asking you today, just simply, and we don't mind if it is $1. Because if you put $100, $1, and 100 people, $100. If it is $10, you know what it's going to be. And if it's $100, you know what it's going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want you to exhaust yourself. But just decide that maybe on a regular basis, you're going to maybe put a $5 or $10 in there. Let me give you an example. In church, people pay tithes. We're not asking you to pay tithes. We're just simply asking you to give so that you can get, so that we can represent you, so that we can continue to do this. If we do not ask everybody to join in, you see, Henry, there was a saying, that if you put one stick together, you can break it. But you put a dozen sticks together, it's very difficult to break. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please put your heads, your hearts together with us and show us that we are doing the right thing. Keep us going, because those persons, the detractors out there, want to see us fail at this. And we will not. Regardless, if it's the very last one of us, we are going to prevail. But we are going to make sure that this matter is before you, this matter is transparent, this matter is equitable, and this matter is just. So I'm asking you, as a barefoot boy from Otrias, and in not only Otrias, 14 parishes, and a lot of us had to struggle, a lot of us had to become where we are today. Just remember, go and put what you can in there right now, Cash App or the Zelle right away. The PayPal will come. And if you have other means, touch base with one of us and we'll be able to help you with that, how to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to right now, having come off this platform, not asking for this money. I'm going to ask you, we make sure we check. And also, while you're at it, like, share, and subscribe. And also, tell it somebody. Tonight, I sent the link to many persons, and they're listening from all over. So please do the same thing, and you'll be surprised to know people may now understand what we're doing. One love, one heart, one destiny. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dr. Rupert Francis. Let me just big up some people who gave today on Cash App. Eugene, I'm not going to call their last name. I just call their first name. Marveline, Michelle, thank you guys for your donation. We're still waiting on the others. I can only see the Cash App donation. So if you want me to give you a shout out, come on the Cash App. Earl Nelson Jr., ladies and gentlemen, is also one who need to get these resources to do great things. And Herb, as one of the directors of the OJLDF, is at it every day, and the funds are not coming in fast enough to get him what he needs. Herb, what would you like to say to the people and how important it is for them to help us to achieve these goals?
First of all, Prezi, let me thank Janet, Anne, Andrea, Ingrid, Lenrick, Monica, Brabel, Linton, Clyde, all the way back to Joy and Theda. Your contributions are outstanding. I see Robert and Silver Sands as well, Latoya. Just another one hit from Ingrid. So these are outstanding contributions that will allow us to continue investigating and filing various complaints against the people that have been tearing down Jamaica. You know, they call it brand Jamaica, but it is Jamaica in fact. And there's no, Jamaica is not a brand. Jamaica is an island that we all grew up on, born in, we all love and we cherish. And some people are thinking that they can do as they please. They can just go out there and cheat the system, and cheat people. You know, we're dealing with a lot of cheaters. But folks, we need to bring the cheating to an end. You hear me ask the Advocates Network if they're willing to do the same. Well, they want to work from within government towards the same end. We have nothing against that. But we're going to need others out there who believe they can support us and our cause and that of the Advocates Network. We need you to fundraise for us and help us earn funds that will put us in a position to look at everybody that we need to look at across the board. And right now, it seems like that everybody might be the entire Jamaica Labour Party. We want to get to a stage where we can even preemptively look at folks who may have questionable dealings on both sides. So it's not about one party. Just happens that the party in power are the most corrupt and the most vile set of people when it comes to obeying the law and recognizing the fact that Jamaica is a country of laws. They think that they can live above the law, and that's not possible. So we need to bring them back to reality. And you should pat yourselves on the back because you have that unique ability to do just that. You have the unique ability to make it happen with your contributions. I know I keep seeing a lot of the names repeat itself, but folks, $5 from everybody who's plugged in right now or watching, that will go a long way. If it's 1,000, your $5 would be $5,000. That's 2 investigations right there. If you're feeling really powerful and you want to dip deeper in your pockets and give $10, then that's $10,000 right there. That's at least 4 to 5 investigations. We try to make deals with our deep dive team that will allow them to give us what we want in a timely fashion. And fortunately for us, they've been very patient when we ask them to do extra work beyond what we're able to pay at the time. And we can keep things rolling. We can keep looking at people and making things known. And believe me, they've been hearing us loud and clear. They know the stuff we've been putting out, and they know it's about them, and they know what the truth is. So let's keep the ball rolling. Let's keep supporting the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and let's show the people of Jamaica exactly who we are and that we are here to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb. We appreciate you. We appreciate your hard work. Let me go over to Jeffrey Tavares. This is a man who can get even a miser to invest. Jeffrey, help us raise some funds.
Wow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people on the platform, both on the Reason Vatican platform, on the Make We Talk YouTube channel also. We're simulcasting on this day. For those of us, I know a lot of people in London want to donate, and they've been asking about PayPal. I know they're working on the PayPal. King One from on Reason Vatican program. They're working on the whole PayPal issue, but just go to the one legal defense fund and you can get through on there to donate. Go over there, get your friends and family to donate. It's not anything to do with we doing other stuff with the money. No, it is very transparent. It's very, very transparent. And we're asking everyone, of the sound of my voice, please give whatever you can, because this foundation truly needed. It needed what Mr. Herb said a while ago, to do deep dive, to do investigation and so forth. It's even at $5. It's well appreciated. Cash App, OJLDF, Zelle, 1Jam, Legal Defense. Am I saying this correctly? Anyway, just go there and donate. Donate as you can. Go over there and donate, because at the end of the day, you can see results. When we're going to Washington and we're going anywhere else, we don't take any money out of there. We use our own cash to do it. We use our own cash to travel everywhere we're going. So all we're asking you all for is to donate, that we can file lawsuits, do deep dives, do those stuff, and even print t-shirts and so forth. So whatever you give is truly appreciated. Go there and donate as much as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the sleeping handsome, Mr. Carlos, the man with the loud mouth and the shout. My brother, I'm asking you to encourage the people, both on the Make We Talk and the Reason with Vatican platform. We need to raise at least $5,000 or $6,000 tonight. Help us get to that number. And by the way, there's some further shout outs. And Herb, when you get your shout outs, let me know. So I want to big up Chanel. Chanel, big up yourself. I want to big up Marva. And these are the Cash App donors. Richard, I want to big up Richard. Also want to big up Carol and Inez. I think I think I called Inez before. But yes, I want to thank those who have given recently since I last mentioned it. And I'll keep mentioning it, guys. And Herb, when you're ready to make your updates, just let us know. Carlos, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, gentlemen. Say good night, everybody. Good evening. No, say, gentlemen, we're not doing it good. No, we're not doing it good. No. Even pastor in a church is gonna do something for the money. Give it with love, store it above. Something pastor gonna do for this money. So I think we need to have a concert again where Herb sing and So I think we need to do something for this money. Sing something, Can even pass that.
Lead us out.
Come on, guys. After 3, we're gonna sing this offering song. We gotta do this. You know what to do, guys. After 3, give it with love, store it above. Give it with a willing heart. Give it with love, store it above. Give it with a willing heart. Support people. Give it with love. Store it above. Give it with a willing heart. Again. Give it with love. Store it above. Give it with a willing heart. People, guess what happened now? There come a time in our life, people, when we have to get wise up and do stuff for ourselves on behalf of the country and the future. And which requires sacrifice. I said all the time on my platform that nobody now come, people. Nobody now come. We have to do it ourselves. And us Jamaicans are used to people doing stuff for our cause. It's as if we have never really stand up, just like the group of people, this movement right here. It's a group of people who take their own money and get their own plane, them train, them Uber, them our hotel room, everything to go out there in a cars. Because guess what? Nobody's coming, people. So there comes a time, this is our movement, this is our cause, people. No politician is funding our stuff. No right, no left. Do you understand me? So it's a people movement, my people. It's a people movement. We have funded so many other causes in Jamaica. So this one is, hey, this is a real cause, people. So I don't know what to do, people. Please fund the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. You understand me? Because this is for the people. This is for our country. And we're not busy with anybody else saying, no, Ratty, we're not busy with them calling. No, we're not busy with them calling. We're going to call all the name in the world. We don't care. We're going to keep driving ahead. We don't care. We're going to keep driving ahead. And just to add something to what I wanted to add to what Ratty was saying earlier, I mean, I'd switch, but in 2011, the Prime Minister, opposition then, led a committee to look into changing the constitution to see how it could add us in the diaspora in America, so we could get the same benefit as Commonwealth Jamaicans who are in Commonwealth country, so we could serve in a country. In 2011, Andrew Ones led a committee trying to find ways to change the constitution to add us. We just have to throw that in there. Come on, guys, give it with a willing heart. Respect, guys.
Thank you, sir. I'm telling you, give it in love, store it above. So we got the goodly Dr. Went, we got Herb, we got Jeffrey, and now, ladies and gentlemen, him not get away, and him not go pivot either. So, Mr. Real Rattigan, sir, would you encourage our illustrious listeners and viewers and subscribers
Thank you, sir.
Bless the
organization. Give with a willing heart. Be a cheerful giver. This is a project that, if you have it, we're not telling you go break the bank. If you have it, make the contribution. If you don't have it, continue to support us in other ways. We take support in whatever form, whatever way we can get it. All of you who went to Jamaica and spend the $5,000 down there for that bogus conference, if you can spend the $5,000, go down there and the $6,000 for that bogus conference, surely you can drop a few dollars our way. Because when you drop it our way, it's for everybody. Because what you went down there and did with our conference, it not amount to anything. This is where it is going to amount to something. So we're asking you to think and to give. We don't really like to ask. That's not my thing. We just like to just do, that's just me. Other people, them have the gift where them can ask and them just ask simply and them get, Dr. Francis claims to be one of those persons, him say me that him know for beg and him chastise me and ridicule me all the time, saying that we don't know how to beg. And he's right. We just don't know how to do it, whether other than to say, look, just give to a worthy cause if you can afford. And if you can't afford, support the programs and everything like that. I just want to make something clear that the one nut you see out there, that one nut represents all the way, whether upon the social media platform and I do a thing. Me I talk about Carlos, me I talk about Jeffrey, me I talk about Lonesome, me I talk about Mystic, me I talk about Aromatic, me I talk about Ripe Mango, me I talk about Andre Stevens, me I talk about OBS, me I talk about everybody, because we may have differences in philosophically, politically, socially, but the one thing we agree on, all we agree on it, is that this government is a corrupt government. And while I personally, I'm not asking for a change of government, I'm asking for the government to change. It may be an effort in futility, because after 8 years and them not change, leopard can't change them spots. So it might be an effort in futility, but we still are asked for them to change. In the meantime, and between time, I want to put up this thing here because I need to mention this to everybody. See this lady here, Betty and Blaine? Some of you know her, some of you may not. This woman was a trailblazer. She was the one we have fight for the picnic them in Jamaica. She was the one who worked with the police and could tell you about the missing children and the children who were returned and everything having to do with children. She was the real children's advocate. Sadly, she transitioned and she left us in the midst of doing great work, but only the Almighty know why I'm take her, because, you know, we can't speculate. Maybe there's somebody to come after her who's going to improve upon what she did. But she gave us a great start. Let me just read what they say. Celebrating the life of Betty Ann Blaine. Born September 26, 1948. Transition May 13, 2024. Jamaica's children's champion. We invite you to join us in celebrating the life of Betty Ann Blaine, a committed Christian and a tireless advocate for children and families who passed away on May 13th, 2024. Please join us in sharing our memories as we honor Betty Ann's incredible legacy and dedication to the welfare of others. Let me just stop right there. So you see what that said? We are talking about her legacy. We have a prime minister who are worried about film legacy while I'm alive. This is how legacy come about. Legacy come about from the corpus or the body of work that you've done, and people recognize you. You don't get legacy while you're alive. This is true legacy, what she did. Goes on to say, let us come together in fellowship and love to remember her inspiring life and steadfast faith. With heartfelt gratitude, the family of Betty Ann Blaine. And it will be the memorial service details Thursday, the 25th of July at the Boulevard Baptist Church at 10 a.m. Streaming details to follow. And the last thing, in lieu of flowers, please consider making a donation to hear the children's cry in Betty Ann's memory by scanning the QR code or by visiting HTTPS, and the link is there. We're going to put this up every time we come on because this lady was a true champion and she has left an enduring legacy. Her shoes are going to be hard to fill because she was a lone person crying out in the wilderness. And she got some attention. And as a result of what she did, there are children in Jamaica right now who are better off because of what she did. Lone Nut, Betty Ann Blaine, Lone Nut, people join her. Our lone nut around here is all of the people who they thing a fight for the people of Jamaica, because most of us, we're comfortable. We don't have to do this, but we must do it because we are part and parcel of everyone in Jamaica. We are one family, one blood, as Junior Reid said, and we are going to continue to fight until the change comes to pass. Now, I'm going to turn it back to Prezi, but here's what I've planned for.
Let me just update real quick. Okay, we in the last half an hour we've gotten more in. I like this, folks. You keep coming and see back when call us and you talk ratty that the money keeps rolling in, so it might be a good sign.
Let me just say this, Herb. You know, I'm going to have to take it back now. Will you know how to beg? And I tell you something. When you brought in that Betty Ann Blaine, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, I my heart bleeds for that lady. She was really just check it out, because some of you might not know who that was. But let me tell you, that woman fought for the children of Jamaica, fought for her. I spoke to her 3 weeks before she died. And I'm telling you something. If she's not only beautiful outside, but beautiful inside everywhere. She's there sitting down in the arms of God. May her soul rest in peace. But let me tell you something. That woman is a loss to Jamaica. There's no other person I know from I was born, only my mother, that I know could even rival Betty Ann Blaine. I want you to understand that name. That girl should be at the top of the medal listing when I'm giving it, because that woman deserves it. right? So if anything, go look it up, research it if you don't believe what we're saying, and respect her and so on, because she gave her life to the children of Jamaica. And I'm telling you something, when you think about that, how many people do that? How many? Ladies and gentlemen, if I were voting for a national hero, that would be my national hero, because she saved the lives of the next generation and generations to come. And they didn't even like to talk to her. They didn't like to talk to her. So, ladies and gentlemen, give up the money to Rattig and give it up to brother Carlos. Give it up to everybody. I don't want to get none, but you give it to them, okay? Because for Betty and Blaine, and then go back to Betty. You see that? I am going to make sure that people are driven to that. She was the best person I've ever known. And I tell you something that grieved my heart. But you know, she's in a better place. She is in a better way. Look how beautiful that woman. And when you hear her talk, hear the children cry. Listen to it. Hear the children cry. Can we hear them cry? Yes. The whole children of Jamaica is crying out loud. Crying out loud. And how the people have treated Betty and Blaine and what have you and so on. And didn't listen to her. Right? Didn't listen to her. But you know, the people who she saved will listen to her and will never forget her and what she has done. One love, Betty, and may the road ride above you, and the wind will always be at your back. And when you're in the arms of God, may you just rest in peace, my love.
Let me just say that I spoke to. Actually, Betty was on our program. You remember her, Herb?
Yes.
She came. Yes. She was very sick, and it took her a lot of strength and courage and time to come on the program. But she came on and gave us her time, and she was here in the United States receiving treatment. Because I wanted to meet her with a friend of mine in London who's doing a similar type initiative over in London, and unfortunately, they didn't link because Betty was too sick. I spoke to her a couple of times when she was here, and then it came as a shock to me when they said she passed away, because I thought she was on the road to recovery. But God knows why it took her, and we just have to celebrate her life, celebrate her work, her body of work, and this is true legacy.
Yes.
What this is true. She not beg no legacy, she not buy no legacy. This woman came and she went to work for the children of Jamaica. Anything you wanted to know about the children of Jamaica, call Betty and Blaine. She knew everything about the children in Jamaica. And she wasn't afraid to go into the inner cities. I mean, she tell me some part of Waterhouse where she walk over and some part of Jungle and other places. That was her work. That was her office. The inner cities where children needed the help the most. She was there with them. And so people, we have to celebrate this woman. And like I said, I'm going to put this up every time we come on, because we need to remember this lady. And what we need somebody. I know there is somebody, I won't name any names. There's somebody who's stepping into her shoes, and I think that person is gonna do a good job. I hope the person take on the thing full time, because right now it's a part-time thing, but the children need full time assistance. So, good friend who's doing it part-time, please, I'm begging you, consider taking it on full time. We will support you. If that is any encouragement, we will support you.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll leave all the introduction to Mr. President. I'm the moderator.
All right, thank you.
Let me finish with the names, Prezi, because I did.
All right, go ahead, Herb.
Okay. I started with Linton, then Janet, then Gwendolyn, then Latoya, then Jacinth, and Marie. And I thank you folks for your tremendous contributions. So, folks, look, how many people we have watching us, Prezi?
We're 1,062.
1,062. Remember, I said if 1,000 people gave $5, we would have accomplished our mission this afternoon. Folks, it's only $5. Only $5 you're gonna waste buying the lotto. You're gonna waste buying some other numbers. You're gonna waste it on something. Whether you smoke cigarettes, whether you go out and you buy chocolate, ice cream, whatever, it's gonna get you a little plump. But make the sacrifice, do it in Betty Ann's name, right? Because Betty Ann made sacrifices to us. It could be that she stayed too long in Jamaica rather than coming up right away to get her treatment. And she would only stay too long in Jamaica because the kids needed her. She could not count on Child Protective Services or anybody else in any government organization to do what she does, right? People who are not dedicated, not as dedicated, people don't know what it is to dig deep. This is who she was. She was always digging deep, always asking for help, right? My God, there are times I felt like I needed to help more, but I couldn't do it, right? She told me of diplomats, of tourists, of all kinds of people that came to Jamaica to abuse Jamaica's children. And she pushed back against that. Child Protective Services brought predators in the midst of kids. And when they found out that they're predators and they were abusing the kids, they cut them loose. That's not Betty Ann, right? We need to give her her just dues. We need to rally around so we can do more of these investigations so that we can take care of business, people. Take care of your business, our business, Betty Ann's business. Right? I thank you very much.
Mr. President, just one thing. I am going to suggest that we do something special for Betty Ann Blaine, Hear the Children Cry, through our initiatives here, certainly through the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force. We're going to speak to the persons that we know are involved, and we're going to give them a commitment to support her legacy and her work going forward to the end of time if we have to. I think we need to do that because we need to keep her name up there. It is appropriate and it is timely, and it's time we respect the people who have been giving back to the people of Jamaica, especially the young people of tomorrow. Let's do that. Let us do that, and let's not forget. We should broadcast her funeral if we're allowed to on that 25th day of July. I personally will be looking forward to that. I hope we'll arrange that and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rupert, and thank all of you who continue to give. And remember, we're raising funds for this hour. We have a big program ahead of us. We have some great people coming up. I'm about to introduce our next panelist that just joined us. But before that, let me thank Sharon for your donation. I would like to also thank Letitia. Well, your name's Tush, my girl. You get this Tush name there. Letitia. Also would like to thank okay, that one them I can't pronounce. PTAAHH. Whatever that means. Thank you. Also, Simone. I want to thank you also. And those are the ones who have been given on Cash App. Herb is reading those who are given on Zelle. Those who are given on the website should be Ratty, but him not have no clue if you're logging a look on it. Kevin, where you there? Help him out. But we want to thank all of you for your donation. Carlos, go ahead.
Dr. Ben, bless up yourself. I have to leave you guys. I know this is going to be a bomb.
No, hold on. We need to introduce Dr. Ben first. Before you even talk, I'm going to let you before me introduce Dr. Ben. Hold on, Carlos. Dr. Ben Israel, how are you, sir?
I am good.
I know you're in West Palm Beach. You're in my town. And let me publicly welcome you to our town. Dr. Rupert and I are pleased to have you grace this amazing place with your presence. And as always, we welcome you, sir. Just greet the audience real quick, then we'll go back to Carlos.
Yeah, man, it's nice to be in Palm Beach. It's a little cloudy, but it's nice to be in Palm Beach, and I've, so far I've made some connection with some wonderful persons who have been following the work, the work here on Rattigan Show, as well as what we're doing. So just want to bless up everyone and thank everyone for, you know, allowing me to feel welcome. This is the last leg of my journey. I'm here until Tuesday before I get back to Jamaica. And then, you know, so from now until, you know, from now until Tuesday, I'll use the time just to connect with some folks and then get back to Jamaica where, you know, I'll continue what I'm doing and then rebound to come back because, you know, the work is so great here. I must say that, you know, I was in New York and it's amazing, you know, the health issues that I see here, the level of ignorance, you know. I've met with some persons, I met with persons who I didn't know that persons didn't know that they don't have to take medication to go to the bathroom. There are persons, I met some persons who have to take medication every time they have to go to the bathroom. They have to take a medication every time in order to sleep. And when I looked at it, you know, this was just because of, you know, ignorance. So there's so much that needs to be done. So, you know, I'm just here doing what I can until I get back to Jamaica.
Unmute, Prezi, unmute.
Thank you, Doc. Stick around. Appreciate it. Carlos, you were saying sleep and liquor and you want to do what?
No, we have a very important engagement shortly. So let me tell you guys early.
Sir, I understand. Sleep is a very good engagement. But anyway, continue.
So thank you guys, you know, continue to do what you do. Make a listen, you know. Make a listen about me have an engagement anytime now. So I have a dress up and suit to go to the engagement. Respect here.
So you put on your pajama, you have to dress up and put on your pajama. And okay, I get it.
Don't make them beat you down, Carlos. You're doing well.
I respect my general. Blessing. All right, that was Jamaica Carlos, everybody. He has a very important engagement. But let me thank Carolyn. She just donated. Thank you, Carolyn. And ladies and gentlemen, let me also thank Desmond. Desmond, thank you. Appreciate your donation too. And those are some Cash App donations. So we're accepting your donation. So if you look at the ticker, you have absolutely no excuse. And those of you who are giving on the website, if you could just put website. If you gave already and we never acknowledge it, just put WS for website or just type out the word website. We're going to give you props or credit where your credit is due. And also you're giving up because Ratty is unable to access the information. He cannot give it to you. But the information is there. As long as you give it and he give you a confirmation number, it is there. But just put WS, our website, on there. So we definitely want to thank you for your donation.
I got two names for you, Prezi. We want to welcome gifts from Neville and from Eileen. Thank you very much, you two. Well done.
All right. Philip, website. Christine, website. Thank you. And the rest of you will come at your Rosemary, website. Thank you. One did Google Pay. Which one said donate by website? That's Christy website. All right. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Will, back to you.
Yeah. Doc, welcome. You abandoned me, man. Can't hear from you. You're too busy.
Yeah, just traveling, you know, traveling.
You fly past my place at warp speed and go land up down with the herb, no herb. With you pass me a herb and you go land down there and prison.
And Dr. Francis.
And you don't where I'm in a doc.
You're kidding me. You're in
I'm in Florida.
Are you in,
I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. I wanted to reach down there, but time won't allow me. But you know, I'm close enough.
Okay.
Well, here what happened now. A good friend, Don from Philly, and also who else mentioned? Somebody mentioned it that we have to do something. I think it was Rupi. We have to do something for Betty and Blaine, and Don was mentioning that we have to do like them have a mural downtown, somewhere downtown, where you have a whole, you know, a mural with children crying, and that we need to get Betty and Blaine's picture on that wall. That's the very least we can do. And then we're going to plan on making a donation to the Hear the Children Cry Foundation, and also there's a streaming details to follow. So we're going. Prezi will take care of that, because that that's one of his specialties. We'll stream the funeral, so anybody who wants to watch it can watch it on any one of the platforms. No, I have a little presentation here. We have 45 minutes before we get to the next speaker. I have a little presentation, and I know some of you cannot stand to listen to our Prime Minister. And people, keep this in mind. He's our Prime Minister. It was a free and fair election. Some people might say it's free and unfair because there have been allegations of vote buying. But be that as it may, him are the Prime Minister. And when whoever occupies that seat, that chair, is the Prime Minister for all of Jamaica. All of Jamaica. And if you don't like him, there's a democratic process that you can follow and get rid of him, right? But I know a lot of you don't like to listen to him, and you want to cringe when you hear him voice. But here's the thing, people, I'm asking you, listen to one of the nuts, because remember the whole of Rona, so we had the lone nut with we're half naked. I want you to listen to it. One of the ways that you address the issues in terms of becoming an informed person, voter or otherwise, is you have to listen to what the other party say, and then you hold them accountable. It's not enough for you to listen to what somebody said the person said. You need to listen for yourself, and then you can hold them accountable. So please, may I beg you now, don't leave me. Just bear with me. We have I picked up 4. It's the 79th conference, and we have 4 videos coming from that 79th conference. I don't think I'm gonna play all 4. At least I'm gonna listen to at least 1 or 2 with me, because then there's something else I want to talk to you about, something that we talked about last night, the GDP to debt ratio. A dear friend of ours took me on today, and it just didn't make any sense, But make us stay for listen to this. And they're not long videos. Make us listen to this and see what I want.
The Jamaican economy is fiscally sound. No new taxes on the backs of the Jamaican people since the Jamaica Labour Party administration has come into power.
Excuse me, the pagans, and we bring hope to Jamaicans. Highways and roads for we stay on. Farmers now have pension. Pay tablet for Jamaican.
That story is not told. We don't hear it. We must say it. And when you go back into your communities, you must be the ambassador of our good news. Our national debt is going down. Going down. We are the only country in this region that can say that after COVID, our debt is trending downward. That's a good news story that must be shouted from every hilltop. But you don't hear that said often enough. What does that mean, that our debt is going down? It means we have more financial space to spend on the people of the country. Our unemployment rate is the lowest it has been in the history of Jamaica. You don't hear that being said often enough. In the history of Jamaica. What does that mean? It means we are absorbing all the labor who want to work. It also means some other things, like some industries can't find people to work. A problem, but a good problem to have, because there are many Jamaican youths who are outside of the labor force, who don't want to work, who believe that chopping and scraping out their hand middle will get them a livelihood. We want to bring them into the labor force. Our economy is still reporting growth even after the disruption of production because of COVID. So I want all Jamaicans to know, including our family in the diaspora, that Jamaica is doing well. Our objective is to fulfill Vision 2030. And I believe it will happen in my lifetime and your lifetime. That Jamaica will become the place where you choose to live, work, raise your families, do business, and retire in paradise. Jamaica will be the place of choice. I look forward to repairing.
All right. Now, I know that was difficult for some of you to listen to, but stay with me, because it may be difficult now, but it might be sweet when we finish with this. One of the things he said was no new taxes. What he failed to say, or what he refused to say, was that the existing taxes have been increased. He never talked about that. And inflation. You know, talk about no new taxes, and people jump up and down and scream. National debt is going down. He's talking about GDP to debt ratio. And this is where I want to spend some time. Remember last night we had a discussion, and somebody took me to task today and said, oh, you know, you're poo-pooing the success of the Jamaican economy, essentially. And I wrote back to the person, and I won't tell you what he said, but it shows a certain amount of ignorance when people say that, because here's what happened. When the Prime Minister started talking about debt, national debt and GDP, ask any one of them, just randomly, ask anybody in the crowd, just ask them, what does it mean? Do you understand GDP to debt ratio? What does it mean? And then you ask them another question. What does it mean? What does it mean for you? How does that translate to your prosperity? Them can't answer you. Them can't say, because the Prime Minister, it's part of his stump speech. It's part of his regular speech when him go around and talk that the Jamaica is paying down its debt, and now Jamaica, it used to be at 100 and something percent, and now it's down to 70 something percent, right? And if you were here with us last night, remember that I said to you that don't believe the hype, because when he's talking about GDP to debt ratio, right? He's talking about the value of goods and services produced by the country and the government's ability to pay off money where it borrow, right? So he's talking about economic stability and the repayment schedule, how we pay our debts. And so him say, what that means is that we have more money to spend and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you weren't with us last night, let me just give you a couple examples. Nobody in their right minds would say Japan is a failed society. Japan is teetering on the brink of destruction, economic destruction. Japan is a financial disaster. Nobody would say that. Instead, people would tell you the opposite, that we must emulate what the Japanese are doing. Well, do you know what the Japanese GDP to debt ratio is? Remember, Jamaica is in the 70s. Japan is 262%. You never hear me good. Jamaica is 70-something percent. Japan is 262%. Singapore, a country that everybody says, hey, here's a model country. Came from nowhere and is somewhere today. And in fact, they said that, you know, Lee Kuan Yew, he came to Jamaica, looked at the Jamaican economic model, took it to Singapore and improved it. You know what Singapore's GDP to debt ratio is today? 160%. You know what the US's GDP rate is? 129%. You know what the UK's GDP to debt ratio is? 97%. China, 77%. Belgium, 104%. India, 89%. France, 112%. Spain, 112%. Canada, 107%. So the idea that you have a low GDP rate, it doesn't translate to economic success. It doesn't translate to economic stability. Here is what translates to economic stability. Ask anybody, how does that help you now to feed your family? How does that help you to pay your light bill? If you have a car, your car note, your mortgage, send your children to school, buy food. How does 70, what does it translate to? Because here's how it will really make sense, and you could say we're stable. If we were producing, if we were into manufacturing and we have something to sell the world, and then you borrow against that. I'm not an economist, but just a little bit of common sense I have. And I'm asking you to apply it. And if it doesn't make sense to you, then we can talk to some of the specialists. But we need to break it down so that people can understand. Let me show you this chart here. Hold on a second. Hold on, Kevin there. I want to show you, oh, wait. Kevin, where are you there? Now look for oh, here it is. All right, wait, we'll fly past it. All right, here it is. I'll show you something. Here we go. Now we have a junior minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister Terry Long, who was running around early this year, talking about that the exports, Jamaica's exports for the first time in decades exceeded imports. The man is a damn liar. And he kept preaching that message and people kept listening to him and nobody went to look. And none of the people who interviewed him just do a little research, just go to Statin, the clearinghouse for statistics for the country of Jamaica. Nobody went to look and said, but Mr. Minister, what you're saying is not right. Look at this, people. This was early this year, him saying that, look at that. The total imports. Now, the total imports, 6.9 billion. It went down because last year it was almost 7.1 billion. But it's 6.9, almost 7 billion for last year. For 2023, 2022, it was almost 7.1. But last year it was almost 7 billion. That means this is where you import, where you bring into your country, where you buy. And by the way, these statistics are coming from customs because everything I forgot through customs. Now look at the total exports. This is where Jamaica sent out. Jamaica sent out 1.8 billion. So there's a deficit. Where's the deficit? Right there. 5.1 billion. So how can this man in his right mind go around the place and not feed people this garbage that Jamaica's exports exceed imports? Somebody need to get this man. In fact, I spoke to a friend of mine who's heavily involved into statistics, and they said, that when them braid them locks, they must have braided too tight and it pull upon them brains. Because how could you go around as a minister and put out this garbage to people? And how could people cheer you when you say things like this? And how could an interviewer have you said these things and not challenge upon them things? Yeah, especially when you hear him say it before and him come on your program and him say it again and you don't challenge him. I mean, the Prime Minister said it one time, so some of them people are fully dunce. Well, he must know because he have a couple of them in his cabinet. I mean, this is people, this is crazy. Let me show you another chart. Let me show you, not another chart, a report. This report came out last month, right? And you know what it show? See date there, May 2024. It shows that inflation has gone up. And look where inflation, look on the items them where the inflation affected the most. Food. See the people, me can't make this up as Statistical Institute of Jamaica it come from. May 2024. See there? This upward movement was influenced mainly by a 1.1% increase in the index for the heaviest weighted division, food and non-alcoholic beverages. Make we go down further. See it right here, so. The increase in the index for the food and non-alcoholic beverages division was primarily due to what? A 5.2% rise in the index for the class vegetables, tubers, plantains, cooking bananas, and pulses. And them said this was attributed to higher prices for some agricultural produce, primarily vegetables, due to lower supplies resulting from dry weather conditions. So them blame the dry weather for some of the increase. But folks, that's why you can't feed in a family, you know. And that's why you need somebody like Dr. Ben to steer around you and tell you how you can use herbs and fruits and other things to supplement your diet so that you can live a healthy and strong and lengthy life. Because food gone up. Guess what not gone up? Salaries. Salaries not gone up. So the 13,000 what you get last year, guess what? It can't buy what it buy last year. Cannot buy with. First of all, it's not enough money. And then now you're going to have to go buy, you're going to get less with the same money what them give from last year. But look on this, look what it gone up on. It gone up on food. Food, people, food. When people put them hand on them head and say them don't know how them are going to survive in Jamaica because them can't eat, them can't buy food. Don't discount them. Believe them. See where the stats come from here. See where it come from here. Statistical Institute of Jamaica. Nobody challenged for them stats. And in fact, they're the ones who said the unemployment rate is 4.2%. And the government lauded it. The government cheer. Them reveling at it. But them now reveling at this. And you see how recent this is. May 2024. I have another stat. Another report for now. Like this? Yes. All right. I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind. And people, remember now we know. All of this information is publicly available. This is nothing secret or confidential or sensitive. It's all publicly available. No, this is the last stats that they have on labor. Right? Came out October of last year. No. They said that of the almost 3 million people in Jamaica, 1.3 are employed. 1.3 million people. Less than half of the population employed. Right? No. I could say where the people are employed. if it's anything skill. Remember now, this junior minister run go down to Miami, run go over England and say, we are upskilling our people. And I heard the prime minister use that same word, upskilling. We don't know what that means. We suspect the meaning, but we don't know what it means. But what we suspect is that it don't mean the same thing where we are talking about. Now, take a look at this. Them say in October of last year, well, November, December, 8 months ago, right? 1.3 million people involved in the labor force, right? Although up above them say 1.3, yeah, 1.3, 1.32, 1.37. But I want to show you something where the people are employed. Look at this. Let me grab my notes here. It says service workers and shop and market sales workers. There's nothing skillful about that. There's nothing upskilling about that. 308,400 people work in that group, that occupational group. And them say that is the largest occupational group. Remember now, we know, less than half of the population at work. Wow, what much? 1.3 million people. And 308,400, them are service workers and shop. Them are sell things, them are clerks, right? That's what that means. Look on the next one. A group called elementary occupations. See it right here, so. I don't know if I can see it. See it right there, so. The sentence will start there, right there, so. I can't say anything. Which said there were 172,100 persons employed in the group elementary occupations. Tell me what is upskilling about that? What is upskilling about that? That is 172,100. Then the next group is, them call it now, skilled agricultural and fisheries workers. Me don't know what that means. Me don't know what that means. Skilled agriculture. Me sure it means something, but me don't know what it means. But in that group, them have 175,300. And by the way, there's a decrease of 13,000 people. So in terms of skilled agriculture and fisheries, people are leave that occupation. The next one is construction. And we know construction in Jamaica, we are talking about manual labor for the most part. We have 133,200 people involved in that. See it right there, so. See it right there, so. We say construction, 133,200 people, right? Then we go to wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles. So all like shade tree mechanic them and things like that. Them account for 243,300. Then we go down to agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Not the upskilled ones, them, the downskilled ones, them. That account for 183,000. In all people, when you add up the service workers and shop and market sales workers, elementary occupations, skilled agriculture and fishery workers, construction, wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles, agriculture, forestry and fishing, you come out with a grand total of 1.2 million people employed there. So remember now, we know, it's 1.3 million at work, you know. So now, where is manufacturing? Where are the jobs that will help Jamaica to pull itself out of this situation where it's in? Now, keep in mind, people, when them tell you about GDP to debt ratio, and them basically what they're saying is that we're paying off our loans, right? But you don't have the wherewithal to pay off your loans, because remember now, you know, there's a deficit of 5 billion. And most of your workers that you see here, most of them workers they're minimum wage workers. They're not making no big money. Although the minister come out and tell the people in Florida and tell the people in the UK that you soon don't have to send the money come to Jamaica to the relatives, because them have good jobs, good paying jobs, and them have make money. That's what I'm saying. So when we don't send no money, we don't blame him. Him are the one who come and tell we say, we know make good money down there. Right? So 1.2 million people upon the brink. So where is the manufacturing? Where is that? Where is the employment that will raise the level of Jamaica? You know what them call them jobs, huh? Them call them growthless jobs, meaning that they don't contribute to the growth of Jamaica. They don't contribute to the growth of Jamaica. People, yes, people are employed. And you know what happened? Somebody stick him up the other day, you know. Somebody stick him up the other day and ask him about the job. I'm in say, hey, you know what? Yeah, it's a start and it's better than no job. So when actually I tell you is that the only options we have is to give the people slave labor wages or make the people remain unemployed and in slavery. That are the options you have, you know. And if and that can't be the truth. But that is what he said. He said it's a start and it's better than no jobs. So he must say we don't want no jobs, I don't want minimum wage jobs. That's what I tell you. And no, Mr. Prime Minister, you can do much better than that. Given the talent that you claim you have around you, you should be able to do better. You always praise Mr. Nigel Clark. I don't see much of him lately in the news since he make that gaffe with the budget. I don't see him around the place. You also have a financial expert in the person of the Minister of Education. I don't know if she's helping out. But sometimes you get to the point where nobody can help you. When God abandons you, nobody can help you. And that is what it looked like. It looked like you put yourself in a corner right now and you can't come out of it. Look on them numbers that you come out and you tell people them things. But people, remember, 1 year you plant rice. If you have 1 year for work with 10 years, you plant trees. But for a generation, you plant the seed of education. And that is what we're doing around here. We're educating our people to let people understand that when the politicians come and tell you them things here, do a little reading. And if you don't understand, you come right around here or you go to another corner. We have lots of corners these days. You have Lonesome, you have Andre, you have Jeffrey, you have Carlos, you have Mystic, you have Right Man. You have a whole bunch of corners where you can go to and get the truth. Because that is what we're about. You can't share the truth, you know. The truth is like sunshine. The perfect disinfectant. You can't shade it. Can't shade it. You can't shade the lies. But you can't shade the truth. It'll come to light. And now the truth is coming to light. And you hear a few words. We're not going to bother playing no more video. We just play that one. We have more, you know, we'll play over the course of months. I'm going to go and see them. I'm going to go and hear the words. I'm going to go and look on the documents, make a comparison for yourself, because at the end of the day, we want you to be educated. We want you to be informed. We want you to be a critical thinker. Don't listen to what Rattigan and Prezi and Dr. Francis and everybody else say. Don't take it. Listen, but don't take it as gospel. Go and look for yourself. Go to Statin website and pull up them statistics, and then go and listen to what the Prime Minister said back in 2022 at the conference and back in 2023. And if you want to go further, you can look at the 2016 manifesto, you can look at the 2020 manifesto, and if you want to go a little bit further, you can look at the throne speech that the Governor General makes every time Parliament open up, because the throne speech is a reflection of the government's intention. It's not the Governor General's intention. Then give him that speech if you read and say, this is what the government is going to do. And there are many more things that we can send it to, but we don't
We don't want overburdening with too much. For now, just go to Statin's website and go back and listen to the Prime Minister's last 2 conference speeches. And believe me, if you have any issues, come around here and ask us, because you're going to be fully educated. You hear him style some people, fully done. You're going to be fully educated. You're going to be fully educated around here about the person who's calling somebody or people fully done. Then you can make your decision. We can't make it feel like we said, I am here not to change government. I am here asking for government to change. And my ask is a very hard, very aggressive ask. I'm not coming here and say, government, please, we no need for... No, I come with facts and figures and say, we no need to do better. We no need to take care of the people. Them. But you know what? For 8 years, they're not taking care of the people. You think them going to start now? You think them going to start now? So people, become educated, become informed, become a critical thinker. We don't know what to do. Mr. President, over to you, sir.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it from the man himself. You got to be a critical thinker. And that's the problem. They don't want you to think. They hate what we're doing here and in the diaspora. Their goal is to shut us up, and say, yo, on the top of the nice, ton of foreign, we are doing thing. A matter of fact, it's so funny. Some little basic things that every country do, like as a responsibility. They want to be praised for doing basic civic duties, basic things that they have a right to do for the community. I don't understand why is it that they believe that they have to be praised to do their job. They want you to praise them to do their job, and if they do something, they want to be commended and saying, "Oh, look at what we're doing." What are you doing? These things are basic services: fixing a road, making sure that infrastructure doesn't crumble, plan ahead. These are basic responsibility of any government. And why should I praise you and thank you for doing your job? And when I tell you that you're not doing your job and you want to have a pat on your shoulder, me to come pat you on your shoulder to do your job. And tell you, oh, great of a job you're doing because you're such a wonderful leader. In your dream. In your dream. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what this is about. Getting yourself equipped so we can focus on the challenges that we have to deal with for the future, and the changes that is necessary to make Jamaica great, to make Jamaica the place that you can retire. You know much I want to talk to? When I first meet the volunteer group, most of you were like, hey, I've worked hard, I'm doing well, I did well, and I want to go back to Jamaica. Many people that call my radio show, I want to invest in Jamaica, I want to go back to Jamaica, but I don't feel safe. I feel like there is no accountability. So when you hear we rise up and we start lick out and start draw the line, it's because we realize that no, these people, I take the people at Jamaica for idiot. And when we open our mouth, then all of a sudden, when I come tell you, so we must keep quiet and we are no longer Jamaica. So we have to say, we're coming for you. All I know. We are come for you. So I think so yeah, get to it, because let me tell you something. A little fire I go set ablaze, and it start already. So get ready. Because all of you have gotten away with this atrocity. You have gotten away because of the corruption. And let me say this, the last point I'm going to make before I turn back over to Herb. But the last point I'm going to make, ladies and gentlemen, is a simple one. Ask the Virgin last night about the two gang them. The one other gang and the Klansman gang. And you hear me, I tell you, say, these gang is just like the mobs. These things are not a joke. We're talking about, we're telling say these politicians, these elected leaders, and some in law enforcement. It's just like how some people take pledge to some pact, you know, like how common one, people that talk about Illuminati and people that talk about some other names that we are not gonna support or not support. We're not a criticism and we're not a compliment. We just hear the name and we just mention it, right? My point is this, that these men are in alliance. You have the one who wear the suit, will set policy. You have the one who wear the badge, will enforce the law. And then you have the one who create terror, which are the gang leader. All of them congregate together and conspire as friends and company to keep the country corrupt. And all of them are rub shoulder. And I know, because I know, and I've been in places where a man can pick up a phone and make a one call and call a shutter and say, you want to calm down, don't say no, man. I say, yes, boss. All right, no say nothing. I'll talk to them, boy. Me not have to go down there. Me not have to worry about patrolling. Me not have to worry about that. Or, oh, listen me. Hey, I need you to make some money run for the youth them. And a phone call make, and a van pull up, car trunk bus, money run, and only money alone. So there's a lot of corruption in the system. So, you know, last night I meditate on it and I say, can we really stop the corruption when it goes so deep? Can what we're doing right here so really break the cycle that have been going on for, you know, for how long? For decades. Since Jamaica became independent, for decades, this cycle of corruption has moved from administration to administration, from leaders to leaders. And I'm asking, can we really stop it? That is the question, you know. Can we really stop the corruption? And I want to say to you, I said, yes, slowly but surely. It starts by creating this conversation, by creating organic support, and by getting the right elected leaders, because it takes elected leaders. So you have to work with elected people to get change. Me and you can run off remote as much as we want, but if you not work with the people them who are passing legislations, who have the power to vote on a constitution, who have the power to elect or select a committee, if you're not dealing with people or those people don't have the same mind as you, change will never happen, because it takes these people. So no matter how you take it, you're gonna have to partake or participate, whether you're gonna run yourself or you're gonna work with people who's already there or people who are coming into the office. So you have a big response. You have to work with the elected people. You can't deny it. There's no way the change can really happen legislatively unless you work with the people who have the power to do so. But we have to root out the corrupt one. And that is what Herb said. And that is what I am going with. Root out corruption and root out the ones them that has been there for too long. Go ahead, my brother.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Yes, people. I know I stepped away for a second and everybody slowed down, and somebody just broke the cycle a while ago, which I'm thankful for, because it's like half hour ago said Neville and Ellen. Now Davis sent something in, which is very promising. So if any of you out there would like to match Davis, nice big 50, I'm looking out for you. But look, folks, all I'm asking for, everybody that's listening to us, is just $5, right? There's a lot of $5 in there already. So some people have already been taking up the mantle and putting their $5 in. There we go. I like that. Balmain. Yep. He just doubled what Davis did. So let's keep it rolling. For this is starting to look very promising. But let me tell you this. We have been deep diving the minister that they claim is going to succeed Andrew Holness. We deep dive the one who supports him quite a bit, and we deep dive the DPP, right? And apparently we have indications that yes, these people, they like to protect themselves by using many cell phones. DPP 11, the other two individuals, like 16 and 18 cell phones that they've been using, right? Maybe not cell phones. They could use a tablet as well to call out and to receive and to conduct business. But the bottom line is everybody's compromised, folks. I've never seen anything like this. Everybody's government account, email, as well as telephone number is compromised. It's out on the dark web. So people have been listening to them. Not us. We just gotten started. But there are people out there already checking them out, trying to find government secrets, which I'm sure if they have not promoted good communication security by reporting this to their cybersecurity team, then the cybersecurity team should have been aware anyway. If they can check from time to time, sound those phone lines, or go in and check the network to see if anybody has been compromised. I don't understand how this government can operate like this. All right, they're compromised. A lot of the high-ranking people have been compromised, and they continue to operate. It doesn't mean anything to them. But the bottom line is we are looking for the out of the ordinary things. And once you find one thing, then you have to follow that trail wherever it might take you, with the hope that you'll find the rest of what you're looking for. So we keep looking. Thank you, Artin. That's a nice big fat 1 with 2 zeros. Thank you, Theta. So we have to do what is necessary to find out who is responsible for what. If we're looking for connections, let's say we're looking for a connection between a U.S. person and a local politician, indications of a bribe, because the new law signed in December says Foreign Bribery Act, that will be prosecuted. So we start looking. Look for foreign persons from UK, from Canada, from the EU, who might be doing business, unduly influencing a Jamaican politician with illicit contributions. Well, once we find that, then we have to document it and then report it to the applicable authority that we have a situation here with illicit contribution We look for exchange of data, exchange of information. If we find that, we document that. So it's a slow, tedious process. We can't just jump up and say, they're operating in the open and here it is. Here's the trail. These people don't do that. They try to hide their transactions. But nevertheless, we look for that network. We look for the links. And once we find a deep dive link that was never disclosed before, like what would you be doing shopping around with a South Korean official? Why go to South Korea? Why go to Spain? Why go to Portugal? Why go to all of these places? If it's out of the ordinary, we're going to check it out. And we're going to try to find out why they went there, right? We're looking for media articles, social network information to tie it back to the stuff we're finding. And then we try to come up with a finding. So it's a slow, tedious process, but it's working, right? So we need your support. No matter how slow it might seem, it will bear fruit, right? So really and truly, I appreciate everything you guys are doing, everything you're giving, and we have to continue the fight to stop these corrupt people. We have turned in lots of information on this prime minister and his wife, and we keep an open book on them. They're always being tracked, regardless. And so when it comes time that we can file some type of lawsuit, we'll do it. But right now, it's just keep tracking, keep building the case, right? And once we feel we have enough, then we'll make a move. So folks, understand that we are in the know and we're trying to work with as little data as possible to discover the bigger intent, the bigger crime or criminality that's being conducted by some of these folks. And we're going to get there. Thank you.
Our next guest is here. Prezi is going to introduce him. But before I do, I just want to, remember we play that one with the one nut leadership thing. I just want to play. This one is just a few seconds. I want to play this one here. And you'll understand why we're doing what we're doing. Here we go.
Leadership is about moments. And what makes great leaders is how they rise to the moment of leadership. You see, you can't lead until the moment actually arrives to lead. It's not built into the ether. It's the moment to lead that's important. The challenge with many of us is when that moment arrives, we question, we doubt, we obfuscate. We go, me? No, not me. What about so and so? Why don't they do it? Why don't they say it? Or worse, we make that terrible statement. It beckons often at the back of our heads. It's like a resounding, grazing, nasal chamber. Why me? Why you? Why not you?
Yes, folks. And that's why we're here. You know, why not us? You know, because here's the thing. We have risen to the moment to lead. That same nut, all of us, we're nuts because we have been let down by the government of Jamaica and also by some of our diasporan leaders who have failed to lead, failed to accept the challenge, or poor leadership. Them sell we out like how them sell out Marcus Garvey for rice and peas. Them sell we out for a photo app. Them sell we out for a phone number. Them sell we out for many things. Because I, for one, maintain that this document here,
this document here, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, the terms of reference, this document should have never been agreed to by our diasporan members who sat at the table and allowed the government of Jamaica to have 3 out of the 4 directors running the organization. They should have never allowed the government of Jamaica to run the election for the diaspora. And so many other things in that document. So the moment is here for us to lead. And we don't care when nobody said this is a different diaspora, as they can say. We range in ages, we range in experience, but at the same time, we're a collective. We're not individuals, we're a collective. And there is strength and force in numbers. And so, with the grace of God and with the support that we have out there right now, there is momentum building. And we're going to take this momentum building to Canada next month when we have our form of a protest over in Canada. And then we're coming back to New York in August. And we're going to come in numbers. They said it's 600. We're calling for 600 people to show up on that day. We will announce the date next week. So, and from there, we're going down to Miami. And we're going to be out there in our numbers again. So we're not stopping. We're continuing because you know what? This is a job that must be done. And remember, people, the truth must not only be the truth, but it must be told. Otherwise, if you don't tell it, people don't understand, them don't know. And that's how education comes about, speaking the truth to people and letting them see the light. Mr. President, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Will. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for continuing to support the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, Day 7. Today is the final day, and this is the time you get an opportunity to participate. During the course of the night, we will be accepting your donations and your contributions. The information will be persistent on your screen. There are several ways you can support us. You can donate to the OJLDF through our Cash App. It is $sign and the cash tag OJLDF. Through Zelle, you can do it so by the email on the screen or go to the website, OJLDF.net. And also to be convenient and to facilitate those who are not so technically, strong, I'll leave it at that. Please call the number and someone will be able to take the card number from you and assist you with processing your donation. So no matter how you take it, we want to, have all the means. So 757-655-3377. By going over to OJLDF.net, you may also mail a check. If you are into traditional snail mail, you're free to do so. Go over to the website and pull up the address. It's in the footer, meaning at the bottom of the screen. And you can mail out a check or any other gift. For those of you who are interested in T-shirts, please also call the same number. I've seen some messages. People want T-shirt, 757-655-3377. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge Mystic. I'm sorry, Ratty, go ahead.
One quick thing before you bring in Miss. I just want to say that Deborah is asking about demonstration in the UK. Deborah, please accept my apology. We are looking into a protest in the UK. It is going to happen, and it's going to
connecting.
Leaving out the UK, but the UK is going to have a protest as well. Sorry about that. Sorry, President.
All right, no worries. Yeah, definitely. And I certainly have never been to the UK, so that's going to be one of my first trips. And I know it's going to be for a worthy cause. So, King Charles, the president, is on his way to you, sir. All right. So, but we're going to Canada first, and we're going to see this man in his territory, the great Mystic. Mystic, good evening, my brother. How are you tonight?
Well, I am doing wonderful, and I'm glad to be here amongst the stalwarts of very critical thinking. So bless up and thank you, Prezi. Looking forward for tonight's interaction.
Absolutely, and we're about to bring in our guests. So I'm going to ask our illustrious panel just to just give us an opportunity to welcome our guest tonight, and then you guys can come back and greet him momentarily. But we want to certainly welcome. Okay, I don't think we need to put that one up there. No, this is what we want. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is none other than the one and only Peter Bunting. Let me read a little bit about Mr. Bunting for you. Peter Bunting is a politician and a businessman. I think we just lost video feed to Mr. Bunting. Let's see if we can assist him with getting that back. So I'm going to ask the great Wilfred. All right, I think we're getting him back right now. All right, engineer, make it happen. All right, so while we're working on getting Mr. Bunting, I don't want to read his bio and he's not present, even though his bio is for you, but I want him to hear the introduction properly. So we're having some connectivity issues, and this is part of the challenge about infrastructure in Jamaica. We need to get back to that place where infrastructure is, we got to get infrastructure as a priority for the future. All right, let's bring back these astute gentlemen as we await our guest to join us, Mr. Bunting, because
Prezi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to point out something to the group and to our listeners and to the chat. Of the last 21 contributions, 17 are by women. So what does that tell us? Right?
Women are doing great. They're leading.
Women are doing great. Yeah. So what happened to the men? They're choking on us.
All right, man. We got to do better. Let me read. Let me check over here on Cash App too and see what happened. So we have Raquel. That's a woman. We got Rookie. That's a woman. But we also have Desmond. Then we have Carolyn. So you're absolutely right. The trend is the same. I think our guest is here. So the women are outdoing the men. So come on, brothers. Let us step it up, man. Men have to lead.
Well, it's not happening.
All right, we're going to make it happen. Thank you, Herb. Appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do this one more time. We have our guests with us having some challenges, but we're going to make it happen. Give him a minute to get his camera handle properly. You're going to make it work, Pete. Don't worry yourself. So while Pete's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to read his bio. Peter Bunting is a politician and a businessman whom he was born on February 7th, 1960. Young guy. You have a few little strands. Well, not anymore. Razor working hard for him. In Kingston, Jamaica, he has been active in Jamaican politics for many years and is affiliated with the People's National Party. He served as Member of Parliament for Central Manchester from 1997 to 2000. During his political career, he held several important positions, including Ministry of National Security and Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And I think we should also say Senator, right? Apart from politics, Bunting has a background in business and finance. He holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Economics and Accounting from University of the West Indies. He has been involved in various entrepreneurial ventures. Throughout his tenure in politics, Peter Bunting has been known for his advocacy on issues related to national security, economic development, and social justice. He has been a prominent figure within the PNP, the People's National Party, contributing to policy development and party strategy. Bunting's career has been marked by his effort to address crime and violence in Jamaica, promoting economic growth and strengthening democratic institutions. His influence and contribution continues to shape Jamaican politics and policy making decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the opposition person on security, our Senator Peter Bunting. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm very well, thank you. Good evening to you and to your other panelists and to other participants.
Yes, I'm going to have the panelists greet you this evening. I know you'll probably see a few familiar faces here. So we're going to start with the one who is not that very handsome and have him bring greetings, Dr. Rupert A. Francis. Doc, go ahead and greet our guest this evening.
Mr. Bunting, good afternoon. How are you doing? Good to see you again. Boy, when I see you and I see the shape you're in, I have to say to myself, Lord have mercy, what happened to me? I mean, you look like you're getting younger and younger every day. But
in fact, I just came off the stair climber 15 minutes before coming onto your program and ran to have a quick shower, and I realized I'm still, heated and sweating.
What you've done
it's an effort to keep in shape.
What you've done is throwing me under the bus, but that's all right. I'm good. Thank you very much for coming on, and look forward to hearing what you have to say as usual. Good.
All right. Also, we also have Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Go ahead and greet our guest this evening.
Senator Bunting, welcome to the program, sir. I see you pilling fires in the sense of speaking up for our poor class of Jamaicans, same way, sir, in the Senate and outside of the Senate. And for that, I lift my hat to you, sir. And I hope, and also, I must lift my hat to you. You stand your grounds at the Jamaica Constable Force conference that they had. You you went and you said that you if Sir Rowan James cannot speak for himself, then you will speak for him. And I must say, sir, I lift my hat to you for that, sir. You stand your grounds and you did what you did, sir. And I lift my hat to you. And welcome to the program, sir. And I'm looking forward to listening to what you're saying, sir.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have our strategist, Mr. Herb Nelson Jr. Your greeting from Mr. Bunting, Herb.
Hey, greetings to you, Senator. Looking forward to a frank discussion this evening. And as usual, we know that you are a very knowledgeable man. Matter of fact, you can probably tell our audience a lot more about the inside workings of our security system and where you see weaknesses and where you see strengths. Thank you very much and welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Herb. And of course, a man who will love Mr. Bunting and love his country, Mystic Sensation. Sir, your greetings to Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, Senator. I want to say a big welcome to you on the program. It's a privilege to actually be here on the program with you, and we look forward for some intuitive discussion and quite informative. Right. So once again, big thanks for you being here.
All right. And of course, our fearless leader himself will greet our honored guest, Mr. Bunting. Will.
Senator Bunting, welcome. We had Professor Clayton this few days ago, and he spoke to us about national security from the perspective of academic and also as a consultant. And tonight we're pleased to have you here to discuss something from the policy leadership perspective. He's responsible for looking at the 30,000 foot level and make decisions. And before I turn it back to you, President, let me just say to those of you who feel uneasy, and I'm talking about TV and others, let it be known. And I mentioned this last night, and I promised I wasn't going to say anything more about it, but I just have to make a quick. We invited members of the government to come on board. They denied. They declined. We're not going to sit and worry about that. And we don't care what people want to think about us.
we're moving forward. So if you feel uneasy about the program tonight, then please feel free. The door is open. Just as the way you came in, you can leave. But if you can't, we will host this matter. We will not entertain any distraction. I am personally watching the chat now. I'm going to monitor it. And any deviation from normal behavior will be dealt with appropriately. It's that simple. In fact, you know what? Let me just start with this person because we're not going to tolerate any nonsense around here. We have our conference to take care of, and we will figure out. Prezi, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Will. And again, let me welcome Mr. Bunting. Mr. Bunting, good evening. So we are getting a little feedback from your microphone, Pete. So here's the deal. From time to time, I may just end up muting your mic so that you will, the feedback doesn't carry through. So I want to apologize to our listeners. And I do see you guys in the chat pointing to your ears. But we are getting a little bit of feedback, but we're going to soldier through this. We're going to make it work. All right. So, for example, like now it's mute, the feedback is gone. So I do know the source of it. So panelists, please be patient with us. We're going to get this. I don't know if you have a fan of blow, Mr. Bunting, in the background. Yeah, if you can we know you're acting. You have a fan above your head. All right, turn it off and come. You turn it off?
I've turned it off. I don't know if it's improved. Any better?
We're gonna work with it. We're gonna work with it. No, here's the kicker, sir. As we get ready to start, usually during this conference, we've allowed our speakers to come up on the platform, speak openly and candidly in presentation manner. You know, we want this to be a little bit more interactive. We will, however, give you an opportunity to do your opening speech and any presentation you have. But would you be okay with kind of have it like a back and forth? Because I know these panelists, they have several questions they want to ask. And I'm sure the diaspora at large would want us to ask you, in your capacity and history, a lot of important questions that's going to benefit the people in the diaspora. Are you comfortable with that format, sir?
Absolutely. No problem at all.
All right. And so like man saying no back down from nothing. I like that. All right. My kind of guy. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Honorable Senator Peter Bunting. Mr. Bunting, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Perhaps I would just start off by, using 3 or 5 minutes just to recap. I've said this so many times in so many different forums over the years that, I tend to think that I might be boring people. But essentially, I have been either the Shadow Minister of National Security or the Minister of National Security for the last 15 years or so, give or take a year here and there when I was, shadowed other portfolios. So I've spent a great deal of time reading, studying, talking with practitioners, policymakers, not just in the Jamaica and the Caribbean, but across the globe. I spent a lot of time on the ground with police officers, rank and file gazetted officers, and also spend a lot of time with people like Professor Tony Clayton. Tony and I collaborated closely when I was minister, and he anchored the national security policy in 2013. And essentially, we recognized back then that the sort of policing that was needed was a two-track type of policing, or I should say the approach to violence prevention was a two-track sort of approach. One was the traditional crime control approach, where you want to get boots on the ground, you want to get sufficient vehicles, which are force multipliers, you want to have a tiered response capability to deal with gangs and particularly extremely violent gangs and so on. And you use the tools in the JCF Act and the Defense Act, and in very, very rare occasions, you may have to declare a state of emergency. We saw that as being appropriate for maybe once per decade on average over the first 50 years or so of our independence. But since this administration came to office, it started using it as a serial and routine use of policing, which we thought was really an unnecessary curtailment of human rights, unnecessary abuse of our citizens. And what is interesting, by the way, is that the years that they have not used it, because we've challenged them in the constitutional courts on a number of occasions, they still have cases outstanding. And so, for example, this year, which they've not used it because we've pushed back on it very heavily, this is actually the lowest year in their 9 years of government. Still not as low as it was under the previous administration, but it's the lowest year. And what that confirms for me, that what we've been seeing is a lot of posturing and a lot of PR and a lot of misallocation of resources, putting an overemphasis on the military for regular policing, and in fact militarizing our whole approach to policing, where we feel together with the crime control approach, you have to balance it with crime prevention measures, social investment measures in the communities that are generating a lot of the crime. If you look in a year or two ago, in one of my State of the Nation presentations in the Senate, I pointed out that that particular year, we got about a third of all our murders and shootings from about 3 police divisions in Kingston and 1 in Southern St. Andrew. So 4 police divisions in all. Geographically, in terms of a percentage of the size of the country, it represented about 1% of the size of the country. And again, if you had done the same thing and looked at where crimes occurred in other hotspots, in other parishes, in St. James, in Westmoreland, in Clarendon, in St. Catherine, you would see that, it's fairly limited areas that you have these high violence incidents occurring frequently. On the one hand, you can saturate them with policing or police and military, but that can't be sustained indefinitely. So you have to also invest in those communities. You have to upgrade their housing stock. You have to upgrade the schooling. You have to put social workers in there, better health facilities, and so on, so that you don't leave people in a criminogenic environment where year after year, generation after generation, you get these young men young men in the main who come up feeling really there's not much future for them, so they may as well join gangs, burn bright in their own minds for a few years with expectations that they'll be dead in their 20s before leaving their 20s. So we have always looked at it in a much more balanced way, and we believe that that is sustainable. We've seen recently lots of flare-up of violence in schools, teenagers killing teenagers injuring teenagers. We've seen it now not just with the boys, but we've seen that type of behavior moving into the girls. We recognized 10 or 12 years ago when I was minister and Ronnie Twaits was Minister of Education, that grade 7 was in a sense, the last chance we got to re-socialize children who had not been properly socialized. Many of them came from the homes where they got inadequate parenting, or no parenting at all. And we felt that the school was the one agency of the state that interacted with virtually every child. So we had introduced a school-wide positive behavioral intervention support program. We had introduced a lot of other interventions, social interventions, a violence interrupter program, for example, where we trained young men, put them we recruited them from the hotspot communities. We trained them how to interrupt violence, how to interrupt the cycle of violent incident, reprisal, and then counter reprisal, which could quickly escalate from one incident to give you 7, 8 murders in a given community within a relative short period of time. So we had all of that going. We were getting reasonable success very early. When the administration changed, all of that went out the window. And in a sense, we've lost 8, 9 years now that we have to start back. And I would say one final thing. There is a demographic dividend of a sort which we should be seeing now, and we're really not seeing to the extent we had expected it. And that demographic dividend I speak to is when you look at the statistics consistently over maybe the last 3 decades, most of the perpetrators of violence, as well as the victims of violence, tend to be young men between their late teens and late 20s. That cohort has been declining as our population pyramid is inverting, just as is happening in many more developed countries. So 20 years ago, for example, you would have just over 50,000 births per year in Jamaica. So that cohort would tend to move through the school system. Today, we're having barely 30,000 births per year in Jamaica. So you've had about a 40% decline in annual births. Now, if you look in the age group that is generating, the young men who are generating the violence and who are the victims of violence, you're having a 40% decline in that cohort. So just reduction in numbers alone should be giving you much less violent incidents. I think that's one of the positives that we should be seeing, and we're not really reaping the benefit of up to now. But it is an opportunity where we have fewer young people to deal with, and therefore we can give them more focused attention. We can invest much more in each individual. Let me pause there.
First of all, what is your time constraint? How much time do you have with us? Because I'm bringing in back the panel, and I just want to know, do you have any time constraint?
I had committed an hour till 8 o'clock my time, Jamaica time.
Yeah,
about a half an hour more.
Hour and a half, yeah, good.
All right, so yeah, go ahead, Ratty, with your first question. The panelists are coming back in because we all have some questions for you, Mr. Bunting. So, Will, you want to take the first stab? Because my one is too hard for him, and I'm a sweat already, so I don't really want to put him in a spot there. So give him a low ball question for me.
I'll ask my very easy question.
You see, I told you I'd just finished working out, then you tell me to turn off my fan, and now you're telling me I sweat already. You see how the unreasonable president.
Look, Senator, thanks for coming back. Most people in politics, when they come around here, they don't come back. They don't come back. They get asked the tough questions around here, and then we don't see or hear from them again. And in fact, we have people who say, don't go around there unless you know what you do. But either you're a brave man or you know exactly what you're doing, because when I ask you to come, you readily accept it. So I really appreciate it, and I thank you. Here's a question. You
assuming for the moment, assuming for the purpose of the question, that you are now the Minister of National Security, you are going to inherit you're going to inherit a force that, based on what we have heard from the government, they've spent the most money, they've provided the most resources, training, etc., and that this force is as professional as you're going to get now. So, given that you're going to have all of these things, and I heard Prezi ask you about, Prezi was asking about the time period, but it was in reference to being with us. I'm going to ask you in terms of time frame. How soon do you think you'll be able to get the murder rate down to 1,208 and below? Because when you left, it was 1,208. And the second question is, do you agree with the policy of sending policemen to Haiti?
I think, well, let me say, I feel very confident, as I said, because of the changing demographics, one, because of the fact that there's the budget that they have for national security now is many times what it was when I was minister, and we were just at the heavy lifting stage of the economic recovery program. That, I'm very confident that we could get the murder rate under 1,000 within a year or two. The simple things that you have to do consistently, keep training enough people to keep your force at its establishment levels, to keep the strength and the establishment levels essentially the same. And if necessary, also to increase that establishment as the budget allows. Keep a fleet of working vehicles, which are a force multiplier, and you don't have people who live in rural Jamaica, people who are serviced by police stations like Alligator Pond and Asia, which have one maybe 20-year-old vehicle that spends more time in the garage than it spends on the road, even though they have to cover vast policing areas in terms of square miles. I believe getting key people in key positions, in any organization, is critically important that your best managers are put against the toughest challenges where you can get the best reward. I think we have some very good leaders in the GSF who are not deployed relative to where the data suggests they would be most effective. So I think there are some things that can be done that will improve the effectiveness of the spend. This government likes to speak about they're spending a lot of money on national security, they're spending a lot of money on health. But if you are spending a lot of money, but the results that you are getting are worsening, if you have increased the health budget by 2.5 times, and your maternal mortality rate is now worse than it was 4 decades ago, then what you're doing is really wasting money. You're not spending money efficiently or effectively. So that's what we have to look at, not just, in absolute numbers, how much money you're putting out there. You'll find somebody to take any amount of money from you that you're willing to put out there. And there's a tremendous amount of waste, mismanagement, and corruption. But I think, certainly with my experience in the private sector and in knowing how to deploy resources as effectively as possible, both financial and human resources, that's what I brought to the table as the policy leader of the ministry, even at a time when we had, absolutely no money. There were years I didn't get a single new police vehicle for the GSF. and we still managed to put down lower numbers in terms of murders and shootings than under the present administration.
Thank you, Senator. Just Senator, if we could, since the time is so short, one second. Just
second question, the one about the police going to Haiti.
The police going to Haiti. So, Senator, just before you answer the police going to Haiti, if we can just keep the questions, the response a little shorter, and for the panelists, I know some of you, because I know, Mystic, you have 4 questions. So we may, just in the interest of time, to make everybody get in, and plus the listeners want to probably call in and ask a question. So I'm going to ask us to keep the questions and the responses at a moderate level. Please, thank you. Senator, please proceed with the answer regarding Haiti.
Yeah, I feel, a sense of solidarity with our Haitian brothers and sisters, and a sense of obligation, really, to assist them. I don't know, however, that at this time, sending police officers into Haiti is the best thing. Certainly, maybe sending some military in the first instance, I would look at, but also it has to be under a carefully planned and agreed framework, that we don't end up being part of some new colonial force that goes in to impose our will on the Haitian people. So, I would be very careful. I'm not privy to all the, the diplomatic work that is going on and behind the scenes work. But I do believe, as Caribbean brothers and sisters, we have an obligation to assist as best we can the situation in Haiti, but it has to be within a properly thought through framework, and most likely it has to be after, if we are sending in forces first, it would seem more appropriate to me to send in the military to ensure the situation is stabilized on the ground, the so-called, the traditional peacekeeping forces first, and then we can send in police officers, mainly to my mind, to do training of their police force and equipping them and helping them, because we don't want a sustained mission there.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we're going to move to our first panelist. So I'll start off with Dr. Rupert Francis. Doc, what question you have for Senator Bunting? And guys, remember, time constraint is very challenging tonight. Please unmute, Dr. Rupert.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you now. Go ahead. We got you.
Good evening again, Mr. Bunting, Senator Bunting. We met some time ago in Jamaica when we came down as a group to, we agreed in a certain way how the diaspora could help Jamaica, and obviously that has not happened. The question is, would it happen under you? And the second question is, you said that you wanted the JCF needed to go and train, but don't we have some serious issues in the JCF right now, and even in the military, that needs to be addressed? Those are the 2 questions.
All right, no follow-up, guys, because time constraint. Senator.
Yeah, well, I have been very vocal, particularly at a time when Minister Chang was being very dismissive, that I thought we had, tremendous resources available, tremendous experience, tremendous competence available in our diaspora that we could call on. I remember during the time when I was minister, I met so many senior officers of Jamaican roots in the Canadian police force, in the Toronto Metro Police Force, in many states in the United States, in the UK. And many were willing to just give freely of their expertise and their time. And to me, it's it's low-hanging fruit. It's something that we should create a mechanism that we can almost use these persons to mentor, to exchange best practice with our local personnel. And it's so much more appropriate than when I remember when we used to bring down these international police officers from the UK, for example. And they were most of them were very unfamiliar and just totally out of their depth in this environment. Some of them had never carried a firearm in their careers in the UK. One officer told me he had never even had to draw his pepper spray, much less a firearm. He had never had firearms training. So, the diaspora, obviously, to my mind, would be the first port of call to draw on for expertise, for resources, for advice, for mentoring, for coaching, etc.
Okay. So the second part of the question was the police force and the army using for training. Do you would think the additional assistance in that area from the diaspora or wherever?
Well, one of the things, every time I see an incident on social media, for example, there was one, I think just last week, with a female police officer wrestling with a woman and holding her in her hair, and a protracted tug of war back and forth between them. And I noticed the only weapon or the only piece of equipment that I could see from the video that female police officer had was a pistol. So to move from struggling and wrestling hand to hand with lady, the next level would have been to, draw a pistol, which would be, deadly force now that's going to be brought to bear. When I was minister, we had acquired thousands of what we call less lethal kits. So we had a utility belt that, yes, had a pistol holster on the utility belt, but it also had one of those batons that you could flash out. It had pepper spray, it had handcuffs, and so that a patrol officer was fully kitted out and had a full option. And we were even investigating at that time, introducing tasers into the system. But a properly trained and kitted, because even if you're trained but not kitted with less lethal options, then you'll continue to have this kind of embarrassing situation for the officers where they can't respond appropriately. And if it escalates, then it immediately goes to deadly force, which you don't want to happen, unless it can't be avoided.
Thank you, Senator. Herb Nelson, your question for the goodness senator.
Senator, let me just ask you this. My concern with the forces deploying to the Haitian theater is coordination with the high command. Right now, we saw in the only action, I believe, that we could call it action, was back in 2010 with the Tivoli Gardens incident. How is it that our battalion commanders, lieutenant colonels, reported that they could not understand the P3 Orion instructions at the time? They said they didn't listen to that they were listening to their helicopter instructions while their troops were on the ground. So that leads me to believe that there were somebody else, some other security forces on the ground that was above our guys that understood. And the only people that comes to mind is JSOC or maybe a SEAL team. Keeping in mind, we had 3 different naval warships in Jamaica at the time. In addition to that, when we deployed people to a possible contact, movement to contact, we deploy a minimum of a platoon leader, which usually is lieutenant, lieutenant, or we may even deploy a captain if it's a key situation. Right now, from what I understood, If you're going to deploy to an area that is under surveillance, then that means your MIU is on site. What went wrong with the situation where you had 3 low-ranking people ending up having to make a decision to kill or capture a Jamaican citizen? Aren't we going to be faced with the same situation in Haiti again? So you have 2 scenarios there that shows weaknesses in the JDF chain of command. Thank you.
Look, three JDF soldiers are before the court right now in a case that's being tried and reported on week to week. I don't think while this case is being tried, it would be appropriate for me to be making public comments on this. I don't think it would be prudent at all.
Let's just play out the scenario happening in Haiti then. You know, they get orders to deploy. What is the normal action of the chain of command?
No, I think usually when you're in an international deployment, you come under the command of, let's say it is under the auspices of the United Nations. Your forces would go into a joint command situation. I really don't want to get into I'm not a military officer. I don't want to get into the command structure. Albeit, what I can tell you is a very different structure than it is from the police. What I would also say, though, in comparing a 2010 Tivoli operation situation with a Haiti situation, we have to be very careful because 2010 operation was under the regulations, the emergency powers regulations, which is within our law and which would govern us here. When we go to a foreign jurisdiction, we're now going to be operating under a different set of laws. So it's really very, very different. It's not apples with apples at all. So
thank you, Senator.
Herb,
we have to cut it here because the Senator only have a few more minutes with us. Jeffrey, what's your question for the Senator?
My question for Senator Bunting is this: if he should gain, if the man should put on his green clocks tomorrow morning and call the election and ring the bell, and Senator Bunting become the PNP when Senator Bunting become the Minister of National Security, will he continue with the illegal state of public emergency?
No, absolutely. Right. Absolutely not. As I said, we have twice already, aspects of it have been struck down in the court by persons who were detained, and the court has ruled that their rights were violated. And in fact, has awarded tens of millions of dollars to the incarcerated persons that taxpayers will have to cover. While you can never rule out a situation like 2010 when a state of emergency would have been justified and necessary, but certainly the framers of our Constitution, and in particular the Charter of Rights, which was passed in more recent times in 2011, never contemplated, suspending people's basic rights to liberty, to freedom of movement, and so on, in an ordinary situation.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate the question. Next question is going to go to Mr. Mystic Sensation. Mr. Mystic, what's your question for the Senator?
Yes, Senator. Once again, a pleasant afternoon to you. Are you hearing me?
I am.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay. So, Senator, one of the most beautiful phrases that we have heard is that the children, right, are our future. And as such, we need to invest heavily in our children. Which begs me to ask you this question. We are losing a lot of our children to the gang and culture and scamming culture. particularly in the volatile areas of our society? What would be your strategy to save our children from becoming victims of gang and scamming culture?
Well, as I mentioned in my introduction, we recognize, for example, one of the studies that was done by the Violence Prevention Alliance was that 86% of gang members were young men or boys really who had dropped out of school before grade 9, which really meant that by the time they were 15, they were no longer in a structured environment, school environment. They were getting up every morning and going to school, being sent off to school. They were not under the supervision of teachers, and very quickly just hanging around, knocking about in the community. They were recruited by gangs. So one of the measures we recognized, and we asked, as national security, we asked Ministry of Education, do not expel young men from school and just put them out on the street. If you can just keep them in school through 18 or 19 and do nothing else, you reduce their chances of ending up in a gang fivefold, sevenfold. So it was critical that the principal don't get rid of his problem boy or problem boys and end up giving them to the rest of society to deal with for the decades to come. And it was much cheaper to intervene with a secondary or tertiary level intervention at school than in a correctional facility.
Thank you, Senator. Wayne, your question for the Senator, sir.
Yes, Senator. All right. When your party win the next general election and you return to the National Security Ministry as the minister, would you and your party get rid of the political activists up in the hierarchy of the police right now that we're seeing? For example, you have two big gangs in Spanish Town, gangs one another. But me notice I won't go one side, them the plan. Nobody locked up or get charged over one side. Would you return the force back to the policing, and get rid of these political activists in the force?
It's interesting. When I became minister in 2012, and let me just back up. This was an issue that if you go back to the 70s, 80s, maybe even the early 90s, the force suffered badly from this politicization. KD Knight, I believe it was the minister who passed an amendment to the JCF Act in the 90s to make it clear that the minister was responsible for policy and that the commissioner had sole operational superintendence of the force. And we started to see that politicization of the force diminish over time. When I was appointed minister, the first all officers conference that I addressed, I told the gazetted ranks that I was the only politician in the ministry, and I had no interest in anyone else being a politician in the ministry. So I was interacting with them and assessing them and would value them solely on the basis of merit and performance. And I really wasn't asking anybody which way they voted or where their sympathies lied, or lay rather, even though I know that everybody has their right, when time comes to cast their ballot. So, that is something that I never encouraged. I have been deeply disappointed to see the level of politicization of the force from the top. And, I have spoken publicly against it. I've spoken privately against it. And certainly it would not be tolerated under my leadership.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm going to give you guys another round of question, but I didn't ask you a question, Senator. So a question from me to you. You've had the opportunity, stop looking on your watch. You've had the opportunity to be a national security minister. And others may say you've had your run and you never delivered on it. What would make you deliver this time around? What argument would you make for people in the diaspora who wants to come back to Jamaica and under Peter Bunting as National Security Minister? What would you be doing to protect our ports? What would you be doing to protect people who are coming back in the country in terms of ridding the ports and all the other ports of entry, whether it's the sea, whether it's by the wharf, or whether it's by any other means, airport, to protect the country? And where are the pipe bombs?
Yeah, first of all, let me challenge that assertion you made in the question that I had my opportunity and I didn't deliver. Go back over the last 20 years and you will see, when you examine the statistics, the lowest period, the lowest 4-year period of any in that 20 years was under my leadership of the ministry and Portia Simpson-Miller's leadership of the country. The lowest 4-year period over the last 2 decades at least. So, you know, I am certainly not going to say that we had brought it to where it needed to be. But the fact is, with very little resources, we had a much better outcome than previous and successive administrations with considerably more resources than we did. In terms of what we would do, in many ways, it would be more of the same, the two-pronged approach that was working, that had started to work, and would have been really delivering benefits now if it had been sustained. But times change, technology changes. I mean, if you only have to look at you know, things that are available to police and operations now in terms of drones that they send in ahead to recce the situation. You don't need to have to go in blind into operations anymore. The technology in terms of intelligence collection, cyber investigation and cyber intelligence collection now enabled by artificial intelligence and tremendous computing capacity. The tools that are available to law enforcement and intelligence agencies now are, you know, light years ahead of what they were even 10 or 12 years ago. So there's great opportunities.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for putting my idea to good use. Ratty, what's your question for the Senator?
All right, Senator, I want to talk to you, and you basically segued into this question. I want to talk to you about intelligence-led investigations. It is my considered opinion that investigators, by and large, you have the exceptions, but by and large in Jamaica, they view intelligence and information as one and the same, and they're not. We have MOCA, you established MOCA. We have the Integrity Commission, established in 2017. We have CTOC, and we have a number of other military intelligence. They're all involved in the intelligence gathering arena, but they're doing it in silos. There is no fusion center. So what we see in a response to the criminal activity in Jamaica is we see, for the most part, a reaction going back to the 1870s police efforts. We don't see much in terms of proactivity, and worse yet, we don't see anything in terms of predictive policing. If your party is elected in the next election and you are appointed as the next national Minister of National Security, would you consider the establishment of a fusion center to deal with these criminal issues arising?
Well, you mentioned MOCA, and when we started MOCA, before the legislation was passed to make it permanent, we started it as a joint team with personnel from the JDF, the JCF. We had civilian analysts and attorneys and so on. We had people from PICA, from customs enforcement. We had persons seconded from the National Crime Agency in the UK. We had persons from intelligence agencies in the US and Canada. So it was sort of intended to be a bit of a fusion center, although in the long term, I think we need a comprehensive piece of legislation that deals with all these issues around intelligence collection, intelligence sharing, things you have like in the US, like these no-knock warrants and so on, that would protect those collecting the intelligence and put it within a more formal framework. But the fusion center concept was exactly what we had intended. Now, that has not been built out in the same way that we had hoped. And I can tell you, 9 years in, the MOCA has not even been staffed at 50% of its establishment, not even 50%. So if you ask me, there is a reason that this administration does not want to strengthen the capacity to collect intelligence and to investigate and ultimately to prosecute corruption in this country.
Prezi? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Oh.
There.
Oh. I'm here talking, having a full-blown conversation. Go
No.
ahead, Herb. You're live.
Herb.
Go ahead. Let's keep it concise. Thank you.
Can't hear Herb.
Okay, keeping with the intelligence-driven ideas, Senator. One of the suggestions I had made to the advisor at the recent Diaspora conference down there in Montego Bay was that they consider the iPhone and another piece of equipment that you could actually track and trace people moving across the country biometrically, right? In other words, you stop a person 3 or 4 times in different areas and you link them biometrically in areas where serious crimes are occurring, like trafficking, weapons trafficking, or let's say human trafficking. That type of collection, would that be permitted under extreme emergencies in Jamaica? Because if we're going to break up crime as it is in Jamaica, then we have to restrict the free movement of known criminals or professionals, as we call it, whether they be hitmen, whether it be recruiters, whether they're running staging areas and safe houses so they can move people and equipment around. Would that be something that you would move to in lieu of the fact that everything else seemed to be failing?
No. Let me tell you, under our system of parliamentary democracy, you cannot just stop people and collect their biometric information just as a random intelligence gathering exercise. You have to have probable cause. The courts have been quite clear on it. You have to have probable cause to stop that individual and collect that sort of data from them, that private data, and we're having other legislation that speaks to a Data Privacy Act and all of that. So, but there are other methods to do it. I mean, now, for example, you have cameras in public spaces that have facial recognition, that have the cameras have license plate recognition. They're driven by artificial intelligence. and you can deploy those cameras in public spaces right across the country that can give you essentially effectively the same information. So I'm not sure, you know, I don't want a country where we create friction between our people and the security forces by the stop and search and, you know, kind of harassing them. What used to happen over a spliff, and we used to give 14,000 young men convictions every year for smoking a spliff, and all that did was condemn them to the margins of the economy, to the backwater of the economy, and, you know, prevent them from ever getting a visa or work permit, etc. So that is not the sort of police state that we want to move to. We want to move to a system of spear fishing rather than net fishing. And the opposition leader had proposed as an alternative to the state of emergency, which is a net fishing, scrape up a whole heap of youth and process them. And 99% of them never get charged for anything. But in the meantime, they've lost their job because the hotel here, they are detained on a state of emergency, etc. He had proposed a much more targeted piece of legislation that would be limited to the 300, which was the estimate by the JCF, the 300 high violence producers, and which you could then, you know, suspend their rights of the 300 rather than, and their liberties, rather than the population as a whole. If 300 is who you want to find, come with legislation that targets those few people, and do it on the basis of a warrant.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Rupert.
I just want to say, the elephant in the room is the two major gangs. And I don't expect a full, I mean, you know, but just how do we plan to just target those guys and keep them in check? Because I don't know how you're going to do it. I pray for you, because that's all I can say. Because it is a serious problem. But will you? How will you address it quickly? I mean, try to.
You know, the gang problem is still the overwhelming problem we have. But if you actually look at the murders and those that are classified as gang-related, they are actually being reduced over time. Still responsible for the majority of our murders, but not the overwhelming majority it used to be. And I think there have been, you know, targeted operations at these gangs. But what one of the
Senator, let me interrupt. I think Dr. Rupert was asking about the Klansman and the One Order gang, specifically. Not necessarily the little small pocket of guys, you know, on corner where say them a crew and then call themselves a gang name.
Well, take for example, the point I was going to make is in 2010 when they degraded the presidential clique in West Kingston, or shower posse, whatever you want to call it. What they found was that violence actually increased post that, because you didn't have the overarching leadership that would control, but you had instead the one gang splintered into 5 or 6, and you had, you know, intense competition to assert the supremacy of these gangs. So sometimes it's not as easy as you would think. Let's just degrade this gang, let's break it up, let's, you know, cut off the heads of the you know, the leadership and everything will be okay. It's more complex than that. I think, you know, the One Order and clans, what we've seen is that when clans are involved in a violent incident, a lot of PR goes out about it and a lot of name calling. When One Order is involved, it's just violent gunmen, but they never label it, which, you know, again comes back to an earlier issue that was raised. But obviously, intense focus has to be on gangs, and not just dealing with the violent element of the gang, but dealing with the commercial element, what they're making money off, what is really feeding them, the scamming, the extortion, etc.
Thank you, Senator. Jeffrey.
Senator, if and when you become the next Minister of National Security, how are you going to deal with police morale with citizens? Because now police and citizens is having some cat and mouse thing where they say that police is beating up citizens and all sorts of shebang around. 2, are you going to make the sex register public?
The police citizen relationship has to improve. The only sustainable way to get success in policing is to do so on the basis of trust with the citizens you serve. So if a community has no trust in the police officers or the police units that service it, they're going to have a very difficult time being effective in the long run. So obviously that comes from training, that comes from proper equipment, that comes from proper manning, and that also comes from, other elements like decriminalizing ganja, which reduces the friction between the police and the communities they police. There was a second element, just remind me, there was a second...
About the sex register to make it public.
Look, when we passed the legislation that created the sex offender registry, we consulted the experts in the field, not just in Jamaica, but globally. And at the time, the decision was taken to not have a public registry where anybody could just Google somebody's name or search rather for somebody's name, but to have it limited access to law enforcement and other, educational institutions. I forget the categories of persons that could access that database. I know whenever an issue comes up around a sex offender reoffending, you hear the calls for the public database or the public access to the database. I have to be guided by experts. This was not done under my ministry, by the way. It was done under the Ministry of Justice, and there was careful weighing of the pros and cons of the different things. We've had it now maybe for 10 years. I wouldn't just want to especially since this was really a justice issue, a ministry of something that fell under the portfolio of justice. I wouldn't want to just give my opinion on it. The easy thing, the way to play to the gallery is to say, make it a public access registry. But when you survey the experience across different jurisdictions, the experts tell you that they argue that limited access is more effective overall. But I think it's something we can put back on the table for our policy discussion.
Thank you, Senator. Wayne, Mystic, I'm sorry. Mystic, go ahead with a question for the Senator.
All right, Senator, once again, let me just do it quickly. Based on multiple discoveries of drugs and guns at our ports of entry, which would suggest that our borders are porous, what are the strategies of the PNP to strengthen our borders and create a serious dent into this criminal network?
So when you consider the borders of Jamaica, on the one hand, we have the 4,411 square miles, which is, when I was in school, what I learned the size was. And then you have the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone, which adds another basically 100,000 square miles to our maritime borders. And we have fishermen daily at Pedro banks, at various banks within this 100,000 square mile area. That is extremely difficult to patrol, to to monitor, to prevent trading taking place, on the high sea, so to speak. I'll just give you a quick anecdote. Years ago, I was in Honduras, in the Bay Islands in Honduras, and I was walking down the beach and I saw a fisherman there smoking a spliff. And I jokingly said, that smell like Jamaican ganja. And he laughed and he said, yes, it is. He says, during the fishing season, I have a Jamaican who have developed a friendship with, and we do an exchange. They do a trading, a barter thing. He gives them fish and he gets his weed. And it really just opened my eyes to the fact that, it's very difficult to control. However, where I think the most effective place to intercept drugs is as it's coming on shore. If we had confidential informants, a network of confidential informants on every fishing beach in Jamaica, it would be a better investment than spending another 100 or 200 million US on Coast Guard vessels, which are trying to intercept drug boats. Is like in that 100,000 square miles, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's much more effective to collect the intelligence on the beaches amongst the fishermen and so on that go out to collect or are involved in this smuggling of drugs, guns, and other contraband.
Thank you, Senator. Wayne?
Yes, Senator. So you just mentioned confidential informant, but I want to say this to you, right? The best way, I could just ask, the best way to get confidential informants is to do community policing and get back the trust from the police, right? And the citizens. And the next thing, would you start to make these police, do polygraph testing, right? Yes, that can work with the citizens and we could get a better Jamaica and clean up the force from the criminal elements that we can get a better Jamaica. What you say?
Well, again, when I was minister, we had got a lot of assistance from the Canadians in building out our polygraph suites and in training polygraph technicians, and it's not easy. It's a considerable amount of training to get a competent technician. And our idea was that we would essentially polygraph every recruit coming into the police academy, and we would polygraph every candidate for promotion, certainly at the officer level, at the gazetted ranks within the force. And when I left, I think we had just about accomplished that. We had enough capacity to do it. I can't speak to it where it is now, but what I do know is that a lot of these highly trained technicians, not just for polygraph, but also for cyber investigations and cyber intelligence collection capabilities, lot of investment. They get hired by the Cayman police force. They get hired by the Bahamian police force. They get hired by a lot of international police force, because once they become highly trained, they become in demand. And if we don't pay them at levels that can at least be comparable to opportunities they have outside, we lose them.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. Will, last question for the Senator.
I'll yield the last question to Herb. I think Herb was onto something with the intelligence piece. First question, so I'll yield to him.
Okay, Senator, just, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but you have to look at military in terms of lessons learned. That's how we train in the U.S. military. I did at least 3 years with Special Forces and another 4.5 years with Air Defense, right? So we always went over our lessons learned. So if we have a screw up with chain of command, we have to know that it's not going to occur what is occurring under P3 Orion in Jamaica or a similar deployed P3 Orion in Haiti, right? They don't know what's coming at them in Haiti. The U.S. can do a change up out of USOUTHCOM and bring in a variety of different aircraft that will be broadcast into them. If they're not adequately trained up to understand instructions from recon aircraft, are they ready now? Have things changed since 2010 with the chain of command in giving the orders to the lower level? Who will deploy in case they have a mission to interdict someone? Who normally deploys with that trio of low-ranking riflemen? Is it a sergeant, or is it a lieutenant, or is it a captain? See, these are things that they have to come to grips with. And it's how JDF itself executes these commands, not how we think that it should have happened, without referring to, because the past is the past. So we can only look towards the future. Are we going to have a similar screw up in Haiti? Are we beyond that? Are we, real lessons learned? And are we into a different mindset?
I appreciate that you have a lot of specific knowledge around this, but this is where I have to point to the separation between policy and operations. The only thing I would say, obviously you want a force that's competent in terms of interoperability between intelligence they may be getting from one of our partners and what is happening on the ground. I would say though that for forces in countries which have relatively modest resources, and I say relative to a US or a European or large country type army, is that the trend is moving away from like surveillance aircraft as in manned P3 Orion type aircraft versus surveillance drones, which are much more economical and essentially managed by the personnel on the ground, whether someone within that platoon, etc. And you'd need much less coordination and training and logistics than you would in the past. But I'm not an operative, and I've never had that first-hand experience. I will yield to your greater experience, but I don't know if I can productively engage you on that, other than to say, obviously, if you're going to operate in an environment with international forces, you need to be trained to effectively, deal with that interoperability, those interoperability challenges.
Thank you, Senator.
One question, President, before you go, Senator.
And I gave you the extra half for you.
I know. But listen to this question. You're going to love this question. If you're now the new Minister of National Security, and evidence has been put to you indicating that the former Minister of National Security was involved in criminal activity, would you arrest and seek to prosecute that person?
As far as I'm concerned, it's the law of the Medes and the Persians. I mean, it must apply to all. And I don't think, I'm not from the school of thought where, if your accountability is only for those at the junior levels, but impunity is for those at the senior levels. And I said this, in fact, at the Federation conference, which was well received by the rank and file, I should say, that, it can't only be accountability for rank and file members. It has to be accountability for everyone going up the chain of command. Impunity is one of the worst things that we could tolerate as a nation, because it will ensure that corruption continues, law breaking continues. And so I'm not going to be part of that. And I know it won't make me popular with some people, but you know, part of my role is speaking truth to power and bringing consequences to power or to abuse of power.
Senator, I want to thank you for coming on, but you know, I have to ask you a question. I've made many proposals from my capacity of a former police officer and a cybersecurity expert about solving crime, and I've created this concept that I believe, I've developed this idea that I've been sharing, like as you mentioned, the use of drones and training pilots and building out a network within all those government-owned buildings throughout the country. Every clinic, every school can put these antennas on them, can sit down at Oxford Road and fly a drone, go anywhere in the country, because pretty much you have these towers on these buildings in a closed network that cannot be penetrated. We talk about fingerprint reader for police cars. You know, instead of beat up the youth them on the corner and carry them to a station, go process them in one truck, and then let them go 3 o'clock in the morning without taxi fare or anything to go home. It creates friction in the community. And I know you guys are ISO, ISO 8002, I don't remember where you guys are at. But as it relates to case management software, I know you guys are working to implement better reporting and moving away from the guard room book, which under the British Constabulary was cutting edge when it was introduced in Jamaica. But here in 2014, we still have a station diary. So my question for you, what is your goal as it relates to the use of technology to enhance Jamaica's security and the as it relates to infrastructure for police? And you know, are you willing to engage the expertise that you can find in the diaspora to help the country? Because many of us will do it for free to help solve some of the technical and the logistic challenges that you're having. And then you can also say a final word tonight. Thank you.
Well, let me just say, I had introduced the pilot for the electronic station diary from my time as minister. It's taken a long time to be implemented universally. I had introduced the body-worn cameras to improve officer accountability and to protect the professional officers. We introduced the pilot, I think, in 2015. It's still not used widely in the JCF. We introduced fleet tracking software, so you could manage the logistics of police vehicles, when we realized that a lot of the police vehicles were being used for domestic purposes of the people whom they were assigned to, rather than being used principally for operations. And so we started that investment. We upgraded palm and fingerprint reading software. We put in facial recognition software at PICA and at our ports of entry and so on. So I'm very pro-technology in terms of improving the security environment of the country. So I'm not an expert. I'd really benefit outside of the context of this program, since we're now 3 minutes over the extended time and my family's waiting for me to have dinner. So I would, really beg off now. But obviously that is the increasing use of technology. Artificial intelligence is all the rage now. It is impatient of debate and must be a priority going forward.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the Honorable Senator Peter Bunting, opposition on national security. Mr. Bunting, thank you for your time and for joining us here on the Diaspora Conference. We appreciate your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished panel are still here, and we're going to be challenging some of these issues that we go. I know some of you had more questions, and I'm so sorry, but it's a lot of way. There's a lot of way, and we have to just be, we have to pass the mic around. So Jeffrey, you've been poking up your hand.
Yes,
so we're gonna open the floor and we can just go at it.
I was just saying to you that I have to go now because I have a function to attend from way back when I decided to stay because I want to hear what Mr. Bunting is saying. So I want to say thanks for having me on the program. Thanks, Mr. Rattigan. Thanks to everybody having me on the program. Wayne, we need to talk. Thank you very much. And you know, it has been an exciting couple of days to being on the Global Jamaican Diaspora Conference. It's been an exciting couple of days. I learned a lot. Number one, I learned about how much water we have in Jamaica. You know, I learned that from all the presenters. I want to say thank you all very much. Rupi, stop the sleeping. You need to wake up now. Thanks very much. Talk to you guys later. And those who are on the Make We Talk program, I'll let you go for a couple more minutes and I have to cut the program because I have to go somewhere. Thank you all very much. We'll talk.
And you guys come over to Reason Rattigan. We're waiting on you.
You guys go over to Reason Rattigan now, okay? Because I have to cut the program. Thanks.
All right, Jeffrey. All right. So go ahead, Ratty.
Yeah, no, big up yourself, Man in the Wilderness, and Mystic Sensation. What the other half of the dynamic duo there, man?
Oh, she's up there. She's coming now.
Okay. I'm going to say Herb Raising Man, but Herb, before you go, I want people to understand the significance, the historic nature of what happened over the last 6 days. We managed to stage something and upstage the bogus conference in Jamaica. And before we get to, you know, because this is a roundtable discussion, free for all, and I know President going up the phone line again, but I got somebody who attended the conference, did an assessment of the conference, and I would be remiss if I didn't read it to you. It's very short, but I would be remiss if I didn't read it to you, because remember we tell people, you know, warn them, don't spend your $5 grand going on there because it's a waste of time. It's about investments and products and services. It's not about helping the people of Jamaica. This week, we educated the people of Jamaica. And we also, in doing that, we educated ourselves because some of the speakers talked to us about things that we didn't know. Some of the questions, they were outstanding questions. They forced us to think. We learned this week about beach access, education. Then we heard from students. We had national security, health, water, agriculture, tourism, constitutional reform. We just finished up with national security from a management standpoint. Here is the note written by somebody who attended the conference in Jamaica. Said, there will have to be a diaspora rapprochement, meaning a harmony forging. People have to get together. They said, as the quickly executed divide and rule reaction to the split is dead already. Diaspora is for country and culture, not the government, parties, and their leaders. The diaspora demands accountability and participation. The Montego Bay Conference was a panhandling spectacle. The highlight of every session of it was begging for money. Investments, 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 contrasting with insults. Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Marlene Malahoo Fort, had the gall, the nerve to go there after the beg fest and disrespect legitimacy of the fair exchange proposition. Man, these are some serious words here. But me tell them, Williamson tell them, Herb tell them, Wistic tell them, Dr. Francis tell them, President would tell them, said, don't go, because this is what is going to happen. And here it is. I mean, we almost can consider ourselves profit, because I mean, profit making investment, but profit in terms of knowing what happened, because you know we tell them no go, and you see, no, somebody went and said this is all about begging money, it's all about investment. They not talk about none of the things them we talk about, none of them. Mr. President, back to you, sir.
Well, panelists, this is where you guys can go at it. And I know, Mystic, you had a couple more questions for Mr. Bunting, and I'm sure his wife is playing it in the background. So you can go ahead with the question. I bet him takes right to the answer. Okay. Because I know you wanted to probe him a little bit more.
Yes.
But, you know, Peter, him so skinny, man. The man got to eat, man. Make him go eat.
Well, the next question that I wanted to ask him was that as it relates to the Prime Minister going 3 consecutive years without his statutory declaration being certified and where the DPP failed to inject herself in this matter to bring about transparency. If the PNP becomes the incumbent government and you place at the helm of the Ministry of National Security, what would you do to ensure justice being carried out in spite of the status of the person?
Let me answer that for you. Let me answer. It's similar to the question I'm asking that. Look, if you get evidence about Mr. Chang, right? Are you go, and I know alone some alive, I'm calling by a different name.
What name, Wayne? What name, Wayne?
man.
So you hear him say right now, you know, him can't play partiality wherever the evidence take him, and they said to go and justice, but the same justice for everybody. So I mean that question then, I would have liked to see how am I gonna deal with it, you know, because we know the answer we more give. We know the answer more give. Most say, well, if there's evidence that there's wrongdoing, then we just have to move. Andrea. Look, look.
And finally, let me touch also this question, because this question really and truly is, you know, it also affects our economy in a very serious way, because since 2016 we have seen many of our technocrats had left Jamaica in droves, which is extremely worrying to our society. So I would ask him then what the PNP strategy in enticing them to come back to aid our economy in passing on their knowledge and where they can participate with some sense of upward mobility.
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question.
Solid one.
Solid question. Yeah. The other
hey,
one
but listen, you mentioned the thing about the drone. That was the idea that we proposed and sent to them, and I wish they would use it. Because we tell them we're not beholden to anybody. We have published these ideas. Dr. Francis, you were at some of the meetings. We went in and we said, this is how you do it. Because think about it. The government have access to so many buildings and towers, right? Because they have to issue these licenses to these radios and telecommunication companies. And they have access. They have least access they can get. They can put these repeaters strategically all over the country and create this closed mesh network where you can sit in an office and conceivably operate a drone and move it into remote areas. You can go over communities before police go in and do operation and look where I go and look where them lock the gun, look which direction them run go. Police is not blind. And these are some of the policies we've been telling them to do long time. And I'm happy that they are following some of the ideas, because a tech you're going to use and win the battle. And I think, so here's the other point when we don't want to ask him to, because when I mentioned about using, for example, because we have a lot of people, information in the voters registration. One senator tell me, say, oh, we can use voters registration to identify anybody. So I say, well, you have the man fingerprint, you have him name, you have him address, and you say you bring him in custody, and you can't, and you don't know him can't, you have an ID if you establish him identity, but you tell me say you can't take him fingerprint and match it with a database that you already have.
No, Prezi, well, man, we don't want to jump upon nobody's rights still, you know. I remember the court have to deal with some things because you have people where you abuse your rights. So you don't want to just carry a man at the police and then you have this rights. They don't want to do that kind of stuff. A man just say, hey, you carry in. I remember we have a lot of police abuse people rights. Never them serve and think, but it's reality. So you have to go through the
Bill for an argument. Bill for an argument.
Yes.
I just want to say something. Look.
Yes.
When it's right, you can't trample on people's rights. Okay?
Yes.
But let me make it quite clear. He made some solid points about how we transition and we get the young people from going into crime in the first place. And the hardened guys, how they did. El Salvador did a great job, but I don't know if we could do it like El Salvador. But you have some very hardened people who I've heard them on television. Everybody here has heard them say, listen to me. We create dopey. And that's what we know for do. And we don't care who, everybody can go ahead. We need to find those people immediately and put them away. Okay? That then will start. Hold on, my friend. Whether you want to put them away permanently or not, that's another matter. The fact of the matter is, if you do not get rid of that people who are attracting the youngsters, thinking it's cool, you're not going to get anywhere with solving crime. And no matter how much drones you put up, the fact of the matter, Jamaica is 4,000 miles around there, and everywhere has a port. You know, you have people are buying up the residents them on the coast.
Yeah, that's one aspect of what we're talking about. We're talking about operations. The drones are for operations. But back to the point about where you talk about using existing data will become a breach of privacy. That's an argument that they make, and I think it's not a compelling argument. Number one, here in the United States, hold on, here in the United States, everybody pretty much name and address is in the yellow pages or the white pages. Now it's online. You can literally put anybody's name in a search engine, know who they are, know where them live, you know them. Probably if you pay for your service, you know them phone number, because a lot of these things are public information. I'm not asking about his TRN number. I'm not asking for his fingerprint number.
It's a fingerprint.
No. I'm going to come back to the fingerprint because let me tell you something. Let me ask you something. If you are law enforcement, right, just as how the sex register, the sexual predator registry, they want to keep it because most of them friend upon it. And you know,
we want that out, you know.
You can't.
We want that out.
Come on. It's either rider.
No, not either rider.
You have to listen. Hold on, President. There has to be a problem because, and you have to have the man have had to commit himself prior to you doing something like that. You can't just arbitrarily go and take somebody's information and then make it public or try to on that. You can do it.
What do you mean? I'm talking about law enforcement. If you have somebody and you process them, you should be able to run it against a database at your command.
You're right. Look in the register to see if he's there before, if he's been there before, or he's been in any kind of trouble, or there's anything that comes up to show his fingerprint anywhere else. But you cannot just go and take his information like that. It's impossible.
So hold on. One second, mistake. There's a question I asked. You're smart guy. You guys are genius. But let me ask a question. If you arrest somebody and you process the person, right? Yeah. And you need to establish identity. If you find a dead man, you're a police, and you find a dead man on the side of the road without any ID. How do you establish identity?
Let me answer that.
How do you establish identity?
President, hold on. Let me enter the thing. Because we got to talk over each other. All right, President, ask a question. How do you establish identity? You find somebody dead on the side of the road. Hold on. Who will answer that question then?
Me will answer it.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so when you find a dead man on the road, you know, you might the police are go them gonna know him height, the clothes when in them gonna take some description and put it out. You use the media and try to find, you know if anybody have anybody missing, report anybody missing or whatever. That's the way them always do that. But we're not going on a database because a fingerprint this. But the man have the fingerprint here. So never take out a voter's ID.
Dental record, DNA.
Yeah, but you know what
that you can do, but that you can do.
You want to do the right thing. You know what I'm breaking laws.
What he's saying, Mr. President, come on. What he's saying is the man is already dead. Him can't, you know what I mean? So you have to find out who he is. So you can go into those. But when the man is alive in front of you, there are protections. Of course there are. The lawyers there can tell you, you can't.
You have protection.
Yes. I mean, if the man has committed before, then fine. So you can't just, yes, you can investigate.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, my friend.
Okay. Listen, my question to Bunting had to do with the persons that you have seen in an area, not once, not twice, I said 3 or 4 times. He's answering a question I never asked. So if you see this person in different areas where incidences have occurred, whether it's traffic incidences, kidnappings, you know, whatever it is, and the police is seeing the same face over and over, the police then could brand them a suspicious person, subject them to questioning, and with the equipment I'm talking about, record who they are at the second time, the third time, the fourth time. You would not even need a fourth time, because by then you could then pull them in for questioning, right? So everything you're saying is going to be incumbent on how often has this person been stopped, cited, held, you know, picked up, whatever terms you want to use. That's when you know how to proceed with the questioning or further investigation of that individual.
Because he had previous information.
Hold on. Mistake.
Yes. The law make it precisely clear, right, that if you are processing an individual as it relates to any offenses, right, particularly indictable offenses, then of course you are going to allow to process that person as it relates to ascertain all the information necessary, right, and that including fingerprint and so forth. Now, differently now, you can't just pick up someone randomly, right, and do that, because that's totally different. Now, providing that the person, right, may commit himself based on what the law says, then of course the person now going to have to establish identity and so forth in terms of the police proceed with such investigation. So that is fine. The law already covers that if you're processing the person, right, for a criminal offense, then of course the information as it relates to fingerprint and so forth is going to be taken, right? So that's a different thing. Now, if you're talking about, like, you know, the police just going on the area and just pick up someone because you want the person's identity, no, that's illegal. That cannot be done. The law specifically state that, and that is the reference that Peter, the senator, was speaking, that you can't just act randomly in picking up someone and go and get a fingerprint. And so I have to agree with Wayne, and I have to agree with Mr. Francis, where that is concerned. Sorry, President.
No. There's no sorry, because I categorically disagree with you, because what you're saying,
yeah,
police, and that's not exactly what I'm saying either. You're saying a police just drive down the road and someone say, "Hey boy, come here, put a fingerprint here, son. Give me a fingerprint. What's your name?" And then the police just discriminately just see somebody in the like and just randomly target them. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well,
I'm talking about in the course of an investigation. If there's a suspicious person that you have that is, you have reasonable cause. When me studied the presse, which is the law book where police officers studied. In a presse, it said, if you have reasonable cause to believe that a person committed a crime or is about to commit a crime, that person falls under jurisdiction for an investigation because you have reasonable cause to believe so. So in the course of an investigation, the police powers change. It's not a random police just have a police presence and then you see some random guy walk with a gun and say, "Who are you?" Them, I don't know if I know him. Yo, come here, you. Put the finger here and see who you is. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the course of an investigation, not just targeted somebody because you have some discriminatory reason to, interrogate them. That's not what I'm talking about. But in the course of an investigation, the police powers change.
Because I have gone through the press too, right? What would be the detail of the investigation that you're talking about?
So what I'm saying, take for example, if you're on an operation, the specific ones I always use is when you are in you're going into a community, and a lot of times I've been in a lot of raid where then load we up as police, you draw a weapon, you go muster, and then them say, "All right, here's the operation details. I guess so we are go." this is how we are going. We're going to have 2 gunners going. We're going to have 2 bike man, or we're going to have 2 patrol car. We're going to have 2 unmarked vehicle. We're going to do this. We're going to have the person a half mile down the road just in case anybody escape. We're going to do a cordon, right? And then we're going to draw in the cordon, because when you put out a wide cordon and then you pull it in and contract it as you come down to the specific area. But those are the operations I've been on, right? So when you are going in an operation, you're going to area. Everybody in the area is fair game for interrogation based on the way the police procedures and the way the operation is conducted. No, when you go into the area and you try to establish identity, you have the right to question the person differently than if you weren't on an operation. If it was just regular police patrol, a beat patrol, or just a marked vehicle driving through an area, that's totally different. But once you're in an operation mode, you have to establish the identity of these people. And if you see somebody behaving suspiciously, you have reasonable cause to believe that this person could be somebody I look for, you can use those means to establish identity. You're gonna first look on your wanted posters list, which is a visual way to determine if the person is wanted. You can also use actionable intelligence, like, yo, what you say your name? I said, my name Skippy, boss. I said, hold on, Skippy, yo, me or someone you would say one shot a name Skippy up here, I know. So based on that, now you start going a little bit deeper.
President. When you say you go on an operation, that means you have who you go for, but it coming like you want to do a net fishing now. Because if you have an operation, that means you have, like, rat, you go on an operation. You know who you go for, right? You go on an operation. So you just stay out, you don't know who and you plan out and you do what, so you go on your operation. You don't go on an operation to go see.
Well, listen,
and then you start talk something.
And wait.
I'm just talking from experience, bro. I'm telling you how we do it.
A Jamaican police you talk about, you know.
Yeah.
Over there, the police don't care, you know. If shoot you first, I said, Jesus Christ, are you that? I mean, come on, man. So, yes.
President, your response to that before we move on.
Which one?
Shoot first and ask questions after.
Well, two things, President. One is, Lonesome said, if it's an operation, you have a specific target. So it's not like you're going and you just
okay.
That, you know, Jamaica, then will shoot you and ask questions after.
No. Every operation you have a mission you're going on. And take, for example, if you know an area have a lot of gangs, a lot of shootings, and then you say, okay, we are going to do an operation in that area, because one, you need to make them guys know so them now get comfortable terrorizing the community. So you're going to show up a strong force, and you're going to make sure go at a time when you know they are most vulnerable. So depending on the intelligence you have on the area that you're targeting, you're going to approach that area differently. There are some areas you're going in.
Curfew.
Uh-huh.
A curfew.
Oh, yeah.
No, not necessarily a curfew. No, I'm not about curfew. But curfew is one of the police procedure too. Curfew is one area, and last time, the last you have to announce it too. And you have to announce
that the rights, like when you do state of emergency, right?
No.
The rights are locked off, right?
Yeah,
curfew, of course you get them rights.
No. If a person is moving around during the time of a curfew, they must have reason to do it. If the man away from work, you have to establish an identity and establish where they might go, their motive. And if them say, listen, me, my name is John Public, and I'm on my way home from work.
President, someone that come from work and say, "Walk up, you're mad."
Hold on.
You come from which work? You too damn late.
Hold on a second.
Let me tell you something. Put Jamaican police, different brethren.
Dr. Francis, hold on a second. Hold on. Mystic, you just say something?
Yes. President, I want to ask you a question based on how you sound right now. Right? When you're a police officer, have you ever seen anyone being fingerprinted without them being charged?
No.
Okay,
Peter have them fingerprint.
That answer your question, President.
No. You're asking me, was the technology available 2 decades ago as it is available now.
No.
And I'm saying, hold on.
Technology, President. I'm not asking about technology. I'm asking you as it relates to your visual observation. Have you ever seen, right, anyone being fingerprinted, right, and that person has not been charged? So I'm not asking.
And I did answer your question, but let me also explain to you how fingerprint really work, right? After you get the biometrics, after you get the fingerprint, that fingerprint means nothing to the person who collect the fingerprint because him can't make any determination. That fingerprint must be compared to a database or entered into a database. So what you're going to do, once you collect the physical fingerprint on a piece of paper, that have to be scanned into an electronic device and put into a database and then sequenced and matched with something there. If it's not there, then the biometric of the person now is now banked in that database, and that is how you get a criminal record, because now you capture the biometrics of the person, a photo, a fingerprint, and in these days, they even do DNA. So the point about biometrics, if you're asking me, you're up on the road and me take your fingerprint on a piece of paper, they're not going to use no police. We're going to look on the fingerprint and know what. How am I going to do that? Unless we have some electronic means where we can instantly, just like me issue a ticket, we can just know instead of call control and say, hey, I pull over car number ZQ, whatever, and run the plate for me. And then they say, hold on the officer, and then control, pull it up, and then say, all right, car number, so it should be registered to XZY. The police says, no, the police not have to do that. The police just open up him little laptop or him phone and can pull that data up. Technology changes that.
Well, I'm Prezi. You're speaking on the basis of the processing of the biometrics. We are not talking about the processing of biometrics. We are talking about the legality surrounding you taking someone's fingerprint without that person being charged. That is what we are talking about. You're not talking about the process.
You're talking about harvesting or entering that fingerprint, banking it. So you don't collect people's fingerprint. You use the word collect fingerprint, right? That says that you don't do that unless you have a reason to do that. But if I need to verify your fingerprint, if me find your fingerprint at a scene, I can process that fingerprint without your permission or not. And if I find you at a scene and have the capability to run a fingerprint, I am going to run a fingerprint whether you want to or not, because guess what? You're here at the scene. I need to know if you're a criminal element, and this is a great way to establish your identity. And if I have the means to do it, and that is why the Jamaica Constabulary Force gave police fingerprint readers. But what they tell me, one second, what the commissioner tell me, we issued them, but the inspector then put them in a then draw. The inspector then put them in a then draw and then don't use them. That's why the commissioner tell me personally. He say, yeah, we give them for use upon patrol, but when them got the station now, because it's not enough, and it's a station of new technology, the inspector get a station, put in top drawer, and then guess what? In lock film draw him gone and film office in khaki suit, and then you never get to use it. So this thing, a lot of the technology that they're getting is because it's so minuscule. It's just 1 or 2 for a station. Don't make no sense when they are dirt cheap. And you can't issue them across the force.
Let me ask a question. So where does the court come into this? And where does innocent until proven guilty come into this? Where it come into play? I just want this
Listen, infringing on the rights of people. Infringing on the rights of people is that you are asking now. What about infringing on the rights of people? No. You have to assume that if you're in a public place, you have no right of privacy, right? That's number one. So that is why Mr. Bunting say, facial recognition cameras can be used with or without your permission, which is them to verify your identity from a database. Because hold on, you see, when I realize, when I look on it one way, if me can use a facial recognition camera, right, to verify your identity with or without your permission, it can match the same database. When me take a picture and put in now me I'll match that database there and me I'll see who you are. So boom, me get a reading and a false and a positive identification. Guess what happened?
May I say this? Where are we going with this? Because honestly, I really want some solutions to the Jamaican problem. We don't have no technology. them not have no money, and if they have any equipment, then thief it long time. So, I'm sorry. I mean, it not exists. I mean, because so many criminals will not be running up and down the place and doing what they're doing, including the ones that are monitoring everything. So we need to find a solution to that. So that's my point.
Hey, Prezi, hold up a second. What Prezi just explained to you is the very things I'm driving at. If the police superintendent or inspector, whoever it is, been issued the equipment and he's not allowing his people to utilize it, especially when they run across suspicious characters operating in an area where there's a lot of losses or there's murders or whatever is going on in the area, and they need to run somebody's prints because of reasonable suspicion.
Yes, but whose fault is that, Herb?
Let me finish, Doc. Let me finish. Because everybody is going on what you think you know, and we're talking about what's happening today. When you have reasonable suspicion, then they're going to run it. I know they do it here in all 50 states.
Not in Jamaica.
Most likely they do it in Canada and elsewhere as well. So Jamaica, if Jamaica fails to do that, then what you have is poor policing. All those cameras that they have is not the answer, because the camera is not going to jump up. The camera has to get a good shot at you. And face trace in black people has been a problem in London. It's been a problem in the US. It's been a problem elsewhere. Right?
So you and I are in agreement. The problem is not with the policeman. The problem is with the leadership and their inability to carry out their jobs. So they should not be there. The people are not in charge. And we need to revamp the whole thing, because they're not doing. If they can put something as important as that in their desk, something is wrong with the system. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, just give me a minute. I just found the Fingerprint Act, and I can send it and it put up, right? But I'm going to read it. So Wayne, myself, and Rupert, we were correct in terms of what we are saying. So let me read it. Where any person is charged before a circuit court, the traffic court, children court, family court, or resident magistrate court with any offense specified in the first schedule, the court may order that the fingerprints and photograph of such person shall be taken. So hence, you can't just take up a person, right? Now, it goes further in detail in terms of the processes that only the court can order that. So this is what it says. So I can send it to you and you put it up. Only the court can order that.
Right. So therefore, what we're saying,
you believe what you just read?
What do you mean?
You're saying when a police arrests somebody, the police cannot take them fingerprint or take them picture. That's what I said.
Well, but it says right here. Let me say it.
That's what you read, but you have to look on the version of that when it was established, and you talk about as it relates to registration.
Let me just say something to you, Prezi. 2015. If you look on CVM, you see me with Arlene. What's his name? Arlene, what the public defender, stop and search for some police to work my back seat, and a lawyer. They did win some case too, with justice back, and it's the same thing we are talking about. Just 2015, yes. Tell me, I know I'm gonna get them in because dog, we don't tell me so them can't find the 3 police to take a back seat. Come on them, More on them. Come from them see me in the paper and them see me on TV, they know say, that's the wrong man this, because them stop me. You never tell me good morning, good afternoon, good evening at the time of the day. And me tell them, you never know if me have my lights firearm or something, ask me nothing. And you say, you want to search me, say you can't search me. What would you do with me, man? I'm going to take my back seat. Me not smoke, me not drink, so me not keep. So when me go call them, just drive up on my house and call them disappear. I ask a car park for go halfway trip. I know we don't know how police them. So I say this you understand? And then the stop and search thing come. You can't just stop anybody at your feet. Do what you want to feel.
It's specified.
Justice, but Do that. Only can look on the case. Look it up.
Ben,
Not the paper.
Ben,
Yes.
it's specified that the person can refuse to give you his fingerprint and the person is right. I send it to Ratty, so Ratty can put it up.
Okay, mistake. What if you what if you lift the fingerprints off
So I
a
think that's
glass
something to me 2015.
or bottle or something that the person handled?
No, well, that's a different situation, Herb.
Well, you see, when we talk about taking fingerprints, it don't have to be you force the person to give
Let
you.
Ratty put up that and we are read it. Let Ratty put up that and we are read it.
Before Ratty put that up, let me just make this point clear. Let me make this clear. No, you're talking about the court may say take them fingerprint. The court may say this. I can tell you this, that every time we are processing a prisoner, we take them fingerprint. Every time. And then my question for you guys is this also. Have you ever seen any IDs in Jamaica with your fingerprint plus your face on the ID? Yes or no?
No.
No, I've never seen that.
Never seen that.
All right. Ask the people in the chat. There are many identification in Jamaica where you have your fingerprint and your face also on that very same ID. So,
but is it an issue, Prezi? Is it issued by the government? Was it required for? Are you talking about the national ID for voting or what have you? I mean, do they? I don't know. Which one are you talking about? That's what I'm saying.
I'll say this to you as it relates to fingerprint. I think the article you're reading is specific for a specific period, but as it relates to police and arrest, I know that arrest comes with collecting your biometric data. And also, hold on, Wayne, you know, so every police interaction, Wayne, every police interaction you have here in the States, you know they run your data though. When a police said, give me a driver's license to give you a ticket, you think same just go there, go to collect your name, he run your data.
Do you know that you can refuse to give him your driver's license? Do you know that?
No bother with that, you know. Because by operating a vehicle in the state, you comply, or what they call it now, you agree to the privilege of driving. Driving is not a right, it's a privilege. It's a privilege. So you agree that you will comply to a sobriety test. It depends on the license. You agree to a sobriety field test.
Never read the license again. Never read it again.
No, read it's written on it. You agree to it because it's a privilege, it's not a right. So the police run the date every time you have an interaction.
Do you know if this is current or if it has any amendments to it or anything like that?
No, I don't know if it have any amendment to it.
I don't know either, so I was just asking. But here's an interesting section. Section 3A. It says, because the first section you read, it essentially says that that a court may order it. Right? But if you go to section 3A, it's interesting. It says where a person is taken into custody, meaning that you're not free to leave. You're under restriction.
Yeah.
Reasonable suspicion of having committed an offense. Yeah. That person's fingerprints and photographs subject to section 2. And section 2 talk about the person have to be more than 18, because otherwise a minor and then you have problems, right? So it's a subject to section 2 shall not be taken unless the authorized officer informs the person of such matters as may be prescribed, and that
exactly
the person has a right to refuse. The person has a right to refuse to have his fingerprint and photograph.
Can ask you, but you refuse. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what 3A said. 3A said if you take somebody into custody, all right, on reasonable suspicion of having committed an offense, and the person is an adult, that person's fingerprints and photographs shall not be taken unless the officer inform you as to the matter prescribed, and also tell you that you have the right to refuse to have your fingerprints and photographs taken. Now we know the police now gonna tell them that though. We know the police now.
Right, that's a breach, you know. So
but
educate the people them to them rights,
worse than that. If I'm a detective and we have a station camera, I have his photograph, right? If I offer him a glass of water and him drink the glass of water, and I take the glass from him and put it aside, and keep talking to him like nothing, I have his fingerprint. You see
what you gonna do with it?
What?
What you gonna do with it?
Run it.
Can't have got through court same way in the justice system.
Not necessarily, no. I say work in a law enforcement.
What can I ask you guys? I want to ask you guys a question. Are we talking about Jamaica? Are we talking about Jamaica? Are we talking about foreign?
Jamaica, me a talk about now. Jamaica, me a talk about.
Jamaica doesn't have a camera. Jamaica don't have no. We are talking about a book, a writing book. If you live it up, you broke your back. What are you talking about?
There's one way to solve that problem there. They did an investigation, I'll never forget, back of a police station, the violation of human rights. I think it was in Queens. And when them searched the police officers here, because them beat up some people and people them complain and so on things. When them go back there, them find a baseball bat and inscribed on the baseball bat are the words lie detector. So
you remember the guy with them push? You remember the guy that pushed the button right up in rectum? Yes. You remember the guy? Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
Okay, let me say this. I'll admit, I've seen a lot of abuse of power, and a lot of people don't know their rights. But I promise you, there is no police.
That's why you do it.
That's true.
That's why you do it. President, you do it. That's why you turn passing. That's why you turn passing.
Listen what I say again. You're mistaking. You're missing the whole point. I personally know. I have never seen a police caution somebody with them. Well, you know, like them say the Miranda rights will be caution in Jamaica and a constabulary act. You like even caution. Every time I write a report, I have to say, me caution the person, and then like me read them their rights, like, you know, you have the right not to this and that. First of all, one inspector tell me, say, if you say, hey boy, if you say anything, your blouse and skirt dead, you tell him too bad, that is caution. That's what inspector tell me. You know, if you go through now, you know, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law.
It happened.
You have a right for an attorney. If you can't afford it, given to you.
No, we arrest somebody already, you know, and now work with a certain police department, not tell the name, and inside it, and the guy say, want a lawyer, and him say, you ain't getting no lawyer till you tell me the truth, man. You ain't getting no lawyer. I know me do. We just walk out
because that is a serious breach.
I walk out and call my television, and them say, no, you do the right thing. Don't stay inside them when you hear they're going. You know, man, them say, you have no right to a lawyer till you tell me the truth.
You want to know with the process in Jamaica.
All right to know lawyer. You gotta talk to me first before you get.
Remember, you know, in the press, you have two cautions, you know. You have caution before arrest and caution after arrest. Right? The caution before arrest, do you wish to say anything? You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. Whatever is taken down in writing and given evidence. You have a right, you understand, to for an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, the municipality can afford you one. Right? So these rights have to be stated as it relates to your caution. And then you also have a caution after arrest that you also have to caution the person.
Here's the deal. You and me know that that not really happen.
Yeah, but Prezi, listen to this. It no matter what the regulations say now, because all of that is outdated. Right? With everything that's happening today in our society, with the installation of cameras and the face trace and the cameras, right? With the fact that everything that person going into that police station going to touch. He go in the bathroom and he use the bathroom. He's going to handle the seat. Most likely he's going to handle the handle. You're going to get the prints. You're going to get the pictures one way or another. So all of this stuff, they need to update it because all of this stuff is outdated. I just can't see
You
them.
know, that's why the Jamaican, Herb, that's why the Jamaican Constabulary Force and the DPP, why them lose so many cases.
You see,
That's why.
you see that?
That's why them lose so many cases.
Outdated laws. You're right. You're absolutely right.
You
You're
know?
absolutely right. But
Look, you see the case with Prezi, Prezi, yeah, the guy from Brooklyn there. You see them dismiss the case. You don't see it, Lonzo?
Yeah.
Prezi Gateway. No,
not this one, people.
No, not you. No, them does that.
Hey, Ratty, somebody was saying when you go on a scene. No, look, Wayne, you were saying when you go on a scene, you go for a specific target, and that's it. Let me give you an important case. Presley Bingham in Montego Bay, they're going to raid the stash house in Dr. Chang's district, right? They seized what? 7 million Jamaican, 4.5 million US in it. But whose car was parked in front that they identified, and they knew that son of a gun was in the area, right? They make him walk out of the house and walk away. The police pulled the surveillance off of the house, and that's how him just walk away. And this man been wanted by DOJ, and been wanted by DEA, and wanted by just about every U.S. law enforcement agency, and he was there. So when you say
he was there with he must come and talk to people near to him. He was there with them, the big boy, same politician you know about.
Right.
He did similar for them. And by the way, 23 million US
chance
23 million. Them report about 5 and 7. 23 million with the right side of it.
Yeah.
23. And them they laugh and attack and everything. Everything good. Yeah? 23 million.
So when you go on a scene, right, it's important that you know the area, yes, but you have to be on it's called a bolo, be on the lookout. You have to be on the lookout for all kinds of elements in that area. You might go for a mid-grade criminal and you end up with a high-value target. You can never tell what you're going to show up with, you know. And I put in the chat, you guys need to see the difference between a P3 and a drone. The drones usually come under the control of the P3. Unfortunately, in 2010, they didn't deploy a bunch of drones as I know it, but they had the P3 in place of the drone. It can do everything a drone can do. But a drone can't do everything a P3 can do.
Anyway, can I say this to all of you guys, you erstwhile guys? We have a big problem with security and our wherewithal going forward, and we have to find a way. We have to mix all of the elements, the Canadian, the American, and everybody together, because we're not going to win this battle unless we come together. With thoughts, and action. The young people, one thing Senator Bunting made clear this evening, what I really liked, was if we have to start with the young people affecting. We did that. I mean, Herb and I, with the Safer City Initiative, in fact, that's when I met Ratty, when we were explaining that in Jamaica. And you and I, we also, Mr. President, with him later on, and so on. Really, really, really have to furiously sort out how we're going to deal with the young people. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere in this country. It's really sad, but it's true. So I'm looking for the day. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that. All right, guys. So anyway, so where are we tonight? What's the one next move?
And get to the lonesome. We finished the protest in DC. We finished the conference. The next event on the calendar is the
July.
Talk to us about that now.
26th of July. Boy, I'm telling you, we're nice. We're gonna be nice, Yeah, because remember, we're gonna have, projector. we're going to show and then we're going to discuss it. We have a lot of people, you know, because we have to hold the government accountable. We're going to show them how real conference run now, Ratty. Real conference. Okay? So we have to deal with a lot of issues. And by the way, Prime Minister, Ratty, we could have said by now, and from now, we have started with, you know, we have to hold the government accountable. By the Prime Minister, one words. Search star. And that's how we have finished it too. Oh, by the way, we're going to play Bug Life. Don't believe the word of politician. But of all of them, we have the footage, them, put them together and everything. So we're going to discuss it. And I tell you, it's going to be a day.
Make sure.
It's going to be a day. Yes.
Yeah, make sure that when you do, you send out the pieces so that the people more talk on it.
Yeah, it's going to send out that, yes.
Them seat and them can prepare them remarks. So, you know, before just showing
yeah,
up.
they might get that. They might send it out.
We're going to open the phone lines, guys. So I'm going off here. So we're going to take some calls.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah. So, folks, we want to hear from you what you think about the protest. We know what happened in Jamaica with Freedom. Sorry, not the protest, the conference. We know what happened in Jamaica with Freedom Conference. You know, you hear it from somebody who went. It was a beg fest. They were just begging people to invest and invest and invest and invest and invest. And this person apparently was disappointed because them say we don't really get to talk about no real issues that affect the people. It was all about money. That's all it was about. So we want to know if you call in or put your questions in the chat so we can deal with it. And you can ask us about the one that we're concluding right now, where we discuss a range of issues with a whole heap of specialists and experts who come on and provided information, identified the issues, and also provided solutions to them. Now we know the government, we know they're watching, and we know that out of arrogance, they won't take none of the solutions them because they don't want ever be said, because especially now that it's recorded, they don't want it ever be said that, you know, we had anything to do with them taking action. So, we're in Canada when the protest be held.
I could have shown him again. It's 1320 Ellesmere Road.
Yes.
13.
We'll put it up in a while. We'll put it up in a so we just make them see it.
13 Ellesmere Road, Toronto, Ontario.
In Toronto.
Yeah.
All right. So we get a nice snap there.
Is it hold on? Is it like a
it's a hall, yes. Yes.
Okay.
So you sit down on the air condition and sit down and cool and nice, and you have your stage and you have a projector, and we're gonna play these things and then we're gonna discuss them. You know, each speaker going to have, you know, film section where they might deal with proper. We say proper. So all right, guys. This thing, you know.
I'm bringing a call for you, Ratty. Caller, you're live with Ratty Gun. Go ahead.
Yes. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Thank you again. And as the conference come to a close, I'm studying to go to our next week. Thank you for education. Thank you for everything. Everything. You motivated, teacher, inform. You do everything. And I salute you. I support you in my prayer and everything. And Mr. Lonesome, may I beg you to play the clip of Brother Market yesterday. I was apartheid. Play it for me. When we boo a big nose man. Play, show them.
This morning.
Oh boy.
Play before he can't done. Play with SJ. We around here the Titans. And the reason Ratigan crew. We no easy. Boo, where you coming from?
Caller, where you calling from? Where you calling from?
Jamaica.
All right, big up yourself.
And
right.
in the place.
Yes.
All right. MP, big up yourself.
We're going to have the conference for another week.
Please wake up.
Bye. All right, we have another caller. Caller, sorry. Thank you. Go ahead. You're live with the team. What do you want? Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Go ahead, caller.
Hold on. Where I'm gone? Sir. Hold on. I'm going to get him back. Go ahead,
I can
sir.
hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Loud.
Yes.
All right, all right. Greetings, everybody. I wanted to ask Peter, why are the young men dropping out of school? Anybody know?
It's a good question. What do you think? Why do you think they're dropping out of school?
There are many reasons.
Which are?
One of the reasons is that they drop out of school because they have to try to bring in money. They have to maintain the family because the father is absent.
That is
We
one.
have a fatherlessness problem in the country, and we're not addressing it. The second reason, there are many reasons, right? There's no one reason. There are many reasons why things are the way they are. The other thing is that because of poverty, they see around them people in them community where make money doing what they do, and it's not legal, but they fall into that trap, so they drop out of school because they don't see they don't see the education taking them quickly enough to where they want to be.
So how do you solve that? How do you solve that?
Again, it's many different ways. It's not just like a quick. I'm not gonna just drop you a solution like that. It doesn't. Okay. Let me go back a little bit. We are trying too hard to maintain British colonialism in the country. And no matter what the solution that you try to find, it will not work because we have a strong thing where we are maintaining British colonialism. So let me break that down. We need to address the psychological effects of what happened between 1655 and before to 1838. One of those effects from being slaves isolated on a plantation, being enslaved Africans, is that one of the things we developed is called a scarcity complex. This is where you have scarcity of the mind and scarcity of resources. How that manifests is that I am in a domestic relationship, and this is where you see a lot of domestic issues in the country. I'm in a domestic relationship. My wife and my girlfriend decided that she don't want to be in a relationship with me anymore. And in my mind, I cannot replace her because resources are scarce. Just like on a plantation, resources are scarce. I'm working sun up to sundown on a plantation and I don't get regular meals. Right? So resources are scarce. So when she tell me that, they say, no, you can't go nowhere. If me can't have you, nobody can have you. So it causes violent domestic issues. We are not addressing that in the country. Second manifestation. I want a work, right? I want a job. I'm going to go to my brethren and I say, hey, line me for that work. Wait, you know. He said, no. I might not tell you outright, no. He tell you something else. Why? Because in his mind, he has a scarcity complex that tells him that if him give you a work, him hours are going to cut, or him overtime hours are going to cut. That is one aspect of it. There's many other aspects.
All right, Carl, you got 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. Let me go into the other part of it. Where our education system is British. It is designed to, it is the oppressor's education system that benefits the oppressor. It generally undereducates us. When it finds people who are intelligent, it isolates them in a plantocratic society. We are in a plantocratic society.
Can I have a question? I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is, why is it, I know all the ills of a system which is not clearly defined, or, they have people who just cannot get through with it because it's it's not level. But why do we have to blame the British system or the plantocracy for our system? I mean, many of us fall into that category. And why are we all not disparaged? Why are we not all, under appreciated and not making any significant production in our system? Why? Because of the colonial system? No, I cannot believe that. It is, of course, the system was terrible, but we have a choice to go forward. Many of us we didn't born with no gold spoon in our mouth, so to speak, and here we are today. I was a barefoot boy.
Can I finish? Maybe I answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your point.
All right. When you have a under education system like what we have now, right? Can anybody tell me who's responsible for removing civics from the curriculum?
Our people. I mean, we did it after we had it up to 1960 something.
What is the advantage of removing civics from the curriculum?
What do you mean by the advantage? I don't understand.
All right. We remove civics from the curriculum because we don't want a concept of patriotism in the country. So what they did, they replaced that with tribalism. So the political party drives and determines how you feel about instead of your country, about the party. So what we operate as under what is best for the party, not for the country.
All right, Carl. I appreciate your
right?
point. I appreciate your point.
Well, let me make the other two quickly. We are still maintaining the style of government that we still maintain, where the constitution goes is a problem, and the church is a problem. Here's why the church is a problem. The guest that you had on, in his frustration, when he was Minister of National Security, come out and publicly said that he wanted to. We need a divine intervention. Divine intervention is described. It is defined as when Christ or Jesus or God Himself comes and interferes in human affairs. I don't know when that has ever happened in all of civilization. That doctrine comes from the church, either the Church of Rome or the Church of England that operates in Jamaica. And they've not taken responsibility for it. It gets us absolutely nowhere, and it removes all individual and collective responsibility in society when you're thinking about that mindset.
Make the last point. Make the last point.
That's my point. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Carl.
May I say this something quickly, Mr. President?
One second, Doc. This person is calling from Jamaica. And
okay, go ahead.
Credit I run out. Carla, go ahead. You're live.
Good evening, and I greet you all in the mighty name of God and say it's a blessing and an honor to be witnessed with such educated people and get to share knowledge and learn from you every week. And I just want to say continue to do what you're doing and continue to fight the fight. I just want to speak quickly about the tourism sector. I've been in the sector for over 10 years, and just to hear you folks making the point how tourism actually makes no difference in Jamaica's local economy, and it is the truth. While it will be the main foreign income earner, most of our jobs here in the tourism sector is low wage. So it doesn't really impact well in the lives of Jamaicans. And if you can see where these big hotels are, just next to it is a garrison. And it is such a shame that remittance involved directly to our economy so much. And we bring bands and all type of things to sing and laugh and dance for tourists. And when our families come back from abroad, they are being harassed and being interrogated vigorously. And that is a shame, because majority of the money from tourism don't benefit Jamaicans. And I am happy that we have voices like you and Mr. Rattigan, and I must say hats off to you, Mr. Rattigan. Marcus Garvey said that the pen is mightier than the sword, and you have the pen to the paper and you're teaching a nation. And I just want to say finally to Diaspora, thank you for contributing so much to our economy. You are the real movers of our economy. And what I would like to advise you, stop sending the shoes money and the clothes money from the family and start creating business and moving our people from jobs to now manufacturers, producers, and entrepreneurs. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you all. And I say I look forward as we build Jamaica the proper way so that we can come home rather than white people and also Spanish taking over our country. God bless you all and continue.
Well done. Listen, Mr. President, the previous caller, I don't know if we're going to get anywhere with the argument that, yes, I did a thing once, remember I said I was never a slave. I don't even consider what it is to be a slave because you have to be a slave in your mind. You have to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And I am saying to you, why are we continuing to blame? Yes, we have problems in the home. Yes, we don't have fatherless homes. I had one. But you know something? My mother, she was everything, both mother and father. And I thank her every day for busting my ass till I reach where I reach today. Okay, and she kept me on, and it's not me alone. We have 4 other children in the house. So let me make it absolutely clear. I don't want no damn excuse from no Jamaican. I am a Jamaican. And I'm saying to you, we must take the opportunities we get and we must work with it. Yes, we know slavery was bad. Yes, we know colonialism is bad. Yes, but if you put somebody in charge of a republic, they're going to be just as bad too. Because we have been our masters from 1962 to now. And how have we advanced? How have we advanced as a people? Huh? You understand me? No, you're going to tell me foolishness. No, I cannot accept that. I am saying I like the young ones, but we come again. We have to be our masters of our own destiny. No church, no this, no that. Yes, you want to believe in, I believe in our religion.
Well said. Well said.
Do not care about this foolishness. I will come and tell me. Listen, when Lonzo are doing in music, look how far I reached tonight. I did music, people laugh after me, but we're not going into that one. The fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, we all have our attributes.
Exactly.
Right? We all have our, me and President fight on that radio program almost every week, but we're brothers. You man are long out in tongue from it. See there asking for allow me tell him. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And when I'm making my points, the fact of the matter, but we know that we have a common goal. Cut the foolishness. You think I'm sitting on it for 1 week, working on this thing with everybody else here, of course, to make a better Jamaica. Come here, somebody goes, Lord have mercy. The white man them cause it. White man what? Sometimes we want black people worse than a white man.
Oh yes.
Let us get that absolutely clear. It's not the color of one skin, but the content of a damn character. I'm tired of hearing this.
All right, we got a call on the line for you guys. Caller, go ahead. Your panel is awaiting your response. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm the gentleman with the reparation program for the empowerment of the Jamaican people.
All right, proceed.
I think what we need now, since all the program that you've been doing for some time now, we need to move to an empowerment program to show the Jamaican people how they can empower themselves financially and economically and to remove poverty from the system. Several of you have the ebook that sets out how it can be done. And I know that all of you are busy and you have not read the book, but if you get a chance to read it, take notes, things that may not be fully understanding, I'm available. You can reach me and I can show you how it can be done. Basically, what we need to do is to create a parallel economy to show the people that they are in control. And this is not a government-run economy. We are going to set up a parallel economy that will take the people into into creating a situation where they can create generational wealth.
Carl, I think
Now,
it's a brilliant idea. Please send us a text at this number, and then we'll have the team reach out to you.
I have the information, Mr. President.
All right, Carla, we gotta take some more calls because our time is up now. But I appreciate your participation.
I'm sure it was. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, go ahead, gentlemen. Any response according to any further comment? We haven't heard from you in a while, Wayne our Mystic.
Well,
go ahead.
Just stay and listen. Just stay and listen. I'm going to tell the people in Jamaica, just hold tight. Let's work together. Unity and strength. Unity and strength. Any government, they could just hold them accountable and change the country. And like with Dr. Rupert Francis says, stop blame. We can't blame UK, you know. Because if we go to UK, none police name that carry gun. People live good at UK, they used to live at UK. Stop blame UK. Them parliamentarians accountable. I just flipped the paper and everybody say you have to resign. You're not trouble. You're not bigger than the law. You understand? You're not bigger than the law. And that's what to Jamaica right now. Stop blaming other people for the fault, man. Stop it, man. That's true, man. 100% with the Dr. Rupert Francis. 100%. I feel everything that, you know, no care what, it coming like Dr. Christopher Tufton. No care what, him just get up and say, hey, me not blame nothing, you know, ratty there and ratty more. Hey, me blame the toilet. Hey, some more in the, hey, and some, me blame the toilet people, but me blame them, you know. Me blame the port, don't blame me.
Yeah.
Now it moved from 23 baby mother per 100,000, lose them life in a 2017, having baby, to 270 odd in a 2022. And yesterday never said nothing to it. Him just release it. We have to talk about these things. 200, nearly 300. That gone up tenfold, don't it? Eh? And that's scary.
We got two calls on the line. Caller,
yes.
Go ahead, caller. Caller, go ahead. You're live. Jamaica caller.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. You're live.
Yes, hello. Yes. One word I say. For Jamaica to go forward. For Jamaica to get forward, you see, is change Andrew only government with the million, put in a next government and work with the diaspora and every TV class and every area that. We have Herb Nelson, we have Ratty, we have Prezi, we have Mr. Francis who can give advice. We have other diaspora, we're silent, where we come into a country, come invest. We need to have diaspora own the hotel there, diaspora own the business there, and Jamaican people are work. Diaspora there over there, I buy with potato, with pumpkin, and with planting, and everybody are work and school around. So the grown, long grown can and this. One solution. Get rid of Andrew and his peace. Put them in prison. Two, take back some of them money. With money with them peace. And invest it in the country and the education. As Mr. Ratty said, if you are invest for a year, you plan right. You are invest for 10 years, you plan 3. You are invest for a generation, you plan education. And as a 54-year-old woman, if me know from then, my life would have changed differently. Because things when we learn from who know, we never know it. Right? So all I want to say this and that. One problem, get rid of Andrew only, send them to prison, take back the money that were they see. By train up the police them, get good loyal people, take out the thief in khakis who police them, put them in prison. Fix the place. You cannot clean a house and you clean the front and let it back. When we are clean house, we pull it down and we cobweb it. And we spray it out, we white lime out it, and clean it once and for all. And with you guys, we have hope. We don't make we see the light of a tunnel. That is it. So everybody has grown the corner. What we don't do? what we do, and what we do now. In a fun Jamaica get independent so-called is the best thing ever happened to the Jamaica since sliced bread. Gentlemen, we have turned this country into educated people. We have whole people at chat. And I say, I know, and people are sick. So them are going to crown. God bless you again, and I tell you. And Jamaican people in the diaspora and over, make we rally together to one cause. Get rid of Andrew Holness, send him to prison, work with the diaspora in every aspect. Diaspora have a solution. They have the security, they have the investment, they have the money. Want to spend back at their country, but they work hard not to know. So they can't go invest in our country where they know the investment that got done. So all the going crown, that is it. Invest in our country.
Thank you, Carla.
Right?
Appreciate it.
And I yield back. Thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it. Carla, thank you for holding so patiently. Go ahead, you're live with the team. Carla, go ahead, you're live. Sir? Oh, hold on, sorry. Go ahead now, sir. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't. Go ahead.
Right. I just want to say thanks to the entire team for the entire week. I've been watching you guys' program and all the presenters. I just want to make a comment. I really want to call in when Mr. Bunting was there, Senator Bunting, and respond a little bit, because I know you guys are tired just like myself, because I've been watching you guys. I was very encouraged by Mr. Bunting when he started his presentation, but I was a little disappointed in the fact that he started with the criminogenic needs of juvenile delinquency, but he did not develop that point. So I know that you and Mr. Rattigan and the rest and Herb can research how does criminogenic needs affect juvenile delinquency in Jamaica and even in the United States, and how delinquency contributes to the general crime within a country. So if we are going to stem recidivism, then we have to look at the criminogenic needs, because we are kind of looking at crime in a general context without looking at how does mental health and substance abuse affect juvenile delinquency, and then from juvenile delinquency into adult crime. So I'm calling you from Orlando, so I'm just putting it in that maybe we need to look at juvenile delinquency and recidivism in terms of overall crime explosion in Jamaica. So if Mr. Rattigan or you have any contribution to that, I will just hang up and listen to you guys.
All right, we appreciate your input, and we'll certainly do some research on the subject.
Mr. President, could you could you ask him to send his information? Because we were not able to deal with all of that this evening, but certainly it's a pet subject of mine, and I'm sure other people. So could he send his information so we can respond to him directly, if he doesn't mind?
Let me take the other call. Carla, go ahead. You're live with the team.
Thank you so much for taking the call. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Go.
Okay, my question tonight for the panel, good evening everyone, late. My question is it possible for family members to file a class action lawsuit against the health department of the government that specifically dealt with the hospitals and the loss of family lives, like neglect in how they treated the patient while they were in their custody?
Ratty?
Like for a class action lawsuit?
Yes, this is possible.
I don't think she heard
I'll
you.
hang up.
Okay, thank you,
Is it
Carla.
I'll hang up.
She'll
No,
take care.
it's
I'll hang
Jamaica.
up.
She's asking are you Jamaican?
No. If what she's talking about lawsuit is it in
Yes,
Jamaica?
Jamaica. Yes.
Jamaica.
In Jamaica. Yeah, I believe. And I'd have to check in. I'd have to check and verify some of the information. But I believe that you can file. There are certain requirements for a class action lawsuit, and then it has to be certified by a court. So it's a little bit more involved than just saying I'm going to go file a class action lawsuit. First, you have to get the parties. You have to make sure that the issues are the same, this exact same issues, and then you have to. I believe it has to be certified by a court. And then you have a certain number of people as well.
One of the important thing, as you rightly said, it has to be accumulated amount of people. It can't just be one class represent multiple people.
Yeah, and the issue must be the same. So if they're suing the lawsuit, then suing the hospital, and it must be for a particular type of injury. That they say all of us suffered this type of injury.
But she can do it by herself if she wants, though.
She can do what?
She can do it by herself if she wants.
On her own, yeah.
Yeah, but a class action.
Not a class action.
She specifically said class action, which
you have to have a certain number of people. The issue must be the same.
Yeah, not class action.
Right. I'll take this other call, guys. I have another caller from Fort Lauderdale for you. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, greetings, Kevin Harrier. Dr. Francis, I think you heard something I didn't say. Let me ask you this. Who wrote the education curriculum that we use in Jamaica? Did we write it or did the British write it?
The education curriculum? Well, initially they wrote the education curriculum, yes. Of course.
Carla, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But you
Sure,
have a lot of calls
All
coming
right.
in. Make a point quick.
Okay. I just wanted to know who wrote it. Okay.
Yeah.
The Jamaica Force, the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Its motto is to serve, protect, and reassure.
Yes.
Under our current British system, the Jamaica Force sees the general public as subjects or peasants. The police needs to be the Jamaica Force, because the word constabulary means force, needs to change from a constabulary to a service. You can do all the things that you want to it. It will not change because the mindset that officers have has to change in the way they relate to the public.
All right. I agree with you.
They were created after the Morant Bay War.
Yeah. Rebellion.
That's where that's coming from.
Thank you, Carla.
It coming from before that, coming from 17 something with it name
Carla,
Night
thank you for your participation.
Okay? Yes.
Let me just
Listen. After the Morant Bay Rebellion. Okay?
The idea of calling it as a service as opposed to a force.
It don't make no difference.
A name change alone won't make any difference.
It don't make no difference. You have to change the word force. Clean it.
You're going to have to change the because I can speak to the well, no, I better leave it like that.
No, can I say this to you? Police then and police now is two different things. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna vote for the police. And let me tell you something. I understand where the caller is coming from. I'd love for him to call me directly if you want to. You can get my number and I can speak to you about it. But I think that we have some degree of disconnect here. But I want you to understand that I've come across great policemen and I've come across bad policemen, but mostly great policemen in the old days as I grew up. Simple.
Police are great. Caller, you're live. Are not. All right, guys, go ahead. I'll get back the caller on the line, and we're missing.
I would just love to say to the caller, please don't just leave it at that. We want to clarify this because I think we have some misinterpretation, as Will just said, about this whole issue and Wayne. We just want to get it very, very clear. My issue is we cannot rest our laurels on the British system or anywhere else. We have to fend for ourselves. We have to do things ourselves. So let's kind of forget them. Civics, we should never have gotten it out of our system because, you know, we believe in the national pledge. We believe in the national anthem. Everybody here, guys, love Jamaica and believe all of that, but it is not there. So, and we have to also focus on early childhood education. I mean,
All right. We got a call on the line, Doc. I know time is up because, you know, it's 11 o'clock. We got to play the anthem. Caller, go ahead. You're live.
Yes, good night. Everyone for their friends. And I'm a firm believer in educating the people because that's how we can engage them, get that buy-in so they can continue to do their own research and see what's going on and become invested in what they're doing to make decisions, not to let this continue with what is going on with the current political arena. And what needs to happen, we need to stop this career politician business, because here we have all these people making decisions and they're not subject matter experts. And this is just leading this country down into a rabbit hole. But I want to tell you guys, thanks for everything that you're doing.
All right. Appreciate your input. Panelists, any response to this caller? Good night, caller.
Oh yeah, you know, I think that this caller is fantastic. I mean, she's talking the right stuff that we want to hear because, you know, Jamaica needs this. I mean, you know, we need to work together, whether we live in Jamaica or we live here. We are no different, okay? And that's the thing. Nobody must break us apart. We love Jamaica passionately, and everybody must understand that. And the sooner we understand it, the better, because somebody wants to divide and rule us, and it's not us.
Wayne.
Hey. Yeah, man, that's how, you know, you see with us. I move something there. Well, excellent week. Excellent job. Renegade. Great job.
Man.
So, you know, look at us go and salute now. Nothing else to say. Salute. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. I just put up that on the thing for us letting know people we get in the frame of mind as to where we stand. See it rather so it said the government has no plan to engage with breakaway diaspora faction.
And that's them, how them call breakaway. They think we have some old wall. Hey, Ratty, we know you want to do your show, nobody start you. I know we're not
No, you can't do it tonight. That's why I'm in the ears.
I'm going to mention people. Tonight, no relax with the rebel. Yeah, the rebel have to relax with himself because the rebel.
Well, I have a caller here that want to go relax. Caller, go talk to us. You're live.
Good night, listen, Ratty guy. You can't be taking out yourself, you know. We want to hear the smooth vibes and put you to sleep, man. I just want to say big up to all of you guys, all of you, Mystic, Frenzy, number one, Wade Lonesome. You teach us so much. Dr. Francis, you're so passionate. And Herb, man, I wish I could take all your smartness and put it in my head. You're a true champion for Jamaica. I love you, Sir Herb. You know, they say with those grays, you know, comes wisdom, and we appreciate everything you guys are doing. Everything. You guys is like the champion for Jamaica. You know, that lady that called about take out Andrew prison, all of them thieves, all of them. You know, how you have $800 million home running to a poor lady's yard. Like, oh, so it's bad man, this is going to Jamaica. We need to take back our country. We need to start back our agriculture. Too much imported stuff coming into our country. You know, the food we're eating is killing us off with cancer. You know, we just need a clean head. People love us. You know, everywhere you go in the world, we need to look like somebody again on the world stage. Little Jamaica, we little and we Talawa. We can't take no more of the illegal nonsense what's going on, the robbing and the scraping of all the dirty politicians them what in the house. We need to get them out. Dr. Francis, boy, I'm here to thank you for your service, and boy, you're dead on about the JCF. You know, I love people that serve the right way, but why? Because of the corruption that's going on, all these other young officers that can't make, they're not getting paid properly. You know, thank them for their service. Thank the teachers. Without the teachers, all you bright minds wouldn't be on this day, on this platform right now. So we have to compensate our teachers the right way. We have to compensate our civil servants the right way, so they can live decently and stop running away from our country. You know, thank you guys for all the nights, all that conference. You did awesome job. All of you. It's not no one person that did this. All of you, I take off my hat to you. Thank you guys for your work. We need to clean up Jamaica, and all the people in the house need to go now. We're tired of them thief Jamaica money. 700 billion. Come on, man. We need to get rid of them. Thank you guys again.
All right, thank you, caller. We alone, so now we Mystic. A long thing that's not, you know, man. Watch it, you know. We have the knowledge over there. I will out pan we, you know. Say something, man.
Let me just say quick before Mystic says something there. The lady should just mention the $800 million project. I just hope that no construction is going on over there. And by the way, we have a new mayor now for Kingston. So all of the plans from the requests on the ATI where them never give me. NEPA promised me say them all give me some stuff. I expect to get it next week. And KCMC, may I ask them to give me some more information so we can get the full plans for say we need to lick down off of that 800 million project there, because it only supposed to go 2 floors and we see which part all basement on apartment and a balcony. So all of that have to go lick down. So we're going to get the information, we're going to peruse it, and we're going to make a proposal to KCMC and NEPA. Say, listen, it's only supposed to be 2 floors, so you can't have basement in the back with 3 floors back, so with balcony overlooking. No. And no more building up to go up there, because remember originally it was supposed to be 70-something rooms. Then it went to 90-something without we no see no what you call it, variance. Not sure say them get an exception. Then it gone out to more than 120 rooms. So and there's one building I believe, when I look at the plan, there's one building I believe that hasn't been built yet. So we need the plan to verify all of this, and then we'll take reaction. So this thing, hey, this lady is a hero. Miss what's your name again? Shall kill what's your name? What's your name, Lonesome?
Miss the lady with the house.
Yeah.
Right now.
Miss Charlene Ashley. Charlene Ashley, pick up yourself. This is a I tell you, say, I don't know what the woman in Jamaica eat, you know, but they must stand up for them rights, you know. Them now wait for no man to go lead, nothing like that. No, the woman them a lead, because here's a lady now, you know, take on where most men wouldn't even be. I suspect that most men wouldn't bother with this, because you talk about the Prime Minister's wife, Speaker of the House. So you just know the pressure where you go under. And
yes, Kevin, yes.
Listen, nobody go build no road for my veranda and take over my property when that wasn't the deal.
Let me say something to you, Atika. Rebel, let me just call it Rebel, because when you're the renegade there, I say, remember them have write in a paper, say, and me and you want to move the Prime Minister, and you can't bother him. No, can you imagine them sitting and watch you know, and I say, see there, me not tell them, and them, you know, see them there. When they two of them, me say, when I write up my name, you know, we innocent one, I say, you know, we just come off for criminals. All right? Finish up your Rebel.
No man, big up to the lady, Charlene Ashley. Yeah man, big up to Charlene Ashley, and big up to all the other women. Them people like Jeanette Calder, who else I know? Rosalie Hamilton, Daniel Archer, Philippa Davis. All of the women, them we have fight for rights in Jamaica. We have to big up them people. We have to give them the support, and we have to give them all the consideration we can do, because them take on this thing head on, you know. Them not hide and take it on. Them take it on head on, right? And most men, a lot of men who should be doing this I should have joined forces with them. We don't see it. But them ladies are now wait for nobody join up forces with them. One way them are go. And proud of them.
You know, somebody
right, before you guys finish, we really need to land the plane. So
I know that, Mr. President, but there's something.
So can we have a point of order where we're making our final statements? Yes. You can make a statement, but we need to have a point of order.
Okay, point of order, final statement. Let me say this. I just read two things. One, somebody want to talk, give them the number if they ask for it. Secondly, I just want to also say that somebody said some of us have not done anything for Jamaica, especially me haven't done. You know, this is what I call idiocy. Go do your research. Do your research, and you will see the things that I have done in Jamaica, and I have not spoken about them. Okay, that I have accomplished in Jamaica. Okay, and I dare anyone in the political sphere to come and match what I've done in Jamaica. Anyone. Okay, so I mean, you know, and so I when I speak from a position of strength, not weakness. Okay, and so go look it up, and I'll soon show you all. But the fact of the matter is that I don't have to demonstrate. So I just want to say to people in Jamaica, if you don't know who we are, do the investigation, do the deep dive if you want. I don't care. The point I'm making is this: that we are here to fulfill our destiny, and we are here to make sure that we have one Jamaica, speaking with one voice, one love. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank all the people who came on this evening. I really appreciate it. And all week, you are wonderful, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rupert. All right, going to move over to the one, the only, the Canadian genius. And July 26th, right, Wayne? July 26th.
Yes, July
Tell us a little bit about July 26th, why you
July
closing.
26th, I've been telling them before, you know, it's going to be a night to remember, you know. Because I did it the day before, you know, Ratty, let me tell you something, people. Let me just go and look back. Ratty, them come over, and we're going to there because everything put together, and we're going to eat some small road too.
Thank you, Andrew.
Right, come and can't make them man come and call family them, you know, some of their hotel thing there, but we're not in that. So things have to properly deal with. So we come over, you know, family thing, you know. Remember, we not inviting anybody over, you know, but them man are family. So them have to come over and we have to make sure them are right. See? So it's the Friday now. Yes, man, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be a day. It's going to be a day and a night. See me answer because we're going to deal with every issue. And as I said, we're going to start it with who? The Prime Minister. You know, we are doing what himself to do, you know, hold him accountable. Hold the government accountable. And we're going to point out all these issues. Prime Minister, remember you can't say we are telling you, you know. Because we are holding by your words, yeah? We are holding government by them words. Yeah? So when we do a thing, but apparently, you can watch it too, you know, you sit down and watch it in school, but we just truth on here. No, we call it no tabloid. Facts, not wolf. I did before X. We don't deal with that, we deal with facts. Yes. Yeah, not them facts over there, so like the facts mean. We deal with facts. Okay? And that's over there. You understand? So people, we are look out for in a joke. Okay? Yeah, in jokes. Okay?
Thank you so much, Ian.
Yes,
all right. Herb Nelson to the floor, ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
sir. Look, before I say anything final, I just wanted to tell you, Frederick, Clyde, and Rolva sent in additional funds. We thank you and we appreciate you guys doing as much as you have tonight. And don't forget, we have tomorrow night with when you have a show tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But look, we ironed out a lot of things this week that tells you what clearly prevented me from ever supporting any global diaspora conference that had anything to do with Montego Bay, because they weren't talking about the issues. Matter of fact, they come out more confused than anything else because they're not clear on the issues themselves. So here we are, you know, we have spoken truth to power and we have told it like it is. And folks, we will continue to speak truth to power and we will continue to rebut them at every instance that they come up with the nonsense. They have no clue how to organize They don't even have any clue how to do this rewrite of the Constitution. That tells you how badly organized they are right there. And it tells you which everything else they've been doing is full of mistakes. And it's full of disorganization. Completely ridiculous. So take it for what it's worth, people. We are happy we had your support this week. We supported each other this week. And we enjoyed every bit of this conference this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the man who didn't get a lot to say, but he has so much to say.
Well,
the one and only Mr.
Yes, thank you for that, President. I'm just going to be brief anyhow, right? I think we had of course prove our mission. Our mission is just very simple, that we demand of the government as it relates to good governance, checks and balance, and transparency. Obviously, we have seen that this government is lacking, right, of all the aforementioned. And so then we have to now stand, right, and to make sure that, you know, we execute for good governance, right, transparency. We can't continue to, you know, have this government as it relates to the level of corruption or healthcare being deteriorate, right, and all areas of government is just breaking loose to the abyss. At the end of the day, we stand resolute, right, to hold the government accountable, and we want to make sure that this government doesn't just really leave office just like that. We want to make sure that this government leave office, right, and be investigated, right, and if found guilty, any one of them, they need to process accordingly where the law stand. We say justice for one, justice for all. And I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mystic. Ladies and gentlemen, our fearless leader himself, closing out this Diaspora conference.
Let me just say, I live by the creed that find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. And I've found the job that I love, and that is advocacy for the people of Jamaica. Let me say, secondly, that from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you for tuning in night after night. We did this for about 6 nights or so.
7.
And 7, okay. And it was quite an experience. It's the first time we've ever done anything like this. And want to thank the panelists, Lonesome, Mystic, and Herb, and Tavares, and Dr. Francis, and Carlos, and all the other people. I hope I didn't leave anybody's name off.
Maria.
But all the people. Who?
Maria. Yes.
Maria. All of the people who turned out and showed up and supported this thing, because at the end of the day, it's one mission, it's one team, one fight, and it's about getting justice and equality for the people of Jamaica. We're just sick and tired of this government just railroading people, lying every step of the way, and we continue to prove that they're lying. They've never had this kind of attention before, and I know that they're not sleeping well, and they should not sleep well. You can't thief people and treat people the way that they've been doing and expect to have live, you know, a good life for the rest of your life. No, them have to deal with some suffering. Somebody asked about the cases against the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and Minister Robert Morgan. There's both of them, they're pending in the Court of Appeal, and we hope to, no, actually the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's case is on appeal, and the case with Minister Morgan, I believe that's going to come up for some kind of settlement or something like that. I'll keep you posted. Don't forget that in August we're going to be in New York, and we need 600 people to come out. In the bad weather, we had over 300 people. August is going to be hot. we're going to make preparations. We're going to have a doctor, a nurse. We're going to have a cooling station. We're going to have everything out there for your comfort so that you can come out there and protest. And you have no excuse this time, people, because we're going to give you advance notice. And I tell you right now, it's going to be the holiday weekend. It's going to be the last Friday in August. So we need you out there to come out and show your support. If you were there the last time, please return. And if you were never there, don't let this experience miss you. Tonight, the rebel is going to relax with the rebel because I'm tired, and tomorrow I have to dip on Lonesome program. I'm a promise Waterhouse vibes that I'll be there. So that's that. The Lonesome's program, I believe, is going to be live streamed. So those of you who are asking questions in the chat, whether or not it will be, right? Right, Lonesome?
Live stream, man. Live.
Right. And
Andrew can't miss that, by the way. Tell them. Andrew, I'm going
there
to
you go.
the live stream.
All right. And then I have to leave you folks with this. Again, the person who went to the conference, I'll just read one sentence. The Montego Bay Conference was a panhandling spectacle. 2 sentences. The highlight of every session of it was begging for money. Investments, contrasting with insults. So, folks, they proved us right. And you know what? This was an easy prediction because this is something that's been going on for years. You know, every 2 years when they have it, this is exactly what they do. They haven't changed. So yeah, you know, it was quite easy to predict what was going to happen there. Again, all of you who showed up this week was a learning experience, I trust, for me and for you and for all of us, because we learned so many things from the people who gave us their precious time to explain to us, to educate us. And so I look forward to doing this another 2 years from now. Hopefully things will change and we will have a different scenario, but we're still going to have our conference. And by the way, this idea of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, we're going to put this to rest within few weeks. The people who now occupy those positions claiming to be representatives in the US, they're pretty soon they're going to be working for us meaning all of it, you know, the diaspora. Or they can step aside because they're going to be hit with cease and desist letters saying, do not use that name. And if you do, be prepared to come to court. And guess what? We know the Jamaican government now go pay them no money, now go pay for them legal fees, because they're not paying them right now for tolls and gas. So that's where we are. And I'll leave you with this, my people. I'll leave you with this. For government to take care of people when they're planning 1 year, plant rice. If you have 10 years, you plant trees. But if you're thinking about generations as we are around here, you plant the seed of education, because that's the true development of a nation. You start with education. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being the best part of this conference. Listen, you did it. You literally did it. You spent an entire week doing this. And it goes to show you that you guys are true patriots. 7 nights. And you guys hang in there. And I want to thank you for hanging in there and working with us through this conference. But I know we have started the fire. And let's keep that fire blazing. Thank you so much. On behalf of these amazing gentlemen who are still here, we have none other than the one and only Wayne Lonesome, ladies and gentlemen. And Canada is coming up, so big up to Wayne. Maximum respect. At the top, we also have the goodly doctor, Rupert A. Francis. It looked like him sleep and wake 2 times. And of course, the master strategist and analyst, Mr. Herb Nelson. These are your rock star, ladies and gentlemen, your conference rock star. And of course, we have Mystic Sensation. Mumigan left him, but him still standing strong. Pick up yourself. Tell you, esprit de corps, my brother, maximum. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we also have our fearless leader. We're not afraid of nobody. That's what they call him, Ratty. Did somebody call him the rebel? Well, Hey, don't mess with him now. He don't play it. It's all about Waterhouse. All right, the zinc fence and
R&R in the place, man.
R&R. And as for me, my name is Lincoln Lewis, aka Mr. President, inside the resident. And listen to this.
Greetings. This is Luciano the Messenger, and you're listening to the President on Super Jams Radio.
Hi.
Welcome
back to
Good Evening,
Mr.
President.
All right, leave it there. Some drops, I got drops in them, but man, I just keep it calm. I'll play some music later, but I also call it a night to come and beat out. But we're going to close off with a prayer and the national anthem. And I want to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And thank you as we close off this evening. If you just show some reverence as we say a word of prayer. Father, we thank you. I pray for Jamaica land we love. Most High, we spend this week looking at the country of our birth for many of us. Some of us have adopted it as home. And some of us have the responsibility to make sure that we are good stewards of the resources and the people's interest. I know that so many times we fall into situations where we don't deliver according to expectation. So we pray for the elected officials, the ones who are in power, and the ones who will take the reign in the future. But most of all, we pray for every ordinary Jamaican citizen. I pray, as the scripture said, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. May we come back to honesty and truth. Stop bridging the light where we have the highest electricity bill in the region. Stop stealing the water so we're affecting the utility rate for people who do pay. And I pray that we will not only do the right thing, but that we will do what is right by our neighbors. We grew up where our neighbors was our responsibility. We were our brother's keeper. Bring us back to that place where we will love each other and love our country. As we close this conference, that which we have sown, may you manifest it into something remarkable and magnificent. And may generations to come after will have this moment as a reference point where the transformation began, and the results will yield into a greater and better union. Bless us all, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. And bless you, gentlemen. And we're about to do the national anthems at this time. As we usually do, we say, we play the national anthem. Stand by, gentlemen, for the anthem.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us wisdom lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love.
right, guys. Goodbye. Thank you. Hey, Ratty. You said the video where the video you got when you again the one with the guy at dance, you said the crazy leader. Oh, you go again? The guy with that do the dancing, man.
Hey, by the way, you see Herb on the same color shirt as me. You see it? You see it?
That's not
one dice up shirt like Herb.
Yeah, man, that's
Dice up.
Yeah, man, I same color for two, man.
Why I tell you, ask, you can't ask him to go get new glasses. You can't ask him.
Plan Herb.
We definitely need a new one. Ratty, you can't hear. They ask him what they dance name again?
You're in Canada, man.
Hey, somebody tell me the dance name, no man.
I have to chip out, so see you guys.
A crazy dancer.
All right.
I like that one. That was
good. Show him tomorrow.
All right, show him tomorrow. Yeah, man. Show him tomorrow. Bless up.
Brothers. Later.
Yes, I. Can't hear you right. Have a blessed night.
Which one?
All right.
Which one you talk about?
The
Which one?
dancing guy with that dance, man, and then one person join him there.
Oh, I'm listening to you right now. What up?
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm listening to you.
That was nice. That was a good little